everyone. So in this video I just want to quickly share with you those signs that the Lord gave me that led me to buy some XRP coins, crypto coins. So one of the first things that the Lord did was he used the word X marks the spot. So I heard that word twice, X marks the spot, and then so I asked a prophetic friend of mine how does he see this word, because he's been given that word in the past actually. So anyway, he was explaining to me, and I also checked on Google, of course, searched on Google, but he was explaining to me about the fact how it's used usually to do with treasure. So when you find a treasure, when like a pirate looking at a map and they say X marks the spot, so that X there is where the treasure is. So I understood that the Lord was pointing to me that X is where the treasure is. Now X, if those of you who don't know, Ripple XRP, their symbol is X. So the Lord was using that to show me that this is where the treasure is. And then there was another thing that happened as well, which was one night I could hear in my spirit while I was sleeping, R3, and I was like, R3, as in the number 3. And then I realized later on that actually R3 and Ripple, the company Ripple, are connected. I think R3 is like a software or
What your mama says, pump it up now, pump it.
I don't know, but anyway, it's all connected. So I was like, oh, okay. Now, the other thing that then happened was, I told you guys this one already, the one where I had a dream, and it was a very short dream where I saw a wooden horse, and that was it. It was just a wooden horse, and it seemed to me that you can take the head off of the horse, you know, it's just a wooden horse. And so the very next day I saw a thumbnail on YouTube of a wooden horse. I saw a picture, and it was just the same picture that I had seen in my dream. So of course it caught my attention. So I read the title, and the title said XRP. Is XRP the Trojan horse or something like that? And it was posted by Mr. B XRP. So I thought, oh, that's interesting. The only reason why I clicked on it was because I just literally dreamt of that horse. I literally just had a dream, you know. So I clicked on it to watch because I knew that the Lord was trying to show me something on that. So yeah, so I clicked on it, and it was and he was talking about XRP and how XRP is gonna. He's asking the question: is XRP going to sort of, you know, do this and do that, and the banks and the central banks and all sorts of things, and so and that was interesting that the Lord has shown me that. So all of those put together, I understood that the Lord was indeed pointing to me, pointing XRP to me. And then the other thing that happened was I asked him, I said, if you will reduce the price, I will buy X amount. I said, I promise. I said, I don't know how I can do it. I don't earn that much. I said, but if you will bring the price down, I promise I will do this, you know. And amazingly, the Lord reduced the price. He just brought it to a good price that I was able to buy exactly what I had told him that I would do. And so for me, that was another confirmation that God is really in this, you know. And then so anyway, I shared this with I told a friend of mine, a dear friend of mine, about XRP, the same prophetic friend that I had asked about X marks the spot, and let them know. And one thing they said was, we started to talk about end time wealth and end time generational wealth, and how and that is true. It's a question, how, you know, how does XRP play in the role of the resets that they are talking about, and the wealth that's coming to the saints of God and what have you. So I spoke to the Lord about it. I'm sharing this with you because I just feel led to share it with you. Because while I was walking the dog, thinking about what to say in this video, I was wondering what to share in this video. This was one of the things that I wanted to share. The Lord explained to me that it's not so much how much XRP you have, but it's the wisdom that comes with it. And he explained to me about Joseph. So as you know, Joseph is an end time picture of the end time wealth that the Lord will give to his people, and how we are to steward that resources. I don't want to say wealth, I want to say resources, because it's like I said, it's not how much, but it's the wisdom that makes all the difference in the world. So I'll give you say to me, give me an example. I'll give you an example of what the Lord showed me. If someone has a backbone, and the Lord is your backbone, right? You're strengthened by the Lord. You're strengthened in the inner man. You're filled with the Spirit of God, okay? And then you have somebody else standing next to you, and they have more XRP than you. Let's say they have 10 times more than you, okay? Now, there might be a situation coming. There might be a bull run will come, and you might have a situation. I'm giving an example now. The one who has lots of XRP, they might decide to sell quickly to make their profit, to make money, right? Because they can see they've made money, so they sell and make money. But you, even though you don't have as much as them, you're standing and you want to sell, and the Lord says, no, don't sell, and you stand. And then it's going and it's going down and it's going up and it's going down, and then you fear, and then you want to sell again, and the Holy Spirit says, no, don't sell. And because you're strengthened in the Lord and you have that boldness of the Lord on you, you stand, okay? You don't sell. Days go by, and you stand firm, because you have a backbone, a pillar that the Lord has put there. And so what you will have is, now you have a situation where somebody who had lots more XRP than you sold at this price, and you that had less, you sold at a much higher price, because you had the wisdom of the Lord to only sell when the Lord says sell. You see, so that's just one basic example there. I mean, there are lots of different examples and scenarios where the wisdom of the Lord is so important, and the Lord showed me that was what made Joseph so special. It wasn't the fact that he had this much money, resources of the Pharaoh, but it was the wisdom that accompanied it. If you guys remember what he told the Pharaoh, the advice he gave Pharaoh, and who inspired him to give that advice to the Pharaoh? The Holy Spirit did, you know. And that's what saw Israel through. They had 7 years of good years, but because of the wisdom of the Lord, the word of the Lord that Joseph spoke to the Pharaoh, they were able, the 7 difficult years that came, they were able to ride that through, you see. Whereas he could have had all the resources, wealth, whatever, in that first 7 years, and without wisdom, they could have squandered it without knowing that the interpretation of the dream meant, that with the interpretation was the wisdom to deal with the interpretation of the dream was to save and to blah 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 blah. You know the rest of it. Go and read it for yourself. Yeah. And then the other thing I want to say, because I think this will encourage the person who asked me to make the video. I have been shown a strong mighty bull run that's coming, by the way. I've been shown that in days past. I've been shown that I think maybe 2 months ago or a month ago. I think maybe in September I had that dream. I think a bull run dream, either September or, yeah, it might have been in September. I had an amazing dream. But anyway, I just want to share this for the sake of the person who asked me to make this video. That day I read your comment. After reading that comment where you asked me to, if I can explain more, if I can share more on XRP, you're not going to believe this. I had 2 dreams, 2 prophetic dreams about what's about to take place, you know. I'll share with you. And the funny thing is, you know, I wish I had read your comments like 4 days when you put that comment, you know, but I didn't. So that way I would have maybe made the video sooner, but it doesn't matter because I hope you understand what's happening right now. Right now, the price of XRP has gone up since Friday. There's been this, what people are anticipating is going to be a bull run, and but anyway, the point I just want to make now. So in any case, so the point I'm saying is, when I first made that video, the price of XRP was about 20. I think it was 22 cents, as in it was very low. Now it's about 43 cents. So it's gone up in the space of 2 days or 3 days. But when I first put that video out asking you guys to, you know, act swiftly, you know, the video on financial end time, whatever, yeah, the price was much lower at that time. Anyway, so now it looks like there's a bull run starting to happen, but never mind, I will still share my dream, because I'm going like this because it's like I'm sharing a dream, but we're already experiencing it. And if this is the beginning of the bull run, then it's not. It feels like it's not much of a prophetic word because it's already happening right before our eyes, but I will still share it because if the Lord gave it to me, then I think it's worth sharing. And I believe the Lord did give me these 2 dreams. In the first dream, I saw, we were outside and I saw land, and people had sown, and I saw what they had sown was already sprouting and growing. I saw like plants, you know, things that they've planted, crops. That's it, crops. You know, like when you go to a farm, agricultural farm, and you see crops and crops and crops, and they were maybe about this size, small, you know, about this size. And anyway, so some people were plowing, and I was helping them to plow, and then we were just plowing the next 2 ridges, or whatever you call it, the next 2 ridges, and I noticed that just the next 2 made a hole in the ground, and they made a hole, and there was no point. Basically, we had come to the end of the land, I should say, of where you're supposed to plow, and the last 2 was just, yeah, there was just a big hole, you know, you couldn't really plow, and I recognized that, and I believe what that part of the dream was, I believe that the Lord was showing me that it had already started, you know, those oh, I forgot to tell you, during that time when I was asking the Lord to confirm to me about XRP and in the initial stages, asking the Lord about if I should put money in cryptocurrency and XRP, the scripture he gave me, which is why I have my Bible here, and I want to read that scripture. The scripture he gave me is in I don't have it here. Anyway, the scripture he gave me is in Galatians 6 verse 9, and it's all about where it says to reap, you know, in due course you will, if you don't grow weary, you will reap what you sow, basically. So the scripture the Lord gave me is those who sow will reap, you know. So that was the scripture he gave me. So I understood that it was all about reaping and sowing, you know. So that's why I sowed on cryptocurrency. Oh God, I'm trying not to waffle. I feel like I'm waffling. I'm sorry if I am. Back to the point. So in this dream that I had just 2 nights ago, I believe that what the Lord is saying is that the I feel like saying the bull run is just about starting. It's just about starting. And also, if we look at what's happening in the natural, of course, everyone is excited because it looks like we are entering into a bull run. And I feel like in that dream, the Lord was just showing me that we're there now, and those who've sown, and now is the time to just watch the crops grow, the crops come up, If there's more about that dream, I will share it with you, okay? I don't know everything, so I will share with you. If there is more, I will share it with you. The second part of the dream I had that same night, the second dream I had was I was walking, and I saw something rattling on a bush near me, it was on a fence, but it was those fences that have like a hedge behind it, sort of thing. It's like a hedged fence, sort of thing. And then and I thought it was a fox, and then I thought, oh, maybe it's a dog, and then the thing came out, it jumped down, and it was a bull. And I was like, oh my God, I was like in the middle of the road, and of course I got scared. I was like, so I kind of went like this for it to run, and then it ran, and then it came back again. But when it came back as a dog, a friendly dog, and then I kind of went like this for it to run because I know it's a bull, and then it came back to me, and this time it was a small puppy, and there was a man. And so because I saw the owner, I started to say hello to the dog, and I started to pet the dog. I said, is it your dog? And he said, yeah, it's my dog. So I've been praying about it since then, so that I know how to explain it to you in that dream, asking the Lord what it means. So today I got the understanding that man in that dream was the Lord himself. And what had happened was, because I was so frightened with the bull, he was trying to tell me the bull run has started. Because I was frightened, he had to come as with the puppy, so that I can befriend the puppy. And I feel like it was one of those dreams where I was actually interacting. It was like it was one of those dreams where I was doing something in a spirit realm, if you know what I mean. Do you guys know that? Do you know what I mean by that? Where sometimes you can have an encounter in the spirit world, in the dream world. So it's like in a dream, but it's actually changing. It's actually happening. So it's not symbolic. I don't know how to explain it, but anyway. I feel like the Lord was because during prayer today, I was asking the Lord the meaning, and I felt like what the Lord was wanting me to do was to realize that the bull run is it's the bull that's coming, is your friend, so I feel this is the word of the Lord to you. It will be your friend. It's going to be in your favor. The bull run that's coming is in your favor. It's a friend. It's as friendly as it gets, even as friendly as a puppy, and it's the Lord himself that is leading it, okay? I just got that while I'm doing this video. And it's so important to pray and stay close to the Lord, because if you don't, you really haven't got a clue. It doesn't matter how much you see in the spirit, without the Lord, you ain't got a clue, It's so important for us to be close to him. Anyway, I hope this blesses you, and I hope it makes a lot of sense to you. So be encouraged, okay, in the name of the Lord. Thank you so much for everyone who watched the video. My name is Sharon, if you don't know my name, and I just want to say thank you again to that lovely viewer that asked me if I can expand a bit more. I hope I'm not forgetting something. I have a feeling I am, but if I am, I'll put it down in the comment section. I'll make a comment. All right, cheers. Bye everyone. Bye-bye.
Your true wealth is your time and freedom. Money is just a tool for trading your time. It's a container to store your economic energy until you're ready to deploy it. But the whole world has been turned away from real money and has been fooled into using currency. A deceitful imposter that is silently stealing your two most valuable assets, your time and your freedom. Welcome to the rabbit hole.
We are entering a period of financial crisis that is the greatest the world has ever known. The wealth transfer that will take place during this decade is the greatest wealth transfer in history. Wealth is never destroyed, it is merely transferred, and that means that on the opposite side of every crisis there is an opportunity. The great news is that all you have to do to turn this crisis into your great opportunity is to educate yourself. I believe that the best investment that you can make in your lifetime is your own education. Education on the history of money, education on finance, education on how the global economy works, education on how all of these guys, the central bankers, the stock market, how they can cheat you, how they can scam you. If you learn what is going on and how the financial world works, you can put yourself on the correct side of this wealth transfer. Winston Churchill once said that the further you look into the past, the further that you can see into the future. This program is all about creating your own crystal ball, being able to gaze into the future, being able to change this crisis, the greatest crisis in the history of mankind, into your great opportunity. The hidden secrets of money, some of them are hidden in plain sight. They're like right in front of you. The way the monetary system works is something that isn't actually hidden away from all of us. It's out in the open, but it's complex and people just they can't see how it works. It's hard for them to imagine that we're living in such a hoax. Others are meant to be secret, but the truth is slowly coming out, like the Federal Reserve being a private corporation and not really part of the US government. But when I started studying this, what I found was that there was no place that I could point people to where they could get it all in one spot. And so I basically decided to write my book about it and consolidate monetary history, economics, the markets, fundamentals of gold and silver. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors in economics, and I've sort of made it my job to lift the fog for people. Welcome to Egypt. This is where it all began. Roughly 5,000 years ago, the Egyptians started using gold and silver as their predominant form of currency. But it was not yet money. The pieces of gold and silver that they were using were odd sizes and weights, odd purities, so it still was not interchangeable, where each unit is the same as the next. This meant that nothing really had a price yet. You couldn't put a price of so many coins on something because they didn't have coins yet. Trade was still difficult. It was still a guessing game when it came to the exchange of values. One of the reasons that we are in the financial mess that we are today globally is that people do not understand the difference between currency and money. Currency is a medium of exchange, a unit of account. It is portable, durable, divisible, and something called fungible. Fungible means that each unit is the same as the next unit. A dollar in my pocket buys the same amount as a dollar in your pocket. Money is all of those things plus a store of value over a long period of time. Even financial planners, bankers, your accountant, they don't understand the difference between currency and money. The currency in your pocket is a medium of exchange. It's a unit of account because it's got numbers on it. It's somewhat durable, it's portable, it's divisible in that you can make change, and it's fungible. A dollar in my pocket buys the same amount as a dollar in your pocket. But because governments can print more and more and more of it and dilute the currency supply, it's continually transferring wealth out of your pocket, out of your bank account, to the government and to the banking system. The reason that gold and silver are the optimum form of money is because of their properties. It's an easy medium of exchange because gold and silver store a large amount of value in a very small area. It's a unit of account. Pure gold has the same value all over the planet. So an ounce of gold buys the same amount here in Egypt as it would in China or in the United States. It's durable. The same gold that Egyptians were using in trade 5,000 years ago is still here with us today. It does not corrode. It's divisible. You can make change with it. It's very portable. You could use something like oil as money. It's just that you can't carry around a barrel of oil on your back. It's fungible. Pure gold is the same wherever it is on Earth. Pure silver is the same wherever it is on Earth. It's limited in quantity. That's the reason that it maintains its purchasing power. Governments cannot print it. Over the last 5,000 years, only gold and silver have maintained their purchasing power. There have been thousands upon thousands of fiat currencies that are unbacked by gold or silver, and they have all gone to zero. It's a 100% failure rate.
Well, fiat currency, of course, is a currency that exists at the dictate or by fiat from a government. You see, they have their printing presses, and the paper money rolls off the printing presses. And then they give the fiat designation, which makes the currency official. It's just worthless paper. But when Ben Bernanke gives it the special sign, and they have the cult meeting at the Federal Open Market Committee meetings, it suddenly becomes currency.
If you look at what's really going on, it's a con game. And so there's confidence. Well, the Federal Reserve is very forthright about what they're doing. If you read their websites, they'll tell you it's a confidence game. They tell you that there's no intrinsic value in their money. They'll tell you that they print it backed by absolutely nothing. They actually display all these facts. But if you tell somebody in the public that this stuff is created out of thin air, there's no backing whatsoever, it's absolutely worthless, it's about as valuable as monopoly money, they'll look at you like you're nuts.
Is there an example throughout history of a fiat currency, a piece of paper that's unbacked by anything, surviving?
Short answer, no. Long answer, no. And here's why. When Addison Wiggin took over at the Daily Record, when they got cranked up, Bill Warner asked him to catalog all of the fiat currencies throughout history and what happened to each of them. Addison dutifully went to work. Within a short period of time, he had gone through the alphabet. All the fiat currencies that started with the letter A were done. They all went to zero. He was halfway through the letter B, and all the fiat currencies that started with the letter B, and there were 600 of them in just the first letter and a half of the alphabet, and every single one of them went to zero. Every one. 600 fiat currencies that start with the letter A, and half of the ones that start with the letter B are 600 of these things. Not one ever came close. You think this one, the United States dollar, is going to be the first one after all that? I don't think so. No. No currency, fiat currency has ever survived. None.
The thing about money is there actually is a fairly well accepted definition of what money is. The question is, as you apply that definition to particular things that people claim to be money, do they fit the definition? We'll just take the paper dollar, for example. How well does it perform those functions? Well, store of value. The dollar has lost 95% of its purchasing power since the creation of the Federal Reserve in 1913. So not very good as a store of value. One of the things I do is just a way to get the audience's attention is I have a slide, and there are 3 pictures on the slide. One is a pile of monopoly money. The other one is a pile of Federal Reserve notes, what Americans would call paper money. The other one is a solid gold American Eagle 1-ounce coin. And the title of the slide is, which of these is not like the other? And if you know the show Sesame Street, or you have children who watch it, it's one of the favorite vignettes in Sesame Street. And what it really is a kind of IQ test for 5-year-olds. They're supposed to look at the 3 things and look at characteristics and find the one that's not like the other. Well, I've shown this slide to groups of Ivy League University professors, and I've also shown it to children, kind of 5 years old, my nieces and nephews and so forth. And when the professors look at it, they say, well, clearly the dollars are not like the others because gold has no role as money, and monopoly money is junk, and the American dollar is a store of value, so that's not like the other. But the children look at it and they say, well, the gold coin is not like the other because the other two are just piles of paper, and the gold coin is clearly something different. So my question to the audience is, who's smarter, a 5-year-old or an Ivy League professor?
Before World War I, each note that a Treasury issued would say that there have been deposited with the United States Treasury $20 in gold coin payable to the bearer upon demand. The money was in the vault. The currency was a note they gave you that was a claim check, only a claim check on the money, the same as if you go to the dry cleaners and you give them your shirt and they give you a claim check for your shirt. The value is that shirt at the dry cleaners, not the piece of paper that says that you own that shirt. So our currency that circulated was the paper US dollars, and they were claim checks on money.
The next hidden secret is the difference between currency and money. Money must be a store of value and maintain its purchasing power over long periods of time. As we progress through this series, you'll learn that national currencies are really a tool used by the government and the financial sector to leech away your time and your freedom by stealing your purchasing power. So rather than storing your economic energy, currencies leak. Now compare that to the gold and silver the Egyptians were using. Like I started with, it still wasn't money because it wasn't interchangeable yet, but they were on the right track, as gold and silver have proven over thousands of years to be the ultimate store of value. Gold is only formed when a star explodes, a supernova, and it stays around forever. This is one of the properties that make it the ultimate money.
You know, people are amazed that after 5,000 years, the pyramids are still here. But what I'm more amazed at is that the currency that the people that built this were using, that currency, that gold and silver that they were using in trade on a daily basis, is still around today. It may have been melted down and re-refined, and it's in a coin or a bar or in some piece of jewelry, but it's still with us today, and it still purchases something.
Yes, it is the ultimate money because there is nothing else even in the same league. It's divisible, it's permanent, it's a store of value, it's a unit of account. It's got everything you want out of money, but it doesn't go away and it can't be increased. That is what makes gold the most beautiful money of all. What more could you ask out of a money?
It keeps governments under control. You can maintain a solvent system. Governments don't like gold at present because they're getting away with the fiat currencies, and they'll do everything they can to discredit it as an asset class. I mean, my goodness, gold has outperformed the Dow Jones Industrial Average in each of the last 7 years, yet it's not considered a legitimate asset class. Why? Again, it's the fear that maybe gold will be imposed on the system, that it will constrain government ability to spend beyond its means.
They can't print it.
They can't print it, no.
The proper definition of inflation, I use Milton Friedman's definition. Inflation is an expansion of the currency supply. Deflation is a contraction of the currency supply. If you expand the currency supply, eventually prices will rise. And if you contract the currency supply, eventually prices will fall. This is a pool, but it's not a pool of water. This is the currency pool. And these are prices. And if you expand the currency supply, prices like a sponge in water have to rise to suck up the excess currency. Governments never stop printing more currency and adding currency to circulation. Therefore, prices keep on going up, not because the stuff that you're trying to buy is changing. The real estate doesn't change. What has changed is the currency purchases less and less. It's the currency going down, not prices going up.
The truth is, what we have that makes our world work right now is a big story. None of it's real. It's all just promises. And if you think about it, that's how currency began to work in the beginning. You know, before we had currency, we had barter. I'll give you 3 coconuts and you give me 4 fish, because that's kind of a fair exchange on coconuts and fish. But that got complicated, so we had to invent this thing called money to be a divisible, portable medium of exchange. And the challenge is that we lost that a long time ago when we lost having things of value be our currency. And now we have this thing called numbers and accounts. But trust me, it is not real. It's a big made-up story.
One of the biggest make-believe stories ever is called quantitative easing, which sounds complex, but it's really just a smoke and mirrors term for currency creation. QE started with the banking bailouts back in 2009. This currency was created out of thin air and then given to the banks, who paid themselves record bonuses in reward for crashing the world economy. This is a global phenomenon, but all you have to remember for now is that whether it's QE bailouts or stimulus programs, these are all just voodoo, hocus-pocus terms for increased currency creation.
I believe gold and silver will reassert themselves as money. And when they do, there just isn't enough. And their purchasing power is going to go up many, many, many times. Egypt is an amazing place. There's a franticness about it, and utter chaos, especially like the traffic. But when it comes to like all of the merchants that are trying to get every last dime out of you, you get fleeced to the point where you come back with an empty wallet. But you know what? They're amateurs compared to Wall Street.
In the past several years, I've spoken in many countries about the crisis that's coming, and a lot of people think that they're going to be okay in their country, that it's only going to happen to the United States or maybe the United States in Europe. But what they don't realize is that this is a global phenomenon. I got to show you something here. This is base currency in the United States. This is the number of paper dollars that exist, basically. It took 200 years to go from no dollars in existence to 825 billion. And then we had the bailouts, and then we had QE1, quantitative easing 1, then QE2, and then we had QE3, and then QE4, and then soon we're going to have QE57 and QE382. And it isn't just here.
Pump it
This
up
is
now,
what
pump
the
it. Get it now, pump it.
Australia, South Africa, Russia. Now, this starts out in just the year 2001, and this is like 18 times more currency in existence in a little over a decade. Here's Singapore, same story. Look at that, since the crisis, just bam. India, China, every government on the planet is doing this insane deficit spending and expanding their currency supplies, doing bailouts, and history shows that there is no example of this turning out well.
It is sometimes amazing that we haven't experienced more inflation than we have. If they keep expanding the money supply so vastly, why aren't our prices growing faster than they really are? And the answer is that a good chunk of the money that the Fed created has been shipped overseas. I remember early in my research, I heard this expression that the Americans have exported their inflation. I thought, what is that? How can you export your inflation? Put it in a box and send it out? What do you do? Well, now I understand. You export your inflation by simply sending all these dollars that you created to these other countries, and then they send you their refrigerators and their cars and whatever, their TV sets. So you get hardware, and they get little pieces of paper. It's a great deal for the American people for a while. For a while. Sooner or later, all of those pigeons come home to roost. When the time comes, as it looks like it's now coming, when the rest of the world is saying, we don't want to play this game anymore, Uncle Sam's dollars are just becoming worthless, there are too many of them, we've got to find something else other than American dollars, then those dollars start to come back to America. People, we don't want them anymore. What do we do with them? Once this revs up and we've got this little trickle of money coming back that we previously exported, once it becomes a flood, and it starts to rush back, now we are getting our former exported inflation brought back to us. And then we'll see the quantity of money inside the United States grow much more rapidly even than the Federal Reserve can create it, because we're getting a previous money back. And that's when we will really see the tanking of the US dollar in terms of what it will buy.
During the second round of quantitative easing, global food prices went up 60%. And this created a humanitarian disaster for the 2 billion people on Earth who live on less than $2 a day. These people were hungry to start with, they became hungrier, and some of them started overthrowing their governments in North Africa and around the Middle East. So quantitative easing was the spark that ignited the Arab Spring. So that's it. When you create money, you get some sort of inflation. It just depends on where the inflation goes.
It's all going down, down, down. Peasants are reeling from a game of coins and crowns.
Given the premise that you have a permanent underclass or poor class, and how does inflation affect them disproportionately? It affects them basically in the percentage of their income that goes to food. And we see this as a ratio, and we know that there are some danger points. For example, in Egypt recently, once that ratio got to 40% of income going to food, and the price was rising due to inflation,
pump it up now, pump it. Get it out.
People actually stayed exactly what was up. The French Revolution, similarly, was all around the price of food, getting to a certain critical point where people simply, the risk-reward for revolution was favorable toward revolution.
When they print it up, then it all goes down.
Well, exactly right, because when you have a runaway inflation, it's punishing the very people who are most productive in society. In other words, the people that produce more than they consume and save the difference. The problem is that those productive people, the savers, save in their national currency. And unfortunately, the national currency is just a fiat piece of paper at this point. So when it's destroyed through runaway inflation, that $100,000 that you were hoping to retire on doesn't exist. And the things that you were going to buy with it and provide for others don't exist either. Now what are you going to do?
So that all seems pretty scary. However, this is going to happen, and you can only play the hand that you're dealt. But the great news is that gold and silver always end up doing an accounting of the expansion of the currency supplies. Basically, the will of the public and the free markets. When governments do this kind of stuff to their currency supply, they debase it. Eventually it comes back in inflation. People sense the loss of their purchasing power. They rush back to gold and silver, and they bid the value of the gold and silver up in the country until it meets or exceeds the value of all the currency in circulation. This is a process that's been going on over and over again throughout history, except this time it's happening on a global scale. It has never before happened in all countries at once. And that means that this is the greatest wealth transfer in history. Therefore, it's the greatest opportunity in history, and it's not going to happen again in your lifetime.
So now we've learned that your true wealth is your time and your freedom. Money is a trading tool that stores the economic energy that is your time and freedom, whereas currencies leak them away. Gold and silver are the ultimate money simply because of their properties. Fiat currencies are based solely on confidence and always return to their intrinsic value of zero. Governments don't like gold because it imposes restraint. Rising prices are a symptom of an expanding currency supply, and gold and silver always account for an expanding currency.
The computer of the future will be as portable as your watch, as personal as your wallet. It'll recognize speech. It just might not do Windows. You can't really say that Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg or Bill Gates or whatever need billions and billions of dollars to motivate them to go to the office and pursue the expansion of Google. That's wrong on its surface. Money in capitalism doesn't go to people who spend it best. It goes to people who can expand it best. The biggest industry in the world is not food or transportation or housing. The biggest industry in the world is currency trading, because governments have persuaded themselves that one of their greatest powers is just to print money. And if governments can print money, money really doesn't mean anything. Blockchain is sometimes called a unity. It's a single technology that addresses a set of serious global crises. Two most serious ones, I think, is the collapse of internet security. The other great hacking scandal in the world is the scandal of money. Money has to reveal prices, not set prices.
The world is changing. Inspiration is everywhere. It has never been so easy to connect, share, and bring people together. We're learning from others and finding the best in ourselves. Challenging our beliefs, sharing our vulnerability, overcoming our fears, transforming ourselves so we can transform the world. How far can we go?
This is London Real. I am Brian Rose. My guest today is...
George Gilder is one of the smartest men I have ever met. For the past 4 decades, he's been talking about economics, political policy. He wrote speeches for President Nixon, and Ronald Reagan quoted his book, Wealth and Poverty, more than any single source. And now he's back with a brand new book called Life After Google that's talking about the future, talking about 5G, the singularity, and more importantly, cryptocurrency and what it means for all of us. I'm telling you, sitting down with George was like being in a time machine and really accessing so much information and just a wealth of knowledge. And I know you're going to enjoy this incredible episode with George Gilder. This is London Real. I am Brian Rose. My guest today is George Gilder, the American investor, writer, economist, and techno-utopian advocate. For the past 4 decades, you've written extensively about technology's key creative role in economic growth and prosperity. Your 1981 best-selling book, Wealth and Poverty, was the most quoted book by Ronald Reagan and defined the economic revolution of his presidency. You're a Forbes magazine contributing editor, and you've written for The Economist, the Harvard Business Review, and the Wall Street Journal. Your latest book, Life After Google, describes a future internet armed with a unique cryptocurrency transaction layer that will provide a new standard for global money. George, welcome to London Real.
Great to be here.
It's great to have you here. First of all, before we get started, I just wanted to let people know we just finished recording a separate video that's not going to be on YouTube. That's all about the internet reboot and some very special investment situations in the 5G space and others. People can click the link below or go to londonreal.tv/reboot to get that free report. I highly recommend that people do that because you have some very interesting takes on some of these companies and technologies. You know, before we get started, George, I wanted to ask you about London. What does this city mean to you? What's it like when you come here? Do you remember the first time you came here? And how's it different than the States?
Well, I love London. Isaac Newton was the master of the mint in London, and lots of people focus on his transformation of physics. But I think his greatest contribution historically was the gold standard. Isaac Newton engineered the gold standard, and most histories of Newton also pretend that the end of his life was sort of wasted, that he spent it doing alchemy. But what he was doing was trying to hack gold. He thought if gold could be demonstrated to be unhackable, then it could be the foundation for a global money, and it could underlie the British Empire. And so what most people thought was a waste of time by Newton was actually critical to 200 years of the greatest prosperity in the history of the human race. And not only did he provide the physics that underlaid the Industrial Revolution, he also provided the monetary structure. And I think today we're in a similar Newtonian moment where blockchain can not only provide the basis for a secure internet for the first time, but also the basis for unhackable money around the world. Now we have a double hacking crisis. The internet's hacked billions of times. And money is being hacked constantly by central bankers around the world. And so I think we're I'm glad to be in London for a new Newtonian moment.
I love it. And I've seen where he's buried in Westminster Abbey, and I never thought of him as kind of an economist as well. But it's great that you say that, and maybe we can get back to the gold standard at some point. You know, just to give people some context, you know, if they don't know already, and I'm sure you've heard this quote, but I'm going to have to say it again. But in your book, Life After Television, which was published over 25 years ago, you said this.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
The computer of the future will be as portable as your watch, as personal as your wallet. It'll recognize speech. It'll navigate streets. It will collect your news and your mail. It just might not do Windows, Microsoft Windows. It'll do doors, open doors to your future. And Steve Jobs took this book and distributed it to his colleagues, I learned recently. And Ari Emanuel read it. And this results in the current Vanity Fair calls me the original gangster futurist of Hollywood, who inspired Ari Emanuel to become the world super agent. So I'm that Life After Television was an important book, and Life After Google I hope will be equally important.
That's incredible. And the more I learn about you, the more I'm kind of blown away with how your mind works to see these things. How do you see something like that way before it even happens?
Because I studied the microchip. I mean, it was really an insight that came from my decision after writing Wealth and Poverty. It sold millions of copies around the world. It was the #1 book in France for 6 months. It was really a global bestseller. And it captivated the Reagan cabinet and Ronald Reagan himself. And I thought I'd done it. So I'd done economics, and now I was going to do technology. And I decided that the most important event in the world was the creation of the integrated circuit. It just seemed to me that the transformation of technology from being pushing and pulling materials from the outside, applying forces to material entities from the outside, had given way to the internal manipulation of matter. And that this opened horizons of new technology that were really unlimited, and the microchip summed it up. And so I wrote a book about the microchip. And once you really understood the microchip, you could see that it had really no obvious limits, and that it would transform all technologies. And certainly anything that could be created in a giant computer could also be created in a handheld device or a watch-sized device. And so that was the source of that particular prediction. But I have had intuitions. I just don't know the real source of them. I mean, I wrote a book called Sexual Suicide in 1970-something, and predicted that the real crisis of the world would be depopulation rather than overpopulation. And that's probably my best prophecy ever. I mean, nobody expected it. Everybody was predicting, a population bomb, a disaster of overpopulation. But the fact is, the real threat to the human race is depopulation resulting from sexual suicide. So this was really a pretty good call back in the 1960s and 70s. And today I'm doing time prices, which really transform economics. And I'm really excited with the discovery that money is time. And maybe I could use some water.
Yeah, there's some right there, exactly. And so from what I understand from your that time theory is you don't look at prices in terms of money, but you use it in the amount of time we sacrifice in order to acquire those goods.
That's right.
It's a completely different perspective.
The real price, the true price of anything is the number of hours of work you have to expend to buy it. And that measure obviates all the complexities of economic analysis summed up in consumer price indices, GDP deflators, purchasing power parities, all the ways that economists try to guess how different currencies relate to one another are transcended by the simple measure of how many hours you have to spend in order to acquire the money to buy anything. And this is hours, minutes, seconds, a universal measuring stick which can be applied to all problems of valuation. And this is, these are the true prices as William Nordhaus sort of half got this idea. He really got the idea and calls time prices the true prices, but then he didn't quite understand the full implications of it.
Based on that framework, how can you look at the economy today versus 1 of 6 years ago? How are we doing?
We're doing fabulously better than than economists believe. Economists are all they're plunged deep into the dismal science again, and they think we're running out of stuff, and they think the climate is collapsing, they think that economies are stagnating, that innovation is slowing, all these beliefs, that interest rates are 0 or below, all these beliefs are disproven by the use of true prices, which is essentially calculated by the nominal GDP, whatever it consists of, and the nominal average wage. You divide one into the other and you get a time price in hours and minutes and seconds, and they define the real values in the economy. And they show, time prices show, that we're in an era of tremendous technological and economic growth and prosperity. We have psychological problems, we have philosophical problems, we have terrible political perplexities, but economic growth is in a great boom, measured by the fact that the average worker every year has to spend less and less time to buy the goods and services that sustain his life, and thus he's released into doing all sorts of new inventive pursuits and opportunities. And I came from China a while back. I've been in China a lot because Life After Google was named the best social science book in China and a bestseller there, so I've been over there. And everybody believes that the Chinese communists have been exaggerating the rate of economic growth in China. But when you estimate it by time prices, the amount of time an average Chinese has to spend to buy anything, Chinese growth has been drastically faster than the communist government claims. And China has been really an economic miracle, unprecedented, ever since its free zone strategy was adopted by Deng Xiaoping in the 1980s.
Okay, well, let's get into the book because there's fascinating stuff here, and you go pretty deep and pretty hard in on Google. I guess you're not going to be invited for Google Talks anytime soon.
Well, I keep getting told I'm going to be invited to Google Talks.
They might actually,
but they haven't done it.
Okay.
They won't do it.
Well, people are going to find out why.
Ray Kurzweil did, however.
He invited you.
You know, Ray Kurzweil. I invited Ray to speak to my conference, and he gave a wonderful speech at my conference, in Seattle.
Okay. All right. So, anyways, and by the way, if anyone's coming in a little bit later, if they want to go ahead and look at this free investment report called Internet Reboots that we've talked about, with your picks on the 5G technology stocks and some other things, they can click on the link below, go to londonreal.tv/reboot, because you have some fascinating ideas when it comes to the investment. Talk about life after Google. You call it Silicon Valley's nervous breakdown, and you say that Google is not just a company, it's a system of the world. I think most people would agree it's ubiquitous, but they wouldn't see it the same way you do, George. How can you explain what the premise is of this?
Well, Google, I call it Google Marxism. And when you think about it, what was the real mistake Marx made, the profound error of Marxism? It was to believe that the Industrial Revolution was a kind of final human achievement, that after the Industrial Revolution, the problem of abundance had been solved, and production was consummated, and the only issue politically was how to distribute the existing abundance. And in other words, he believed that the Industrial Revolution, all those looms and factories and railroads and all the inventions of that era were kind of a final thing, an eschaton. And Google's making the same error, that Silicon Valley is devoted to a similar Marxist mistake. It believes that machine learning, artificial intelligence, robotics, search engines, all biotech, all these breakthroughs of this era are kind of a final thing. And they're going to create machines that usurp human minds and transcend human minds. And all of us are going to be able to retire to tropical beaches while Brin and Page and the Google people fly off with Elon Musk to nearby planets. And machine learning and artificial intelligence inseminates the universe with ever more powerful machines that leave human beings far behind. And I think this is a delusional belief. And it actually has consequences. It results in real errors of policy and errors of business strategy.
Is this because there's a big echo chamber in the valley where people start to, drink their own Kool-Aid and believe they are the masters of the universe and create their own destiny and drag us all along for the ride? Is that what's happening there?
I think it is a kind of delusional religion, I think. It really derives from the sort of bottom-up theory that human beings are merely figments of evolution, the product of a purely random and meaningless process, and that engineers can reproduce far better minds than this random process that's believed to be the source of human capabilities. And so they imagine they can design a better mind. And I've been, I just think this is a delusional belief, and it results in a whole industry focusing on replacing human beings rather than enhancing human beings. And I think that's a losing strategy. Human beings got to support this Silicon Valley venture. And if it's not enhancing their capabilities and expanding their opportunities and improving their lives, they aren't going to support it. And it's not going to work, because the fact is the human mind is the paramount manifestation of intelligence in the universe, and the AI is just a machine that scarcely competes at all.
All right, and you're not impressed with the possibilities of that technology?
No, I am impressed with the possibilities of artificial intelligence, but it's just another step in the computer revolution that we've experienced for decades, and it's achieved tremendous breakthroughs. I mean, artificial intelligence algorithms can now determine protein folds, which are a crucial process in biology, far more effectively than unaided researchers can determine protein folds. Every DNA programs proteins. It assembles 23 amino acids into a variety of proteins. But DNA does not self-evidently show how to fold these proteins in all sorts of intricate shapes. And this has been a big obstacle to success in biotech. And this is an important breakthrough. AlphaFold came from Google, and it's a tremendous achievement, and I'm not denying it. But there's no intelligence in the way we conceive of intelligence in the human mind. The human mind is unique, and this is a machine. A machine is deterministic. Human intelligence manifests itself by unexpected ideas, by the capacity of imagination to conceive of counterfactuals or errors or new propositions that have never been entertained and don't spring from in any sort of predictable way from previous propositions. This is in information theory called entropy. It's unexpected bits, and all information is defined as unexpected bits. If a machine starts doing unexpected things, it's probably broken.
Right. So by definition, it will never have the creativity of a human.
Yeah.
And so by thinking that that is a future possibility, we're making a fatal flaw.
Yeah.
And this company is so ubiquitous in our lives that going down that path can be dangerous to us, is what you're saying.
Yep. Good summary.
What else about Google do we not see it? Like ways that it's in our lives that we don't recognize are potentially dangerous? Is it the big data? Is it the technology that goes with it? Is it the money? What is it?
You know, I really don't worry about Google. Okay. I mean, what I worry about today is this sort of mindless attack on Google that the Federal Trade Commission regards Google as a potential monopoly and is hobbling their prospects. And the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission doesn't like that Google is a meritocracy. They want it to follow all the rules of affirmative action. It doesn't like it that Google only hires the best computer scientists. And so the government and the culture are really attacking these great achievements, and which are just like the previous accomplishments of computer science, and summed up by IBM, for example. IBM was a giant that was attacked by the government as a potential monopoly. And
same with Microsoft.
What?
Same with Microsoft.
And Microsoft. They attack all these companies when they get big, and they're vulnerable when they're big, and the attacks just make them less effective and almost always penalize their competitors more than their own potential. In other words, when the government enters a field with lawyers and bureaucrats and regulators, it makes that field less open and less full of opportunity for small companies and companies that might challenge Google. So Google now has come out against face recognition. Now Google's got face recognition beat. It accomplished face recognition pretty well some time ago, and face recognition is an important, vital technology. But Google's got it. So if it calls on all sorts of investigation and regulation of face recognition, who's going to be hurt? Google won't be hurt. All other companies that might challenge Google or develop better forms of face recognition or apply face recognition more inventively, they're the ones that will be suppressed by having new government regulation of a critical new human possibility.
Okay, so be careful when you go after these companies because you might actually cut out the competitors.
Yeah, that's what you do.
That's what you do.
It's such a lesson of history. Many academics have noticed it, that the big established companies all kind of like regulation. They all kind of absorb the government into their business plans and use these rules as defenses against competition, as barriers to entry for opponents or rivals.
Now, also, a lot of things that Google offers you are free. How do you feel about free, and what should we be wary about when it comes to free?
Well, it's Google's strategy is aggregate and advertise. You assemble ever more customers, and then you advertise to them on the basis of data you collect from them through your search engines and other devices. And when you think about these ads, so-called, that Google is the master of propagating, aren't ads really, they're minuses. Nobody wants to see them most of the time. They actually are value subtracted advertising. And so I worry about a business strategy that's based on giving people what they don't want. And this is particularly acute with mobile ads. Mobile ads, pop-up ads on your smartphone take some 30% of the bandwidth and 30% of your costs of your bandwidth subscription is just to accommodate ads, and they slow down everything else, and they actually impair the functioning of your device. So I think Google faces a real challenge. You know, the statistics are just amazing. you can only, I think it's 0.4% of ads are actually clicked. And of this 0.4%, half of them are clicked by mistake. And so the actual click-through rate is some tiny portion of the total volume of ads that's delivered. And so it's really a fiasco, and it fails the test that I expounded in Life After Television, before Life After Google, that no one, that in this future internet era, where the advertisers would be so well informed about just what you need and what you want, you'd never have to see any advertisements you didn't want to see anymore. And that is being thwarted, not just by Google's strategy, but also by this misunderstanding of what privacy is that's prevalent everywhere. Everybody thinks that privacy has something to do with anonymity. Privacy has to do with identity. And what we need is to have an internet with secure identities that have to be respected, not an internet that allows anonymity, which means an internet that fills up with clutter and criminality.
And what about free services like free email and free videos on YouTube, which is where we're being watched right now?
Yeah.
Well, what is the danger of getting free services and having these things that don't cost money?
Well, it just means that the vendors of these services don't have any real customers. It's all this feed the horses to feed the flowers, or to, it's all these circuitous ways to avoid having real customers to whom you owe something, and including a secure connection, and from whom you are constantly learning how to satisfy their needs better. So I think it's free goods are really, it's a deception. They've caused a lot of resentment, actually, because they place a focus on this collection of information, which is ordinarily perfectly acceptable, but which, when it's combined with free goods and lots of advertising that you don't want to see, it seems somehow a scandal. And but I think I'm for micropayments, I'm for ways of collecting money from particular customers. And I'm spending a lot of time in China. I noticed that the big China internet companies only get 10 to 15% of their revenues from advertising, while Google and Facebook get 90% and more of their revenues from advertising. And I think the American model is deeply vulnerable, and the idea that these American companies can be harassed and fined and litigated and sued constantly and subjected to these Byzantine privacy rules, such as the new California law that really defends the big companies, because small companies really have tremendous problems complying with a mass of specific and complex regulations. And yeah, they exempt some small companies, but in the end, if you are going to challenge the incumbents, you've got to get sort of big, and as soon as you get big, you face this sudden onset of thousands of regulations, which are all based on technologies that are past, or political prejudices or misconceptions, and it's destructive.
Yeah, like you said, when something's free, it almost goes back to a barter economy, and then
that's right.
And then you don't know what's on the other side in this case, and then also you're not a customer, so you don't feel like you have rights. You just pay for something. So who is the customer? It's not obvious. So the whole psychology of the transaction becomes flawed. You almost don't have any more rights anymore. That's what you don't like about free. Right?
Good statement. Well put.
And the internet popularized it, and Google made it more popular than ever with free Gmail, free free YouTube, free all of this stuff. And we haven't really properly thought out the ramifications of that. That's what you're saying.
And I also believe that these big companies can really launch all sorts of new projects and new businesses without any real commitment to whether they succeed or not. And capitalism thrives through a learning process. Economic growth is really learning. It's an increase of knowledge. That's what economic growth is about. And if you don't have any prices, you really miss that learning process. And so you become kind of a big sterile company like a government. And that's what I fear in Google, that they're launching self-driving cars and spaceships and live forever calico programs and not to mention all their searches and maps and everything else. But they don't have a real economic set of constraints from which they can learn by serving particular customers who pay them money. So I think that ultimately Google is hurt by its free strategy.
That's a fascinating way. You once said that you completely agree with Peter Thiel on the thesis that technology progress is not inevitable. It's the product of human creativity, which a lot of people would be surprised at. And you said if creativity didn't come as a surprise, we wouldn't need it and socialism would work. Is this missed sometimes by people out there?
Yeah, well, I think it is. Today, a lot of people in Washington actually imagine that we can't compete with the Chinese economy because the Chinese subsidize a lot of their companies, or the Chinese have top-down rules and that Communist Party regulations that actually render them more potent competitors. The fact is that that's the big vulnerability of China. To the extent that the Communist Party really does interfere ever more deeply in their economy, the future of their enterprise is hurt. And today the biggest threat is the Communist Party is actually reaching down and forcing companies to fire their owner CEOs if they get uppity, if they seem to emerge as too important figures like Jack Ma, who the founder chief of Alibaba. One of the great companies in world history is Alibaba, which made a tremendous contribution to Chinese growth. And Jack Ma is still a pretty young man, and he now works for some UN agency because allegedly because communist apparatchiks forced Alibaba's board to kick him out. And that's a really alarming development. And there's several other leading business figures who've been forced out of their companies by political interference, and I think it's a real danger to China.
Right, so you need that creativity and the capitalism.
Yeah.
Capitalism has to be there because you must be rewarded with monetary gain for great ideas. So it can't be in a free system of Google, that will retard it, and the socialism will retard it, and the communism does because, like you said, those outliers, they get quieted, so they won't get the innovation they really need.
Yeah, I think that's right. I also think that it's important, crucial to my understanding of capitalism, is that capitalism is not primarily an incentive system. It's not a scheme of carrots and sticks, rewards and punishments, by which good behavior or profitable behavior is rewarded and mistakes are punished. That whole model is a sort of mechanistic model of the economy. And I believe that capitalism is chiefly not an incentive system, but an information system. And that wealth is chiefly knowledge. And you can see this if you realize that Neanderthal in his cave, as Thomas Sowell wrote decades ago, has all the resources, all the material resources that we have today. The difference between our age and the Stone Age is not more resources, it's more knowledge. And that's what wealth really is. And growth is learning. And it's growth is the increase in knowledge. And the rules of learning are really defined by the scientific method. Business ventures, every business venture is the entrepreneurial test of an idea. And unless it can fail, it can't, unless it's falsifiable in terms of the scientific method, it can't succeed either. That's one of the problems with the Google strategy of depending entirely on these third parties who buy advertising. You have to be able to fail. When government tries to guarantee economic growth, it prohibits it, because you can't guarantee an imaginative process of surprising creativity.
And then that idea can't stand on its own two legs, and you never know if it's real.
No.
And so, interesting, capitalism isn't about, like you said, carrots and sticks. It's not even about money. It's about information and the collection of great ideas, and that's what creates the wealth.
That's right.
But people miss that, and they see money in the capitalism. But that's not correct.
No, that is not.
The invisible hand isn't about money. The invisible hand promotes a great idea.
You know, this whole business should have failed a long time ago, this mode of argument. You can't really say that Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg or Bill Gates or whatever need billions and billions of dollars to motivate them to go to the office and pursue the expansion of Google. That's just wrong on its surface. They can.
To continue watching the rest of the episode for free, visit our website londonreal.tv or click the link in the description below.
Welcome to my party.
This is Digital. Welcome back to the show, everybody. You can follow me on Twitter at BackupBradleyAbove and everything that we're talking about here today. Okay, so we have a lot to take apart today, and we're going to take apart some general news, and then we're going to look at the idea of XRP really truly being a new source of money, a new form of money that has been created. I certainly believe that XRP is a currency, a bridge currency. I don't believe it's a replacement to any one dollar on the planet. I believe it's actually a complement or a supplement to global trade and settlement between currencies of the world. So let's go ahead and get started with the news. I think you're going to like the stuff today because there is a much bigger plan, and I really do believe that, and we're going to talk about the idea of that plan today. So first of all, shout out to Michael Val, 5 Links, XRP Crypto Wolf, DJ Peter Vass, and I think it's Desura Jesus. I have to say a big thank you to him and XR2D2, probably the greatest name in Twitter. So let's go ahead and get to this. So, oh, and before that, we got to do the numbers, guys. Unstoppable Domains, guys. I'm still working. I'm going to celebrate some of you guys and highlight some of your .cryptos that you've been buying, because I know that you guys have some fantastic ones. I can tell you that I'm very excited. My oldest brother and I have bought some that are relative to the state of Maryland where we're in, and taking that municipality approach to that whole idea of buying .cryptos, and we're extremely excited, and not too long from now I'm going to tell you all about it. I'm actually working right now to be able to have a direct conversation. I've been having some back and forth with OpenSea and Unstoppable Domains and trying to set up a way that we can really help us all. So hang in there, keep those names coming, and it's exciting. It's exciting. So, all right, so here we go. The numbers are brought to you by Unstoppable Domains. The Bitcoin price right now is $10,876.30. Ethereum, $363.72. XRP is 24 cents. Let's go ahead and drill down on this. So the market cap is 10.9 billion. The 24-hour is down 2.3%. The 24-hour dollar amount is 1.69, almost 1.7 billion. And the total circulating supply, which changed yesterday, is 45 billion. 42 million plus. Those are your numbers. So let's go ahead and get into this quickly. So look, things are moving forward and things are growing rapidly today. Bitcoin, BAX Bitcoin futures market registered a new all-time high with almost 16,000 contracts added during the day. The figure amounts to over $200 million worth of trading volume as per BAX. So let's keep that going, and congratulations to BAX on that. Now this is where we want to start diving in here. So according to CoinDesk, there is a leaked draft proposal the EU Commission may be rolling out an all-encompassing set of regulations covering the trading of digital assets. Let's take a look at this article really quickly. It's very good. Europe's European Markets in Crypto Assets, MiCA, draft legislation provides legal certainty around crypto assets, cryptocurrency, security tokens, and stablecoins along the same lines as Europe's Market in Financial Instruments Directive, known as MiFID. There's more acronyms in this space than you could shake a stick at. A legal framework of securities market and investment intermediaries and trading venues. The takeaways is that Europe intends to treat crypto the same as any other regulated financial instrument, which undoubtedly will provide legal clarity. The unknown is whether that may stifle the nascent and fast-moving space. Now, this is something we've been waiting for, or certainly I have. Look, the libertarian in me wishes everything could be decentralized and there would be no this and that, and you know the beautiful picture, but I think it's unrational. I think it's unreasonable to think that governments are going to sit around and let any of that happen to any great degree, right? So the reality is that, we need government regulatory framework, whether you like it or not, and that is going to bring the masses comfortably into the space and the institutional money. So that will build services and products to bring the masses, right? So, all right, the MiCA proposal.
With Fundrise, real estate invest.
With a broad definition of crypto assets and a base set of rules that apply to the issuers of those assets and service providers. The latter is more or less in line with the Financial Action Task Force. Well, there's something I've been driving home for a long time. Definition of virtual asset service provider, known as a VASP, right? This is a particular focus on stablecoins in Europe, which are defined as either asset reference tokens or e-money tokens. Now, they do drill down into this quite a bit, and they talk about how those stablecoins that rely on a basket of currencies or are based by referenced or to other assets, whether that's another crypto or another kind of asset, they will be classed as asset reference tokens. Jones said in an interview essentially that the subgroup that behaves like e-money will be sucked into the existing e-money framework, while those that are asset referenced have a load of extra rules on top of the base rules. So clearly this is targeting stablecoins, and particularly global stablecoins. And this makes a lot of sense because they want to make sure that, if this is going to be a stablecoin or there's going to be a global stablecoin and it's going to be asset backed in some way, whether it's a basket or what have you, it better be backed enough to support every single transaction and not fractional, that's for sure. The attention to stablecoin chimes to comments made last Friday at an informal meeting of 5 European finance ministers in Berlin, which features calls for clear regulatory oversight over asset-backed coins like Libra. In addition to provide legal certainty around all crypto assets, another core tenet of the proposed regulation is apparently to support innovation. There will be many who will question that, said Jones, citing recent explosion in decentralized finance, DeFi, as an example of innovation involving the issuance of blockchain tokens that could be curtailed in Europe. Now, let me speak to DeFi for a second, because yesterday, I had the opportunity to speak with Brian Kerr from Kava Lab. Shout out to Brian, he's amazing. And VJ also as well, who was amazing in response to the questions that I asked. And I will get that clip for you probably later today or tuck it in a newsletter so you can see. But as developers, they are not concerned about what regulators think about decentralized finance. I'm going to say it again. As developers of a DeFi platform, they're not concerned what regulators think. So basically, as a developer, they're developing this thing, and here's this beautiful thing that people can use. Then it becomes up to, and I'll give an example, like Binance, to use it and add it as an add-on feature to their platform, so an ancillary product to the industry that they serve. That becomes an extra feature that they can now offer. And because Binance will be KYC, AML, whitelisting you as a customer, then you can then use the DeFi platform because there is this AML KYC firewall between that actual DeFi platform and the user customer who needs to have that information put forth. So that I thought was extremely interesting, that they don't focus on the regulator, they focus on just developing this amazing platform and then let everyone else figure out how to work that in to their business model. So I think the thing to watch out for as we evolve going further into this is how does DeFi and the regulatory bodies of the world get along when we start to see DeFi graduate to a standalone business model, as well as where it is today, where it interfaces as a option or a feature, a drop-down feature in something like a Binance. We're going to keep an eye on that because I don't think that talk is over by a long shot. In fact, I think it's just getting started. So among many regulatory obligations that will impose on crypto asset users, service providers in the European Union is needed to incorporate it as a legal entity and service providers to have registered office in a member state. There can be little doubt that MiCA will present significant challenges for those involved in DeFi projects. The quid pro quo, Jones added, is the sort of regulatory clarity that is likely entice more institutions institutional investment into the crypto space. By making crypto just like everything else in the traditional world, you make it easier for the traditional world to accept it. Oh, it feels so good to hear someone else say that, because it's exactly what we've been talking about here largely on this channel. So I would probably say from the draft that it will favor the banks, the traditional investment firms, where the big money is and all the customers are. The incumbents will have an advantage in a number of respects, which I'm sure is not the intention, but will be the short to medium term impact. It says 168-page set of draft rules, which Brussels said would come out in September, will not likely transition into EU law until 2022. At the earliest, as an EU regulation, it will be directly applicable throughout the EEA without the need of national legislation. There you have it. It says here, summing it up, Jones said that the new regulation will probably create something of a bifurcation for crypto space. In a sense, crypto has benefited for much less of the last decade from being largely in a gray area. She said, but now you have very clear set of rules and you are either in or you're out. There you go. All right, so let's keep that going, because we remind everybody, we covered this yesterday, that at the same time, just happens to be at the same time on the other side of the world, that U.S. state bank regulators agreed to a single set of rules for fintech and crypto firm licensing. Well, isn't that convenient? They just happen to have this happening at the same time. We know that Brian Brooks is rolling out a federal charter for the federally chartered banks. I covered yesterday that FinCEN released basically like a catch-all for anybody that is a bank or a non-bank that is not federally chartered, to absolutely make sure that they are KYC and AML as well, and that same umbrella of framework is encompassing everyone from the federally chartered banking system to anyone that sits just outside of that realm. So FinCEN making that change and that verbiage to encompass those, and now we see this happening as a rollout between 48, what I understand to be 49 states now. And I find this remarkable, and it benefits companies just like Coinbase and Ripple. Okay, so as things are rolling out, we also are reminded, and we talked about this as well, but this is a reminder that the glue between the traditional markets and the traditional firms and legacy firms of the world that don't have the updates, don't have they haven't quite gotten where they need to be, can get a hold of PayID, and they will join all payment networks and standards together and link crypto payment platforms with those that only use traditional fiat money. Here is the glue between the regulatory side encompassing the banks and the federal institutions or the institutions in the federally chartered banks and the non-banks and this, that, and the other. All of the regulatory is rolling out from EU side of the world to the US, and then we see PayID here to be able to join together and bridge fiat and cryptocurrencies payments globally. Remarkable. And PayID is started by Ripple. PayID trademark is held by Ripple. Just throwing that out there. So shout out to Brad Garlinghouse and Michael Val 5 links for this one. Garlinghouse claims that he is disappointed by the government's flip-flop on crypto that is hamstringing the industry. Excuse me. He adds that India has one of the biggest unbanked and underbanked populations. And he's absolutely right. And it is terrible to see this happen. But I'll tell you something. I don't think this stays this way for long. Because this is, what is India going to become, the Bryant Gumbel about the internet when it came about? Who's going to use that? Listen, innovation and technology waits for no one. And Jay Clayton understood that and said it in a congressional hearing when he was at the SEC there. So, the reality here is that, I think India, whether it's sooner or later, is going to understand whether you like the idea of this or not, you don't want to get behind. And just like we can see that through a public and private relationship between the U.S. government and, let's say, Ripple, they could easily leapfrog to the front of the pack to be in this fintech blockchain crypto race, right? So I see here, I see this as temporary. We'll keep an eye on it, but I see it as temporary. But while this is happening, let's take a look around the world for a second. What's going on? We see Neil Duncan here. Shout out to Neil Duncan. Why is Steve Mnuchin in every event held by the president? Why is he sitting right in the middle of this peace deal with Israel, the UAE, and Bahrain? Is it normal for the U.S. Treasury to be right in the middle of everything like this? Well, I don't think it's unusual. But what I do find unusual is that it's a peace deal, right? It's a peace deal between 7 to 9 countries in the Middle East to seek peace with Israel. And this is a very big deal. And I have to tell you, why now? I have to ask, why now? It is exciting to see this. I have no problem. I don't care who's in charge of whatever. If you can get peace in the Middle East between Israel and the Middle East, my goodness. we'll take it. I know I will. I want to see peace everywhere, right? So, but here's the reality. I have to think to myself, because there has been a global shutdown. There's been a deliberate shutdown of the economy, globally speaking. And the reality to me is that, you know, how I feel about pre-allocation with new money like XRP and the advantages that it can have because it's a cross-border solution to the world, that I tend to think there's a great possibility that this could be a part of that peace deal, that everyone receives some new money that could accelerate the economies for all winners. All countries could be winners, right? So
I want to share the number one reason why you may have lost money with cryptocurrency. Now, I don't know what I'm doing with the lighting, but I do know what I'm doing with crypto.
look, is this speculation? You better believe it is. But I do believe that there is allocated XRP that has been spread around the world to the proper entities in the proper areas of the world, because it ain't money unless everybody agrees that it's money. And if everybody agrees that it's money, it might be just one of the many big bargaining chips that would bring you to the table for a peace deal. And why do I say that? Because it's not just about the Middle East. Well, Jim Rickards puts a post here and says there's one story that may be bigger than the elections, the riots, and the pandemic. But it will take a few years to play out. The U.S. will convert China's $1.2 trillion of treasury notes to a trust fund for patients or victims of the pandemic and for economic damages. Bye-bye China reserves. Now, I don't know if he's being tongue-in-cheek here with what he's saying, but what I wanted to build on this idea is, let's just take it for what it is and say that that happens. The U.S. will convert China's $1.2 trillion of treasury notes to a trust fund for the pandemic victims. Listen, if they do that, right, there's a problem. There's a question you have to answer here, because one, if you just take that away, you run the risk of a physical war, right? You understand that, right? So at the end of the day, if you're going to, let's just say this leans in, let's say this leans into the NESARA GESARA talk that people have had for a long time about a debt jubilee. Well, the question remains, as co-host Cryptopolis and myself have discussed many times on this show, how do you make the bondholder whole again? Because you're just not going to take $1.2 trillion worth of their bonds away and say 90-90 boo-boo. That's going to cause a big physical conflict, and nobody wants that. However, again, leaning into the speculation and the theory and the idea of pre-allocation, if XRP was pre-allocated to a certain degree to these countries like China and some of these other players of the world, then maybe that's how you make them whole again. Because once we see all of this get the classification that it needs, so banks and the financial institutions, and you know the drill, can all begin using it in grand scale, it will drive the asset extremely high in price to serve the liquidity needs and the utility of the world for cross-border payments, from everything from derivatives to the FX market to cross-border remittances and beyond. Just a thought. Now, moving into this idea, now Ripple partners with AirWallex, partners with WeChat, and launched a new solution that works with payments made through MasterCard, Visa bank cards in the UK and Europe. Now, what's interesting about this is that AirWallex partners with WeChat, which is a Ripple partner. Ripple is an American company. AirWallex is partnered with WeChat. WeChat is out of China, right? That's huge, it's hugely used in China. Since its loss in 2011, in fact, China as Wexin, I guess is how you would say it, has evolved from a messaging app to a service platform, and has more than 1 billion users, mainly in China. And they find it hard to live without it. Now, do you think if this was really a scenario that was going to happen here, where they're going to just convert those treasuries without making them whole somehow? First of all, there'd be a physical conflict. That'd be a problem. But if they do make them whole, and they use something like pre-allocated XRP in this in some way as a part of the deal, then I would say it's not really hard to believe that you would see an American company have indirect ties with such an important service platform that is tied to more than 1 billion users in China. Because if there was a problem, I don't think China would be having any of it
XRP
at all.
Family? Thank
Now,
you all for watching.
more good news.
Let's
Swiss banking
go
giant
down
unites
into
Ripple and
this
Swift on one platform. But we saw this a little while ago. This is not the first time we saw this, but the Swiss cloud service makes Swift and Ripple a choice of RippleNet on that network. So for payment solutions. So that's exciting. But look at what we're looking at here. Regulations are rolling out. There are constant announcements that are happening about more connections and more market infrastructure, more plugging into RippleNet, more plugging into the use of ODL or potential into further, in the.
We haven't seen that in a while, and we don't have. Family, thank you all for watching. Let's go ahead and dive into this bullish content. Family, I'm super duper excited today, man. We are almost at a $600 billion market cap, family. Are you ready? It's about to go down, family. It's $600 billion market cap. We haven't seen that in a while. And we don't have long to go before we reach the all-time high of market caps around 800, 900 billion. So where do you think we're going to go from there? You think we're going to just hit that mark and stay there forever? Of course not, family. This is a new asset class, and we're here to see new gains, man. Look at the market. Almost everything is in the green. Profit is being made right now. Bitcoin at 19,000, Ethereum at 600, XRP at 64, almost 65 cents. Come on, family. The time is now. It's time to get excited. I know so many people are excited with me right now, and that's why I'm glad we're all in this space, taking advantage of this opportunity and making some good money, man. But you know, with this excitement comes a whole lot of pessimism, man. You know, there's just some people that just can't be excited. It's just not in their genetic makeup. They just don't live to be excited at all. They just live to be down in the dumps and a negative Nancy and just pessimistic all the doggone time. So, but it's okay. You know, like I say, it's not for everybody, okay? This movement, this new asset class, this opportunity is not for everybody. There will be people that get on board and they're just like that. That's just who they are as a person. There's nothing we can do about that but continue to be optimistic. Now let's look at XRP's price right here, sitting at 65 cents. I'm excited for this.
Google Fi, a phone plan by Google. Stay connected with full-speed hotspot tethering. So no Wi-Fi? No problem. You'll have the coverage you need.
Like I said yesterday, 65 cents was my target that we need to break in order for me to get more bullish and see us shoot up and go into that 70 cents, up into that 80 cents, and potentially that dollar range. And also, I said once we pass 65 cents, I was going to start that live stream. But the reason why I haven't started it is because multiple times XRP broke above this, but still came back down. So I'm looking forward to XRP breaking this and staying above 65 cents. We already broke it, right? But I'm looking for it to stay above that 65 cent area so that I can start that live stream. We could get bullish. We could bring out the horns. We could chant bullish all day long, scream bullish till everybody hates us, man. That's what I'm looking forward to. And I'm looking forward to this price increase. Like I said, the entire market is looking like it's in the green. Everything wants to go up right now. I'm looking forward to these higher prices, man. I don't know about everybody else. I can't speak for everybody else, but I'm truly looking forward to higher prices when it comes to XRP and the crypto market in general. Like I've said before, I want the entire crypto market to do good, because guess what? That's just gonna help out other cryptos, man. So I'm really looking forward to this. I'm excited, man. Y'all know what it is. I'm bullish. You can call me a permabull. You can call me somebody that's always bullish. I don't care. I'm guilty as charged. I will take that title, man. I'm with that 100%. Why? Because we're making money, okay? And what's wrong with making money? Absolutely nothing, man. Look at this right here, family. Shout out to XRP Crypto Wolf. Ripple intends to promote the use of XRP as a bridge asset between CBDCs. Hold up. This is just pure speculation right here, family. Let's get into the use case, all right? Ripple's general manager of RippleNet, Ashko Blue, Ashish Burla, said, I think RippleNet can actually take these local CBDCs and bridge them to make money move more efficiently. I'm telling y'all, family, we haven't seen anything yet when it comes to price. These prices that we see right here, yes, it's great that a lot of us are in the green. Yes, it's great that a lot of us are making money, but we haven't seen the massive wealth yet. I'm telling you, once we start to see XRP's use.
Hey there, Kyle Dennis here with you. I've made over
implemented, man. we're going to be in for a show, okay? And I know, like myself, a lot of you guys are going to be shocked at what happens next. Now let's look at this. Can RippleNet bridge local CBDCs efficiently? This exec thinks so. With the crypto market rally finally gathering steam over the past few months, many expect the likes of Ripple to take the next step forward. A similar thought process was recently shared by Ashish Burla, GM of RippleNet, after he appeared on the latest edition of the Lend Academy podcast to explain why Ripple's line of credit product may be poised to capture a new market. Now I want to skip all that and go down to this quote right here. I think RippleNet can actually take these local CBDCs and bridge them to make money move more efficiently. Man, when XRP starts bridging CBDCs, we're going to see a whole new world, man. We're going to see something that we've never seen before. And I truly believe a lot of people aren't ready for it. I'm not even talking about the masses that haven't even heard of XRP, aren't even invested in this new asset class. I'm talking about people with XRP bags that have been in this space for a while, that know this information. They're still going to be shocked. And I'm one of them. I'm going to be shocked when it happens because we've been talking about this for so long, but we never truly, there's a lot of people that never truly actually believe it will happen as soon as it will happen. Like Christine Lagarde said, man, happen sooner, happen fast, right? Happen way faster than a lot of people think, okay? Further, the exec claimed that Ripple has repositioned itself well with respect to building out RippleNet's decentralized network as it works towards linking domestic CBDCs and making them more efficient. The assumption here is that Ripple intends to promote the use of XRP as a bridge asset between CBDCs, with the company even moving to hire a senior director of central bank engagements for the sole purpose of executing this strategy. And everybody, all the haters love to say that central banks aren't going to touch XRP. Central banks aren't going to use it. XRP won't be used at all. It's just a trash coin. It's a scam coin, whatever the case, man. Why do you think Ripple is working with these central banks? Why would they just be working with them for no reason? If Ripple is a massive supporter of XRP, right? One of the largest holders of XRP. They have interest in XRP, right? They want to see XRP's value increase. Why would they be working with these central banks for fun, for show? They have a massive plan that is getting ready to be implemented. It's getting ready to be put in place. And this is part of the plan, bridging these assets. XRP is a bridge asset that will bridge all assets. It's only a matter of time. Some people can't see it, but like I said, man, it's not meant for them. Shout out to XRP Crypto Wolf. Once again, FX Coin is getting ready to start a demonstration experiment using XRP for settlement of claims, debts, and liabilities between Sumitomo Corporation and SBI Group companies. XRP will be tested to reduce the risk of price volatility for digital currencies. And that's another use case for XRP, man. XRP is that bridge. When you think about XRP, think about a bridge, okay? You take one thing, you put it on the bridge, you move it to the other side. That is what XRP is capable of doing. Some people can't see that, man. It's sad. It really, truly is sad. Now, look at this from Christine Lagarde, man. Pay attention. As we enter the digital age, that's what we're moving into. I told y'all multiple times on this channel, the world is moving completely digital. We hear it here from Christine Lagarde. As we enter the digital age, the nature of money is changing. Everything we know about money is changing. For example, it's going from physical to digital. You gotta realize that. You gotta understand that. You have to know that. Otherwise, you will be left behind, not just in this new asset class, this crypto space, but when it comes to transacting in general in the future. You have to keep up and adapt with the times, or else you're going to get left behind. She said the ECB must ensure that payments in
My first Zoom glam party on Portal. Now, I need a super cute virtual holiday.
remain innovative and highly trusted by all Europeans. You have to continue to innovate. There's no way around it. And what she means by that is there's going to be a CBDC implemented, period. That's the innovation. That's the innovative part of what she's talking about. Digital payments, faster payments, making everything move so much more seamlessly and efficient. That's what we're going to get from this digital age that she's talking about, and how the nature of money is changing. Everything we knew about money is being transformed right now, today. And when you talk about this to people, they turn the other way. Why? Because they don't care. They don't see the purpose of any of this. They don't see the purpose in learning about any of this. They don't see it changing their life at all. But it will change every single person's life on this planet. I guarantee it. This new digital age is going to change everybody's lives because we will have to use this new technology in order to live. Period. Think about the older generations nowadays, right? They have to adapt to computers, to phones, to emails, to all things dealing with technology because that's just how we go about our everyday lives nowadays. Now, some of them, they don't want to do it. They're stubborn. They're saying, I'm not getting no phone. I'm not sending no email. But everything moves so much slower and takes so much longer. Everything's speeding up right now. And that's coming from this new technology. And guess what, family? We're invested in this new technology. Now, finally, I want to show y'all this, man. Christine Lagarde gave congratulations to Janet Yellen on her nomination as U.S. Treasury Secretary. She says her intelligence, tenacity, and calm approach make Janet a trailblazer for women everywhere. And she says, I look forward to tackling yet again the global economic challenges we are facing together. Things are changing, okay? We're moving into 2021. There's about to be some massive shifts taking place in this paradigm, okay? We are seeing a shift in the paradigm. You better hop on this boat because it's maritime, okay? I truly believe we're getting ready to see a massive regulatory shock that's going to shift this entire market for the better and have it become legitimized, okay? This nascent market is about to be sitting side by side with the rest of traditional markets, and we're about to see a massive influx of money come into this market as people become more aware of what's actually happening in the world around them. As people start to wake up, more money will be made, and those of us, the early majority that are in this space now, we will be eating, family, I mean eating off of everybody else as they come into this market. It's a given. It's going to happen. Now look at this right here. XRP's price shooting up. I think I might have to shoot this live stream. I'm gonna go ahead and end this video here just so I can take a closer look at these prices and get everything started. I'm bullish, family. I'm truly bullish for what's getting ready to come next. I know some people say they won't get excited until XRP reaches $1, $3. That's fine. I'm excited now. I'm gonna be excited now. Pump it. Get an and pump it. Man, because I know where this space is going, and I know that not only is money being made, but wealth is being generated from this new asset class. And guess what? We're all here before everybody else. Don't that make you bullish, family? That makes me super bullish, family. Thank you all for watching. If you like this video, smash that like button. You want to see more content like this, subscribe to the channel. And if you want to be instantaneously notified when I drop more content like this, hit that notification bell so you can make that a reality.
30 years ago with Life After Television. And Life After Television came back this year, and Satoshi is coming back this year big time with Bitcoin SV. Vanity Fair made me an original gangster futurist this year. It's been quite an inspiring experience, and based on Life After Television and its impact on Ari Emanuel and his Endeavor agency in Hollywood, introducing Ari to streaming back in the 1990s. But the real original gangster futurist I met in London and had a 2.5-hour dinner with him and learned that this is Bitcoin's original Craig Wright Satoshi. And there he is in Back to the Future, The Ride, as Dr. Brown. Back to the Future, The Ride was one of my favorite, well, Back to the Future was one of my favorite movies, and Back to the Future, The Ride was designed in my offices in Housatonic, Massachusetts, and and is the first chapter of Life After Google. But here's the man, the original gangster, and his blockchain can address the two great crises of the world economy today. And I'm not talking about any COVID, I'm talking about the porous internet, the internet pyramid, which, where all the money and power and data rises to the top, where it can be hacked. And Ponzi money, where currency trading is the world's leading industry, and it doesn't even provide stable or reliable money. So Satoshi's blockchain can address both these two crises of the world economy and really launch a new era, because the politicians aren't going to do it, folks. It's got to be the inventors, the creators, the original gangsters out there creating a new world economy and a new internet founded on public keys and private keys rather than obsolete URLs that all the politicians think they own. So here we have this twofold scandal of global money and internet security, and Satoshi's blockchain is a kind of unity in the terms of Daniel Patrick Moynihan that defined new inventions that solve many problems at once and thus have an inexorable momentum that sweeps through the world. And the scandal of floating money is just unbelievable. In the last 3 years, between 2016 and 2019, the Bureau for Bank for International Settlements counts it up every 3 years. And in the last 3 years, currency trading increased 30%, from 5.1 trillion a day every 24 hours to 6.6 trillion every 24 hours. And did we get a great world economy out of this? No, we got a COVIDious, panicked, stupid world economy where everybody wears a mask. This is the scandal of floating money. We got to rip the mask off our money. So this is the first great crisis that can be solved by this one chain around the world. And the second great scandal is internet security, where 2019 was the worst year for breaches by a factor of 4, while every year we spend 20 or 30% more money on internet security. And today there are hundreds of companies emerging to provide new patchwork for the global internet. Retro rear-view mirror security that it is defined by closing the barn door after the horses all get out. I was brought up in a farm. Anyway, so the sign of a broken paradigm is the more money you spend, the worse are the results, and this is what we've got today. Internet security spending, the exploding breaches, currency trading increases 30% every 3 years, and we get trade wars and monetary conflicts. This is a broken paradigm, and Satoshi Vision is an integrated, beautiful new paradigm for the world economy and the world internet, Satoshi's blockchain. It all is part of what I call a new theory of economics, the information theory of economics, which begins with the proposition that wealth is knowledge. A lot of people think wealth is resources, or wealth is money, or wealth is greed, or wealth is something else. But what wealth is knowledge. Thomas Sowell, way back in 1971, said it in his book, Knowledge and Decisions. The Neanderthal in his cave had all the physical resources we have today. The difference between our age and the Stone Age is entirely the growth of knowledge. If wealth is knowledge, what's economic growth? Growth is learning. And it's a special kind of learning, experimental, entrepreneurial learning by companies that can fail, that have Popperian falsifiability. They can go bankrupt. When government tries to guarantee growth, it kills growth. Growth is learning, finding unexpected things. And that's the heart of information theory, is that information is surprisal, is unexpected bits. And finally, if resources are abundant, knowledge is abundant, learning is abundant, what is scarce? What regulates the processes of learning and accumulation of knowledge? And that is time. Time is what remains scarce when everything else grows abundant. Money is time. It's tokenized time. It's time rendered fungible to be incorporated in transactions on one chain around the world economy. And we have a time price revolution that's a great vindication of the proposition that money is time. True prices are measured by the number of hours and minutes a typical worker has to spend to buy something. Vanished are all the consumer price indices, the GDP deflators, the purchasing power parities, all the hedonic adjustments, all these apparatus that preoccupies economists around the world and leads to just drastically wrong conclusions. Time of learning and accumulation of knowledge, and that is time. Time is what remains scarce when everything else grows abundant. Money is time. It's tokenized time. It's time rendered fungible to be incorporated in transactions on one chain around the world economy. And we have a time price revolution that's a great vindication of the proposition that money is time. True prices are measured by the number of hours and minutes a typical worker has to spend to buy something. Banished are all the consumer price indices, the GDP deflators, the purchasing power parities, all the hedonic adjustments, all these apparatus that preoccupies economists around the world and leads to just drastically wrong conclusions. Money is time, and time prices, the amount of time it takes a worker to earn the money to buy anything is the real price. That's what you pay. When you run out of money, you're actually running out of the time to earn the money to buy what you want to buy. And gold was the original time price. The time it took to mine gold hardly has changed in 1,000 years. As technology advances, the gold to be mined becomes more attenuated and more difficult to extract. And so the fact is that the panhandler in the gold rush in California with a sieve and a pick and a pan could mine gold just as fast as one of these gigantic new automated mines that takes 10 years to open and has to pursue gold at much deeper depths. Time is money, gold is time. And time prices show that this abundance that I've been describing, that humans are minds, not just mouths. When the world population has grown 71% since 1980. But what's happened to commodities? We've had this vast expansion of population. All these population bomb theorists and scarcity and sustainability gurus all say that population growth strains the planet, exhausts resources. As world population grows, resources become more abundant because resources come from mines, human mines. And since 1980, world time price abundance has increased 518%. Everything's more abundant except intelligence in the political classes. And this is the abundance index from Tupy and Pooley, the two great economists who've been developing time prices for the last several years. And it's got a book coming out next year that beautifully expounds the theory of time prices, which is really the heart of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin represents time in the economy, the scarcity of time. So we have systems of the world. And a system of the world is a set of ideas that inform a society's technology and culture. And Google's system of the world, we know it's search and satisfy, it's big data, it's cloud computing, it's machine minds, all for free. And but in a big event, in January 10th, 2009, Satoshi Nakamoto launched the Bitcoin program as a new system of the world, an alternative to the culture of money manipulation that caused the crash of 2008. And Zhou Zhaochuan, the great central banker in China, gave a speech to the World Bank, I believe, at a couple months later, and urged end freely floating currencies, create a new global money based in part on gold, a new visionary first step for a new system of the world. And 10 years later, a decade later, China, under Xi, adopted blockchain as a core technology, a great triumph for its inventor, Satoshi. As blockchain triumphed in what's pretty close to the world's biggest economy today, if it is the world's biggest economy, and a leading technology spearhead. And while the U.S. Congress and U.S. politicians quail in fear before Facebook's Libra or Bitcoin marketplaces, China has now launched a new cryptocurrency based on blockchains. And some 800 billion transactions during the COVID crisis in China through Tencent, using and testing the new cryptocurrency based ultimately on Satoshi's insights. And just a couple days ago, the news source in China proclaimed that cryptocurrency was the best performing asset in China this year. And so we're moving from the microcosm and the telecosm into the cryptocosm. And this will not be a slow change. We've been working on this for decades now, and the excitement that now accompanies the eruption of Satoshi's vision around the world is becoming increasingly evident. Systems of the world can change as fast as minds can change. In 2008, the world's 4 top companies in market cap were Exxon, Walmart, China Petroleum, and China Industrial Bank. That's 2008. By 2020, the 4 top companies were Apple, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft in market cap. These changes can happen as quickly as minds can change. And in China, we see the change most dramatically. You just have to look at Shenzhen, which was bleak and a small kind of city in 2007, a little marketplace. And by 2017, it's the center of the world economy, really. It's Huawei, Tencent, all the most exciting, Ping An, all great companies are there. And we can see the cryptocosm triumph as fast as Shenzhen, as fast as Google and Microsoft and Amazon triumphed. The cryptocosm is on its way. So we're moving from Google life to the afterlife, from the laws of Google to the laws of Satoshi vision, from a focus on users with centralized security, which grows more vulnerable the more users that join the centralized system, Visa or MasterCharge or MasterCard or whatever, the bigger they get, the more vulnerable they get, because every new user is an attack vector. The replacement with Satoshi Vision, with a focus on security, understanding that centralization is not safe, that decentralization means that with each new user, the system becomes more stable. With each new user, the consensus becomes more solid. With each new user, the network becomes more impregnable. And Google law is democracy on the web works, but keep it on the web. Google is a hierarchy from top to bottom, and we rule. The Satoshi Vision, its majority rule can be a 51% attack, a catastrophe. The blockchain is a heterarchy, and a heterarchy is more stable than a hierarchy. You don't really even need voting if you distribute the power widely enough. Google law, you can make money without doing evil. And Bitcoin evil is the colossal waste of energy and CO2 emissions in mining. Satoshi Vision, real money is good. The biggest waste is that vast $6.6 trillion per day of currency trading. Money's got to be a measuring stick, not a magic wand for central banks. And Google law giving things away for free in order to get their information. Satoshi Vision is information should be owned by its creators, and nothing is finally free, we know that. Global. Google's global hierarchy, Satoshi's global heterarchy, where security is the property of the user and the device, not the network or the Leviathan internet company. It's the one chain around the world. We provide, Satoshi Vision, we provide an architecture of security and timestamp factuality, which enables our customers to be great. And so the Google system of the world is broken in 10 different ways, and Satoshi's Vision restores an integrated global ground state for world money and the world internet. And I just did the hackathon, where these great companies are emerging to address these very problems, from micropayments to identity based on public and private keys to human preparation of data and selection of data for machine learning. If we're going to have machine learning everywhere, somebody's got to teach the machines. Contrary to what you might hear, the machines do not teach themselves. And excellent company using Satoshi SV as a rail for micropayments to organize the machine learning of the world. This is an exciting efflorescence we're experiencing here, and I can't wait to see it triumph in coming years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, George. Stay on stage. We're going to get Craig with us. Have a seat here, George. Thank you. It's your friend, Dr. Wright.
Hey, Craig, how are you doing?
Doing very well, George. A little bit of a time lag.
Good to see you.
So, Craig, what are your thoughts on George's speech? Anything you would like to tell him in response?
I think a lot of the problem actually stems from really what is an atavistic sort of desire to go back to the primitive. George mentioned back in the past those people living in caves. And I think the whole socialist mentality, this concept of wanting to be equal no matter what, not equal opportunity, but equal outcome. And this has crept into everything. This is really the heart of it. It's fear. It's fear of achieving, fear of trying. And because of that, people just bundle together and form tribes that want to reject everything and reject society. And because of that, we have governments who now allow all of this because it gives them control. If you have a tribe, you have people who don't think, who don't do anything. They go back to an atavistic state. And in that, we end up with people able to control money, able to take a percentage of all these trades, and they get power through it. That was the thing people don't realize. Tribal states end up with tribal leaders, and tribal leaders rule by fear, and they get power.
Any reactions to what Craig
Well,
just
I
said?
think he's just right. I mean, we're experiencing an amazing global power grab, accompanied with this strange caveman ideology of returning the world to wilderness. And while there's this vast scandal of money abroad, which doesn't get addressed, and I think Craig's just right on that.
For our online audience, there's still time to be sending in proposed questions that our team will be fielding. So if you've got questions for Craig and George, please type them in. George, our theme for this conference, as you can see from the digital wall, is one world, one chain. We believe in a world that has one global blockchain, as opposed to the world we've got today, which is thousands of cryptocurrencies and probably well over 100 different competing platforms. And you demonstrated in your speech that we've gotten to this cryptocosm world with lots of different players. Do you think our vision of one blockchain for the world is really achievable, and what do you think needs to be done to get there?
Well, I think that there's only going to be one money. I mean, money, it was gold. Gold was the global money. And during the time of the Industrial Revolution, when all the greatest triumphs of world capitalism occurred, it was based on Isaac Newton's gold standard. People think it was based on his physics. The Industrial Revolution really sprung from Isaac Newton's physics. But after he finished his physics, he became Minister of the Mint in Britain and established a global money for the world and extended the British, which enabled the British Empire to dominate the world and British finance to prevail in the world. And once you get money right, it's a measuring stick. And there's really, measuring sticks are governed by reality, and there's only a single reality. And so one chain makes absolute sense for money. And also that chain will also embrace the internet because if money is digital, so is data digital. So the convergence of data and money on one chain with the capacity to encompass an Internet of Things and an Internet of new ideas and companies like you're fostering, that's a great achievement.
Well, that's a great summary of our whole vision, the fusion of data and money, helping to reinvent and power the internet. Let's talk about the projects actually you saw in the hackathon, which are trying to explore new ways to connect the world to one blockchain and new ways to use the fusion of data and money. Craig, we'll go to you. I won't reveal who you guys voted for, but I know you each actually voted for a different first place entry. What are your impressions of the hackathon finalists and how they're contributing to the vision of one chain for the world?
I think all three of them have a great opportunity, and they all have good products. Personally, I'm looking forward to seeing all of them succeed. So I don't think only one of them will. There can only be one winner, of course, but at the end of the day, all of them have a product that has a very good chance of adding something valuable to build more and more in this community, more opportunities to open up a way that they can actually become wealthy and do that, not by a zero-sum game of taking from other people, but by building something of worth and value.
George, this was your first time being one of our hackathon judges. What did you think of the entries?
I was really impressed because these three companies which rose to the top, I mean, you had 500 participants or something. These three companies were exactly targeted at to solve the problems or pursue the opportunities which I described in Life After Google. The identity, impregnable identity based on public and private keys, that's critical. Escaping the URL morass, and the micropayments, absolutely critical to overcoming this advertising morass on the internet, where we know, particularly on our smartphones, most of the ads that pop up are minuses.
Right.
Yet they use 36% of all the bandwidth on your phone and your phone bill. So having micropayments is a great breakthrough. And then machine learning is really at the heart of automation and the Internet of Things and vast opportunities opening up for the world economy. But there's this delusion, which I address. I've got a new book coming out called Gaming AI.
Ooh.
And
when can we expect it out? Give us a preview.
Pretty soon. Okay. And it's from Discovery Institute. But anyway, Gaming AI shows that what AI does really is push the heart of the computation back to the selection and structuring and preparation and of the data. And this is largely a human function. And so I think Stotask there has a really good model that's going to have a big market in time to come, because there are a lot of people who think you can banish humans from machine intelligence and AI and actually not have a system that's totally dumb. And so there's going to be a market for that, that data structuring organized on Bitcoin SV.
That's right. Let's talk about the future of machine-to-machine communications with data. Craig, what do you foresee in the future as our blockchain scales and there's more devices communicating with each other with data and value through the BSV network?
So to really make this secure, you need to make it so that it doesn't have an attack surface. You cannot have devices having easily accessible domains, IP addresses, etc. You can't allow them to be DOSed or otherwise attacked. You need a manner of finding a secure operating system that can be verified and loaded and checked, such as we used to do with things like Tripwire, and validate that no changes have been made either to it or its memory. Now, if we start saving images, if we start not broadcasting to a device, but using a broadcast methodology, then we're going to be able to have devices still find each other, watch for information. They won't even know where each other device is in the group, yet they could still talk. They could form basically peer networks overlaid. And in that, it becomes really difficult to attack something. I mean, you need to actually physically go up and find the factory and wreck the equipment. And when you start doing that, it changes the nature of security. One where you can easily attack a target, now to incrementally more and more difficult to even find the target. And when you do that, you change the narrative from easy, inexpensive, economically viable attacking to really difficult, high state level stuff just to do minor attacks. And that changes the nature of the internet.
That's crucial. Security is an architecture, not a patchwork of emergency responses to malware.
What do you think are the biggest opportunities and future vision for this world of machine-to-machine communications? What are you excited to see?
Well, I'm excited to see the advance, what I call the advance of the carbon economy. In order to really have sensors and processing integrated on trillions of entities around the whole globe, we're going to have carbon nanotubes and new materials employed, and which will ultimately usurp the silicon economy and create a carbon economy that resembles the human mind, and which is the ultimate miracle in the universe, and which we've got to make our technology serve human minds rather than try to compete with them or usurp them.
That's a great observation, which actually leads to this next audience question related to artificial intelligence, which I know, Craig, you're going to say is an oxymoron. There's really no such thing as artificial intelligence. Do you think Bitcoin SV can challenge AI, or more appropriately machine learning, with human power? That's the question.
I think it really comes down to integrating things correctly. What people don't seem to realize is, although there are computers that can beat people at chess and at Go and whatever else, when you actually use tools correctly, you have a person and a machine. There's no machine that can beat that. The reality is, people have task functions that we do well. Machines have task functions they do well. And when machines, which are tools, are paired with humans, we achieve more. Every time we get a new tool, we achieve more. And this is really what it comes down to. It's not artificial intelligence. Machine learning is the newest tool that we have. We are still basically cavemen with the ability now to use better and better tools. We don't have stone tools anymore. We don't have bronze or iron. We now have these really very small, fine-etched devices that run electrons around but achieve basically the results we set. Machines don't think for themselves. This is the thing to remember. No AI is even remotely intelligent. The only thing AI do is promote the goals of the people, basically the people who control them. So artificial intelligence is not AI. It is artificial objective of Facebook, artificial objective of Google, artificial objective of government agency. It is not intelligence. It is taking someone else's intelligence and pretending. It is the wizard behind the curtain. And the wizard is just someone small, someone insignificant with a lot of money.
You're about to have a book come out about AI. What's your reaction to Craig's?
I agree. The theme of the book is just what Craig just expounded. That you know, when one of those machines beats the world champion in Go, for example, the machine learning taps databases around the world, is linked to the internet, uses gigawatts of power ultimately, and that single person he's playing uses 12 to 14 watts of power. And yet the complexity of a single human mind using 12 to 14 watts of power takes about a zettabyte to map, which is about what it takes to map the worldwide internet. There's just a great delusion about the possibilities for artificial intelligence, and Craig put his finger right on the vulnerable point, that this is all based on human intelligence. Every single algorithm, every single pattern recognition scheme, all the data that's selected and channeled into the machine learning codes is all human. And
driven by human decisions.
It's just worth recognizing that.
Now, here's an audience question that relates to a topic that came up in our fireside chat in February at CoinGeek London about the 21 million fixed supply of Bitcoin, total million fixed supply, because you had somewhat of a disagreement about it in London, and this audience member asked whether or not, Craig, you got to discuss the supply quantity of Bitcoin tokens in more detail with George since the event, and whether or not George may have come around to agree with you more about it. So, Craig, you want to remind the audience what you said at the time and what you discussed since?
What I explained was there's actually not 21 million, there's 2.1 quadrillion tokens. So, and the volume of exchange matters. So as we use these, the same tokens get used over and over. And that's what really matters. So where we're talking about monetary exchange, it's not how much cash you actually have, it's how frequently you move that cash between different people's hands. Not by trading, not on algorithmic systems where the same money moves back and forth a million times. But when you go to the shops, when you buy a book, when you buy a coffee, when you have a meal, that's what actually matters.
George, what's your reaction now?
Well, I think that Bitcoin is going to evolve into a vastly greater money supply than the 21 million Bitcoins that constitute the cap. And I think Craig really agrees with that, but we're going to see. But if Bitcoin, to the degree that Bitcoin really is capped, it can't really be money. Money has to expand with the imaginations of entrepreneurs and the disciplines of their financiers. That's what is the organic process which makes money a measuring stick rather than a speculative asset. And I think Bitcoin is in a process, partly through Satoshi vision, of evolving from being a speculative asset,
to a commodity,
digital gold, a commodity, to becoming a measuring stick that can actually be the global measuring stick of time for all pervading, tokenized time, pervading and regulating and measuring value across the world economy.
But what if you could create additional tokens representing value with each individual smallest unit, the Satoshi, that a full Bitcoin coin can be divided into, as Craig was trying to explain? Do you think that would affect your perception of money supply?
The question is whether, with the mining system today, it's capped at 21 million units of value and I know some people in the Bitcoin world believe in it as a speculative asset. They think each Bitcoin is going to be worth trillions of dollars, and it's a disease. We want to escape that.
Yes.
Money is a measuring stick, and I believe that we're going to have Bitcoin is going to evolve into a measuring stick. And I don't know just how it's going to happen, but I think you guys with SV have the lead, and you better be open to this particular issue, because there's not going to be a capped. This was Milton Friedman's great error that he got the Nobel Prize for, believing that money should be capped, and then the value of money would rise up and down in accordance with demand. But if the value is rising up and down in accordance with demand, it can't be a measuring stick. What you want is the value of money to be rigorously capped, but the supply of it should be as large as the world economy and the imagination of entrepreneurs, and under the regulation of their financiers. And this is the way Newton created the foundations for the greatest period of economic growth in the history of the world, the outbreak of the Industrial Revolution, and which measured by time prices was much faster period of growth than anybody even imagined in most economic histories.
Craig, what do you think of George's thoughts about the tokenization of time?
Where he talked about gold earlier, it's analogous in the base thing. So I keep saying it's not 21 million units, it's 2.1 quadrillion right now. That's what it always has been. Now, that, like gold, as Newton didn't have a pegged amount of pounds per gold. That actually was able to float and did change over time. But what the Bank of England did, where they had paper notes that effectively could be redeemed for gold, and the amount of money was actually variable, as George is saying, but the base underlying system capped the ability for government to just spend as much as they want as they can now. So it put limitations on it. You couldn't spend too much because the underlying amount of gold that you had would flow out of the country and become worthless. Similar things can be done on top of Bitcoin. So if you tokenize US dollars and then you require gold to actually move that, then you have a fixed value that over time is going to be able to be measured. You'll be able to see the deflation in the currency, and you'll be able to actually measure across time. So right now we have the delusion that is a political delusion where people think that we have either zero or slight inflation. We don't. We have deflation every year coupled with government inflation. The deflation is caused by economic growth. Computers are cheaper, commodities are cheaper, food is cheaper. And then we add economic inflation to that, and then the deflation becomes 0 to 1 to 3%. And that 1 to 3% should be a negative amount. But there's a political side to this in that when someone at the end of the year gets their pay rise, they think they're getting more money when they actually could be getting less. So they get a pay rise thinking, I've got more money, it's not much, but at least I'm doing better. The reality is they don't have to see the political truth, which is because there's a deflationary economy, because of how it's actually working, but then with the added inflation on the money supply, they're really actually earning less. And then they get taxed on top of the inflation as well, and earn less again. And telling someone at the end of the year, you're not getting a pay rise, well, that's not politically favorable. And politicians want to keep their voters happy. So it's easier to lie, easier to promote false agendas and manipulate the economy. And hopefully Bitcoin will stop some of that.
Hope so.
Yeah. Any reaction to what
Well,
Craig has said?
I hope Craig's right. I think that's an important set of insights. Time prices show that since Newton and the Industrial Revolution, prices have been dropping on the average of between 2% and 4% a year, actually dropping faster in recent years than in earlier years. All this reflects the vast contributions of new technology that aren't measured at all by the economists, the thousands and thousands of economists in Washington scrutinizing subjective price indices and trying to figure out what real values are in these inflation claims. The fact is that prices are have been going down for a century at between 3-4%. Measured in the time it takes a typical worker to, workers used to spend 8 hours a day just getting food.
Right.
That was the caveman model, which continues today in some parts of the world. And now they spend 8 or 9 minutes getting food, and all the rest of the time they can be inventing new algorithms on top of the one chain around the world that Satoshi Vision supplies.
Do you foresee a future where there are marketplaces for trading tokenized time? For the value of it?
I think that that the process of developing and linking money to the crucial scarcity that actually governs all entrepreneurial activity. If you're out there, you can't just zero out time and do what you want and wait until all the facts are in. You've got to make decisions in the darkness of time and ignorance. And that's the human predicament, whether you got AI or not. And time is what remains scarce when everything else grows abundant. And I hope we'll continue to move to a world of abundance.
Let's talk about the concept of ownership of your own data for all of us individuals and users, and how that is going to change the internet business model from what you criticize in your speech, which is the service providers taking advantage of user data, right, and monetizing it. How do you both think that we need to change the users' attitudes and understanding of data to get there? To adopt this new mentality of, hey, I own my data and I should be able to monetize it. It seems obvious, but what are the changes in consumer behavior that need to happen? Craig, we'll start with you.
We need to wake people up. We need to have them understand that free is never free. Whenever someone tells you you get something for free, we should run. Whenever Google says it's okay, look away. Don't believe them. I mean, at the end of the day, whenever someone says free, imagine the cost. And that's the problem. Back in 1999, the SEC did an analysis of a number of web companies that were collecting data as part of the whole .com boom. And they were saying just putting in an email, your phone number and name and date of birth was worth $11. And that's 20 years ago. So every time you fill out a form and freely give away information, you're giving information to these companies. What are you getting in return? Are you even getting a free coffee?
George, what do you think?
I'm not an alarmist on this point. I give away my data all the time, and I want people to take my data and study it closely and read my books. And
you have really smart data, George.
I'm not. I think this is a more complicated question. Companies everywhere always collect data from their customers. That's how they serve their customers better. That's how capitalist enterprises function and succeed. So the idea that all of a sudden people are going to spend all their lives negotiating the worth of their phone number strikes me to be not plausible. And if we got to be careful not to create some new set of obstacles to communication based on some set of new rules, some pedophagy over privacy that actually makes the whole network work worse and serve the customers worse. So I think it's important that people have their identities not hacked, and that's what the blockchain offers. I think it's important that they be able to store their data in impregnable places. But if they choose to transact across the internet, their behavior is part of the economy, and it's and the idea that every little datum should be protected in some way or monetized, I think is a mistake.
Yeah, I think that'll probably be for periods of time choices, right?
Yeah,
different options and models, and eventually we'll see which one dominates.
That's right. Good.
Craig, so we're going to wrap up the session now. So I was going to ask you to tell George, what's the one biggest lesson from his work, his books, or his writing that has most informed your work?
One biggest one, it was always economic value and whatever else. Back when I started reading both your books and another person you mentioned, Thomas Sowell, I started realizing that everything is economic in nature. And that's where I started putting to the idea that security is just an economic function as well. You can pay too much for security, and you can also not understand it, not understand the models and put crunchy shell models in instead. And that comes down to economic modeling. So whenever we're doing many of these things, a lot of people like to try and get away from economic models. They say it dehumanizes us. But the reality I find is everything's economic. Nature is economic. If you look at any interactions between animals, food is an economic input and output. The time it takes to find food is an economic input and output. The value of mate selection is economic and game theoretic. So I actually find the entire world is an economic function.
And George, now that you've gotten to know Craig some, I'm curious, what's the thing about him that most surprises you from what you had in your head of who Satoshi Nakamoto was?
Well, it is the real original gangster futurist, and launched an innovation that fundamentally is changing the world, and is a unity that can address these two great scandals that I was defining. I think here he's just a guy from Australia, and something of a rogue, but he
Definitely.
can rise up and transform the world economy and improve all our lives. And that was an inspiring thing to discover. How many patents does he have now?
Don't ask him. He'll just go on and on.
Oh, well, I shouldn't ask him. All right.
Well, thank you for that sentiment, and thank you for joining us at this conference again. I know it's challenging times, but we're so glad you're here and that you're really understanding Craig and our vision of one world, one chain.
I tell his story in Life After Google, by the way. There's a lot about Craig in Life After Google.
Hear that, Craig?
I did.
Is there going to be anything about him in your next book?
He'll be in it, I'll tell you that.
Oh, well, Bitcoin SV community.
Life After Capitalism is my next book.
Okay, great. So BSV community, when George Gilder's next book comes out, all the coverage of Craig in there, just rush out and buy it. So I want to really thank you for joining us and participating in this dialogue, contributing your ideas. Craig has the utmost respect for you.
Well, thank
and
you.
We don't say that about a lot of people.
The following is a conversation with Vitalik Buterin, co-creator of and author of the white paper that launched Ethereum and Ether, which is a cryptocurrency that is currently the second largest digital currency after Bitcoin. Ethereum has a lot of interesting technical ideas that are defining the future of blockchain technology, and Vitalik is one of the most brilliant people innovating in the space today. Unlike Satoshi Nakamoto, the unknown person or group that created Bitcoin, Vitalik is very well known and at a young age is thrust into the limelight as one of the main faces of the technology that may redefine the nature of money and all forms of digital transactions in the 21st century. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcast, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D-M-A-N. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. Quick summary of the ads. 2 sponsors, Masterclass and ExpressVPN. Please consider supporting the podcast by signing up to Masterclass at masterclass.com/Lex and getting ExpressVPN at expressvpn.com/LexPod. This show is sponsored by Masterclass. Sign up at masterclass.com/Lex to get a discount and to support this podcast. When I first heard about Masterclass, I honestly thought it was too good to be true. For $180 a year, you get an all-access pass to watch courses from experts at the top of their field. To list some of my favorites, Chris Hadfield on space exploration, Neil deGrasse Tyson on scientific thinking and communication, Will Wright, the creator of SimCity and Sims on game design. I love that game. Jane Goodall on conservation, Carlos Santana, one of my favorite guitarists, on guitar, Gary Kasparov on chess. Obviously, I'm Russian. I love Gary. Daniel Negreanu on poker, one of my favorite poker players. Also, Phil Ivey gives a course as well, and many, many more. Chris Hadfield explaining how rockets work and the experience of being launched into space alone is worth the money. By way of advice, for me, the key is not to be overwhelmed by the abundance of choice. Pick 3 courses you want to complete, watch each all the way through from start to finish. It's not that long, but it's an experience that will stick with you for a long time, I promise. It's easily worth the money. You can watch it on basically any device. Once again, sign up at masterclass.com/Lex to get a discount and to support this podcast. This show is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Download it at expressvpn.com/LexPod to get a discount and to support this podcast. I've been using ExpressVPN for many years. I honestly love it. It's easy to use. Press the big power on button and your privacy is protected. And if you like, you can make it look like your location is anywhere else in the world. I might be in Boston now, but I can make it look like I'm in New York, London, Paris, or anywhere else. This has a large number of obvious benefits. For example, certainly it allows you to access international versions of streaming websites like the Japanese version of Netflix or the UK version of Hulu. As you probably know, I was born in the Soviet Union. So sadly, given my roots and appreciation of Russian history and culture, my website and the website for this podcast is blocked in Russia. So this is another example of where you can use ExpressVPN to access sites like the podcast that are not accessible in your country. ExpressVPN works on any device you can imagine. I use it on Linux, shout out to Ubuntu, Windows, Android, but it's available everywhere else too. Once again, download it at expressvpn.com/LexPod to get a discount and to support this podcast. And now, here's my conversation with Vitalik Buterin.
Cyber Monday has arrived, so get iPhone 12 on the 5G America's been waiting for.
This new iPhone Plus Verizon 5G is incredible.
Unlimited plans start at just $35, and now iPhone 12 Pro Max is on us when you switch. This is 5G from America's most reliable network.
So before we talk about the fundamental ideas behind Ethereum, a cryptocurrency, perhaps it'd be nice to talk about the origin story of Bitcoin and the mystery of Satoshi Nakamoto. You gave a talk that started with sort of asking the question, what did Satoshi Nakamoto actually invent? Maybe you could say, who is Satoshi Nakamoto and what did he invent?
Sure. So Satoshi Nakamoto is the name by which we know the person who originally came up with Bitcoin. So the reason why I say the name by which we know is that this is a anonymous fellow who has shown himself to us only over the internet, just by first publishing the white paper for Bitcoin, then releasing the original source code for Bitcoin, and then talking to the very early Bitcoin community on Bitcoin forums, and interacting with them and helping the project along for a couple of years. And then at some point in late 2010 to early 2011, he disappeared. So Bitcoin is a fairly unique project in how it has this kind of mythical, kind of quasi-godlike founder who just kind of popped in, did the thing, and then disappeared, and we've somehow just never heard from him again.
So in 2008, the white paper was the first. Do you know if the white paper was the first time the name will actually appear, Satoshi Nakamoto?
I believe so.
So how is it possible that the creator of such a impactful project remains anonymous?
That's a tough question, and
there's no similarity to it in history of technology as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. So one possibility is that it's Hal Finney, because Hal Finney was kind of also active in the Bitcoin community as Hal Finney in those two beginning years. And
who is Hal Finney, maybe?
He's one of the people in the early cypherpunk community. He was
a computer scientist.
Just computer scientists, cryptographers, people interested in technology, internet freedom, like those kinds of topics.
Was it correct that I read that he seemed to have been involved in either the earliest or the first transaction of Bitcoin?
Yes. The first transaction of Bitcoin was between Satoshi and Hal Finney.
Do you think he knew who Satoshi was?
If he wasn't Satoshi, probably no.
How is it possible to work so closely with people and nevertheless not know anything about their fundamental identity? Is this like a natural sort of characteristic of the internet? Like if we were to think about it, because you and I just met now, there's a depth of knowledge that we now have about each other that's like physical. Like my vision system is able to recognize you. I can also verify your identity of uniqueness. Like it's very hard to fake you being you.
Yes.
So the internet, the internet has a fundamentally different quality to it, which is just fascinating. Can you maybe
this is definitely interesting. As I definitely just know a lot of people just by their internet handles. And to me, when I think of them, I see their internet handles, and one of them has kind of profile picture as this kind of face that's kind of not quite human with a bunch of kind of psychedelic colors in it. And when I visualize him, I just visualize that.
That's not an actual face.
Yeah.
You are the creator of the second, well, at least currently the second most popular cryptocurrency, Ethereum. So on this topic, if we just stick on Satoshi Nakamoto for a little bit longer, you may be the most qualified person to speak to the psychology of this anonymity that we're talking about. Like, your identity is known, I've just verified it. But from your perspective, what are the benefits in creating a cryptocurrency and then remaining anonymous? Like, if we can psychoanalyze Satoshi Nakamoto, is there something interesting there? Or is it just a peculiar quirk of him?
It definitely helps create this kind of image of this kind of neutral thing that doesn't belong to anyone. That you created a project, and because you're anonymous, and because you also have disappear, or as unfortunately happened to Hal Finney, if that is him, he ended up I think dying of Lou Gehrig's disease, and he's in a cryogenic freezer now. But if you pop in and then you create it and you're gone. And all that's remaining of that whole process is the thing itself. Then like no one can go and try to kind of interpret any of your other behavior and try to understand like, oh, this person wrote this thing in some essay at age 16 where he expressed particular opinions about democracy, and so because of that this project is a statement that's trying to do this specific thing. Like, instead it creates this environment where the thing is what you make of it, and
it doesn't have the burden of your other ideas, political thought and so on. So now that we're sitting with you, do you feel the burden of being kind of the face of Ethereum? I mean, there's a very large community of developers, but nevertheless, is there like a burden associated with that?
There definitely is. This is definitely a big reason why I've been trying to kind of push for the Ethereum ecosystem to become more decentralized in many ways. Just encouraging a lot of kind of core Ethereum work to happen outside of the Ethereum Foundation, and of expanding the number of people that are making different kinds of decisions, having kind of multiple software implementations instead of one, and all of these things. Like, there's a lot of things that I've tried to do to and remove myself as a single point of failure, because that is something that a lot of people criticize me for.
So if you look at like the most fundamentally successful open source projects, it seems that it's like a sad reality when I think about it. Is it seems to be that one person is a crucial contributor. Often, if you look at Linus for Linux, for the kernel,
yeah, that is possible, and I'm definitely not planning to disappear.
That's an interesting tension that projects like this kind of desire a single entity, and yet they're fundamentally distributed. I don't know if there's something interesting to say about that kind of structure, and thinking about the future of cryptocurrency. Does there need to be a leader?
There's different kinds of leaders, there's dictators who control all the money, there's people who control organizations, there's kind of high priests that just have themselves and their Twitter followers.
What kind of leader are you, would you say?
Yeah, these days, actually, a bit more in the high priest direction than before.
Yeah.
Like, I definitely actually don't do all that much of kind of going around and like ordering Ethereum Foundation people to do things because I think those things are important. If there's something that I do think is important, I do just usually kind of say it publicly or just kind of say it to people, and quite often projects just kind of start doing it.
So let's ask the high philosophical question is about money.
Yeah.
What at the highest level is money? What is money?
It's a kind of game, and it's a game where we have points, and if you have points, there's this one move where you can reduce your points by a number and increase someone else's points by the same number. And these.
So it's a fair game, hopefully.
Well, it's one kind of fair game. Like, for example, you can have other kinds of fair games. Like, you could have a game where if I give someone a point and you give someone a point, then instead of that person getting 2 points, that person gets 4 points, and that's also fair. But money is easy to kind of set up, and it serves a lot of useful functions, and so it kind of just survives in society as a meme for thousands of years.
It's useful for the storage of wealth. It's useful for the exchange of value,
and it's also useful for denominating future payments. A unit of account.
A unit of account. So what, if you look at the history of money in human civilization, if you're a student of history, like how has its role or just the mechanisms of money changed over time in your view? Even if we just look at the 20th century or before, and then leading up to cryptocurrency, is that something you think about?
Yeah, and I think like the big thing in the 20th century is kind of we saw a lot more intermediation, I guess. Like, the first part is kind of the move from adding more of different kinds of banking, and then we saw the move from kind of dollars being backed by gold to dollars being backed by gold that's only redeemable by certain people to dollars not being backed by anything, to kind of this system where you have a bunch of free floating currencies, and then people getting kind of bank accounts, and then those things becoming electronic, people getting accounts with payment processors that have bank accounts. So
what do you make of that? That's such a fascinating philosophical idea that money might not be backed by anything. What is that like fascinating to you, that money can exist without being backed by something physical?
It definitely is.
Like, what do you make of that? Like, how is that possible? Is that stable? If we look at the future of human civilization, is it possible to have money at the large scale at such a hugely productive and rich societies be able to operate successfully without money being backed by anything physical?
I feel like the interesting thing about the 21st century especially is that a lot of the important valuable things are not backed by anything. Like if you look at like tech companies, for example, like something like Twitter, right? Like you could theoretically imagine that if all of the employees wanted to, they could kind of come together, they would quit and, start working on Twitter 2.0, and then the value of and just kind of build the exact same product, or possibly build a better product, and then just kind of continue on from there. And the original Twitter would kind of just not have people left anymore, right? Like there is theoretically kind of code and like IP that's owned by the company, but in reality, like good programmers could probably rewrite all that stuff in 3 months. So the reason why the thing has value is just kind of network effects and coordination problems, right? Like these employees in reality aren't going to switch all at once, and also the users aren't all going to switch at once because it's just difficult for them to switch at once. And so there's these kind of metastable kind of equilibria in interactions between thousands and millions of people that are just actually quite sticky, even though if you try to kind of assume that everyone's a perfectly rational and kind of perfectly slippery spherical cow, they don't seem to exist at all.
That stickiness, do you have a grasp of the sort of the fundamental dynamic, like the physics of that stickiness? It seems to work, but and I think some of the cryptocurrency ideas kind of rely on it working.
Yeah, it's it's the sort of thing that's definitely been economically modeled a lot. Like one of the kind of analogy of something similar that you often see in textbooks as like, what is a government? Like if, for example, like 80% of people in a country just like tomorrow suddenly had the idea that like the laws that are currently the laws in the government that currently is the government are just people, and some other thing is the government, and they just kind of start acting like it, then that would kind of become the new reality. And then the question is, well, what happens if kind of between 0 and 80 people or and 80% of people start believing that? And like what is the thing you see is that if there is one of these kind of switches happening, this kind of revolution, then if you're the first person to join, then like you probably don't have the incentive to do that. But then if you're the 55th percentile person to join, then suddenly it becomes quite safe too. And so this definitely is the sort of thing that you can kind of try to analyze and understand mathematically. But one of the kind of results is that the sort of like when the switch happens definitely can be chaotic sometimes.
Yeah, but still, like to me, the idea that the network effects, the fact that human beings at a scale of like millions, billions, can share, even the idea of currency, like all agree. That's just, I know economics can model it. I'm a skeptic on economic, and it's like, so my favorite sort of field, maybe recreationally, psychology, is trying to understand human behavior. And I think sometimes people just kind of pretend that they can have a grasp on human behavior, even though it's such a messy space that all the models that psychology or economics, those different perspectives on human behavior can have are difficult. It's difficult to know how much that's wishful thinking and how much it is actually getting to the core of understanding human behavior. But on that idea, what do you think is the role of money in human motivation? So do you think money, from an economics perspective, from a psychology perspective, is core to like human desires?
Money is definitely very far from the only motivator. It is a big motivator, and it's one of the closest things you have to a universal motivator. Because ultimately, in like almost any person in the world, if you ask them to do something, like they'll be more inclined to do it if you also offer them money, right? And that's like there's definitely many cases where people will do things other than things that maximize how much money they have, and that happens all the time. But like though a lot of those other things are kind of much more specific to and of who that person is and of what their situation is, the relationship between the motive and the action, and these other things.
What do you think is the interplay of the other motivator from like Nietzsche perspective is power? Do you think money equals power? Do you think those are conflicting ideas? Do you think, I mean, that's one of the ideas that decentralized currency, decentralized applications are looking at is who holds the power?
Yeah, money is definitely a kind of power, and there's definitely people who want money because it gives them power, and then even if money doesn't seem to kind of explicitly be about money, a lot of things that people spend money on are ultimately about social status of some kind. So, I definitely view those two things as kind of interplaying. And then there's also money as just a way of like measuring how successful you are, like, as a scoreboard, right? So this kind of gets back to the game. I mean, like, if you have $4 billion, then the main benefit you get from going up, one of the big benefits you get from going up to $6 billion is that now, instead of being below the guy who has 5, you're above the guy who has 5.
So you think money could be kind of, in the game of life, it's also a measure of self-worth. It's like how we...
It's definitely how a lot of people perceive it.
Define ourselves in the hierarchy of
and I'm
society.
not saying it's kind of a healthy thing that people define their self-worth as money, because it's definitely kind of far from a perfect indicator of like how much you value you provide to society or anything like this. But I definitely think that, like, as a matter of kind of current practice, a bunch of people do feel that way.
So what does utopia from an economic perspective look like to you? What does a perfect world look like?
I guess the Economist's utopia would be one where kind of everything is kind of incentive aligned in the sense that there aren't kind of conflicts between what satisfies your goals and kind of what is good for kind of everyone in the world as a whole.
What do you think that would look like? Does that mean there's still poor people and rich people? There's still income inequality? Do you think sort of Marxist ideas are strong? Do you think sort of ideas of objectivism, like where the market rules, is strong? Like, what is there different economic philosophies that just seem to be reflective of what a utopia would be?
So I definitely think that existing economic philosophies do end up kind of systematically kind of deviating from the utopia in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like, one of the big things I talk about, for example, is public goods, right? And public goods are especially important on the internet, right? Because like, the idea is with kind of money as this game where, you know, I lose a few coins and you gain the same number of coins, is that this usually happens in a trade where I lose some money, you gain some money, you lose a sandwich and I gain a sandwich. And this kind of model works really well when the thing that we're using money to incentivize is kind of private goods, right? Things that you provide to one person where the benefit comes to one person. But on the internet especially, but also many contexts kind of off the internet, there's actions that kind of individuals or groups can take where instead of the benefit going to one person, the benefit just goes to many people at the same time, and you can't control who the benefit goes to, right? So for example, this podcast, we publish it, and when it's published, you don't have any fine-grained control over, like, oh, these 38,000 people can watch it, and then, like, these other 29,000 people can't. It's like, once the number goes high enough, then, people will just, like, copy it. And then when I write articles on a blog, then they're just, like, free for everyone, and that stuff's even harder to prevent anyone from copying. So, and aside from that, things like, scientific research, for example, and even taking more pedestrian examples like climate change mitigation would be a big one. So there's a lot of things in the world where you have these kind of individual actions with enough concentrated costs and distributed benefits, and money as a point system does not do a good job of encouraging these things. And one of the kind of other things, even kind of tangentially connected to crypto, but kind of theoretically outside of it, that I work on, is this kind of mechanism called quadratic funding. And the way to think about it is kind of imagine a point system where if one person gives coins to one other person, then it works the same way as money. But if multiple people give coins to one person, and they do so anonymously, so it's kind of not in consideration for a specific service to that person themselves, then the number of coins received by that person is kind of greater than just the sum of the number of coins that have given by those different people. So the actual formula is you take the square root of the amount that each person gave, then you add all the square roots, and then you kind of square the sum. Yeah, and then you give that. And the idea here would basically be that if, let's say, for example, you just started going off and kind of planting a lot of trees, and there's a bunch of people that are really happy that you're planting trees, and then so they go and all kind of throw a coin your way, then there is basically the fact that kind of you get more than a sum, you get this kind of square of some of these of square roots of these tiny amounts, is that this actually kind of compensates for the tragedy of the commons, right? And there's even this kind of mathematical proof that it sort of optimally compensates for it.
What is the tragedy of the commons?
This is just this idea that, like, if there is this situation where there's some public good that lots of people benefit from, then no individual person wants to contribute to it, because if they contribute, they only get a small part of the benefit from their contribution, but they pay the full cost of their contribution.
In which context is this? Sorry, what is the term quadratic? What?
Quadratic funding is the mechanism.
Yeah. Like, in which context is this mechanism useful? So obviously you said to combat the tragedy of the commons, but in which context do you see it as useful, actually, practically speaking?
Yeah, theoretically, public goods in general, right? So
like services, like what are we talking about? What's a public good?
So within the Ethereum ecosystem, for example, like we've actually tried using this mechanism. I wrote a couple of articles about this kind of on Vitalik.ca where I go through some of the most recent rounds, and it's been really interesting. Some of the top ones that people supported, there were things like just online user interfaces that make it easier for people to interact with Ethereum. There was documentation, there were podcasts, there were kind of software kind of clients, like kind of implementations of the Ethereum protocol, privacy tools, just like lots of things that are kind of useful to lots of people.
When a lot of people are contributing, like funding a particular entity, that's really interesting. Is there something special about the quadratic, the summing of the square roots? And
so another way to think about it is like, imagine if n people each give $1, then the person gets n squared, right? And so each individual person's contribution gets multiplied by n, right? Because you have n people. And so that kind of perfectly compensates for the kind of n-to-1 tragedy of the commons.
I just wonder if the squared part is somehow fundamental.
No, it is. And I'd recommend you go to, on Vitalik.ca, I have this article called Quadratic Payments, a Primer. I'd highly recommend it. It's kind of, at least my attempt so far, kind of explaining the intuition behind this.
So if we can we go to the very basic? What is the blockchain? Or perhaps we might even start at the Byzantine generals problem, the Byzantine fault tolerance in general, that Bitcoin was taking steps to providing a solution for.
So the Byzantine generals problem, it's this paper that Leslie Lamport published in 1982, where he has this thought experiment where if you have two generals that are kind of camped out on opposite sides of a city, and they're planning when to attack the city, then the question is, and how could those generals coordinate with each other? And they could send messengers between each other, but those messengers kind of could get sniped by the enemy on the road. Some of those messages could end up being traitors, and if things could end up happening. And with just two generals, it turns out that there's kind of no solution in a finite number of rounds that guarantees that they will be able to kind of coordinate on the same answer. But then in the case where you have more than two generals, and then Leslie analyzes cases like, are the messages kind of just oral messages? Are the messages kind of signed messages? So I can give you a signed message, and then you can pass along that signed message, and the third party can still verify that I originally made that message. And depending on those different cases, there's kind of different bounds on, like, given how many generals and how many traitors among those generals, and whether, like, under what conditions you actually can agree when to launch an attack. So it's actually a big misconception that the Byzantine generals problem was unsolved. So Leslie Lamport solved it. The thing that was unsolved, though, is that all of these solutions assume that you've already agreed on kind of a fixed list of who the generals are. And these generals have to be kind of semi-trusted to some extent. They can't just be anonymous people, because if they're anonymous, then like the enemy could just be 99% of the generals. In the 1980s and the 1990s, kind of the general use case for distributed system stuff was more kind of enterprisey stuff, where you could kind of assume that you know who the nodes are that are running these kind of computer networks. So if you want to have some kind of decentralized computer network that pretends to be a single computer and that you can kind of do kind of operations on, then it's made out of these kind of 15 specific computers, and we know kind of who and where they are, and so we have a good reason to believe that, say, at least 11 of them would be fine.
And it could also be within a single system, almost
exactly.
Like almost a network of devices, sensors, so on, like in airplanes, and I think like flight systems in general still use these kinds of ideas.
So
that's the 80s.
That's the 80s and 90s. Now, the cypherpunks had a different use case in mind, which is that they wanted to create a fully decentralized global permissionless currency. And the problem here is that they didn't want any authorities, and they didn't even want any kind of privileged list of people. And so now the question is, well, how do you use these techniques to create consensus when you have no way of kind of measuring identities, right? You have no way of kind of determining whether or not some 99% of participants aren't actually all the same guy. And so the clever solution that Satoshi had, this is kind of going back to that presentation I made at DEF CON a few months ago, where I said that the thing Satoshi invented was cryptoeconomics, is this really neat idea that you can use economic resources to kind of limit how many identities you can get. And if there isn't any existing decentralized digital currency, then the only way to do this is with proof of work, right? So with proof of work, the solution is just you publish a solution to a hard mathematical puzzle that takes some kind of clearly calculable amount of computational power to solve. You get an identity. And then you solve 5 of those puzzles, you get 5 identities. And then these are the identities that we run the consensus algorithm between.
So the proof of work mechanism you just described is like the fundamental idea proposed in the white paper that defines Bitcoin. What's the idea of consensus that we wish to reach? Why is consensus important here? What is consensus?
So the goal here, in just simple technical terms, is to basically kind of wire together a set of a large number of computers in such a way that they kind of pretends to the outside world to be a single computer, where that single computer keeps working even if a large portion of the kind of constituents, the computers that make it up, break.
Right.
And kind of break in arbitrary ways. Like they could shut off, they could try to actively break a system, they could do lots of mean things. So the reason why the cypherpunks wanted to do this is because they wanted to run one particular program on this virtual computer. And the one particular program that they wanted to run is just a currency system, right? It's a system that just processes a series of transactions, and for every transaction, it verifies that the sender has enough coins to pay for the transaction, it verifies that the digital signature is correct, and if the checks pass, then it subtracts the coins from one account and adds the coins to the other account, roughly.
So first of all, the proof of work idea is kind of, I mean, at least to me, seems pretty fascinating.
It is.
I mean, it's kind of a revolutionary idea. I mean, is it obvious to come up with that you can use you can exchange basically computational resources for identity?
It actually has a pretty long history. It was first proposed in a paper by Cynthia Dwork and Nayor in 1994, I believe. And the original use case was combating email spam. So the idea is that if you send an email, you have to send it with the proof of work attached, and like this makes it reasonably cheap to send emails to your friends, but it makes it really expensive to send spam to 1 million people.
Yeah, it's a simple, brilliant idea. So maybe also taking a step back, so what is the role of blockchain in this? What is the blockchain?
Sure. So the blockchain, my way of thinking about it is that it is this kind of system where you have this kind of one virtual computer created by a bunch of these nodes in the network. And the reason why the term blockchain is used is because the data structure that these systems use, at least so far, is one where they kind of different nodes in the network periodically publish blocks, and a block is a kind of list of transactions together with a pointer, like a hash of a previous block that it builds on top of. And so you have a series of blocks that nodes in the network create, where each block points to the previous block, and so you have this chain of them.
Is a fault tolerance mechanism built into the idea of blockchain, or is there a lot of possibilities of different ways to make sure there's no funny stuff going on?
There are indeed a lot of possibilities. So in a kind of just simple architecture, as I just described, the way the fault tolerance happens is like this, right? So you have a bunch of nodes, and they're just happily kind of occasionally creating blocks, building on top of each other's blocks. And let's say you have kind of one block, we'll call it kind of block 1, and then someone else builds another block, honestly, we'll call it block 2. Then we have an attacker. And what the attacker tries to do is the attacker tries to revert block 2. And the way they revert block 2 is instead of doing the thing they're supposed to do, which is build a block on top of block 2, they're going to build another block on top of block 1. So you have block 1, which has 2 children, block 2, and then block 2 prime. Now, this might sometimes even happen by random chance if 2 nodes in the network just happen to create blocks at the same time and they don't hear about each other's things before they create their own. But this also could happen because of an attack. Now, if this happens, you have an attack, then in the Bitcoin system, the nodes follow the longest chain. So if this attack had happened and when the original chain had more than 2 blocks on it, so if it was trying to kind of revert more than 2 blocks, then everyone would just ignore it, and everyone would just keep following the regular chain. But here, we have block 2 and we have block 2 prime, and so the two are kind of even, and then whatever block the next block is created on top of, so say block 3 is now created on top of block 2 prime, then everyone agrees that block 3 is the new head, and block 2 prime is just kind of forgotten, and then everyone just kind of peacefully builds on top of block 3 and the thing continues.
So how difficult is it to mess with the system? So how, like, if we look at the general problem, like what fraction of people who participate in the system have to be bad players in order to mess with it truly? Like, is there a good number?
There is. Well, depending on kind of what your model of the participants is and like what kind of attack we're talking about, it's anywhere between 23.2 and 50%.
Of what?
Of all of the computing power in the network.
Sorry, so 22 and
23 between 23.2 and 50%.
And 50% can be compromised.
So like once your portion of the total computing power in the network goes above the 23.2 level, then there's kind of things that you can potentially do, and as your percentage of the network kind of keeps going up, then your ability to do mean things kind of goes higher, and then if you have above 50%, then you can just break everything.
So how hard is it to achieve that level? Like, it seems that so far, historically speaking, it's been exceptionally difficult. So
this is a challenging question. So the economic cost of acquiring that level of stuff from scratch is fairly high. I think it's somewhere in the low billions of dollars.
And when you say that stuff, you mean computational resources?
Yeah, so specifically specialized hardware and ASICs that people use to solve these puzzles, to do the mining these days.
Small tangent. So obviously I work a lot in deep learning with GPUs and ASICs for that application. And I tangentially kind of hear that so many of these, sometimes NVIDIA GPUs are sold out because of this other application. Like, what do, if you can comment, I don't know if you're familiar or interested in the space, what kind of ASICs, what kind of hardware is generally used these days to do the actual computation for the proof of work?
Sure. So in the case of Bitcoin and Ethereum are a bit different. So in the case of Bitcoin, there's an algorithm called SHA-256. It's just a hash function. And so the puzzle is just coming up with a number where the hash of the number is below some threshold. And so because the hashes are designed to be random, you just have to keep on trying different numbers until one works. And the ASICs are just like specialized circuits that contain kind of circuits for evaluating this hash over and over again, and you have kind of like millions or billions of these hash evaluators, and just stacked on top of each other inside of a box, and you just keep on running the box 24/7.
And the ASICs, there's literally specialized hardware designed for this.
Yes.
Oh, we live in an amazing world. Another tangent, and I'll come back to the basics, but does quantum computing throw a wrench into any of this?
Very good question. So quantum computers have two main kind of families of algorithms that are relevant to cryptography. One is Shor's algorithm, and Shor's algorithm is one that kind of completely breaks the hardness of some specific kinds of mathematical problems. So the one that you've probably heard of is it makes it very easy to factor numbers. So figure out kind of what prime factors are that you need to multiply together to get some number, even if that number is extremely big. Shor's algorithm can also be used to break elliptic curve cryptography. It can break like any kind of hidden order groups. It breaks a lot of kind of cryptographic nice things that we're used to. But the good news is that for every kind of major use of things that Shor's algorithm breaks, we already know of quantum proof alternatives. Right. Now, we don't use these quantum proof alternatives yet because in many cases they're 5 to 10 times less efficient, but the crypto industry in general kind of knows that this is coming eventually, and it's kind of ready to take the hit and switch to that stuff when we have to. The second algorithm that is relevant to cryptography is Grover's algorithm. And Grover's algorithm might even be more familiar to AI people. It's basically usually described as solving search problems. But the idea here is that if you have a problem of the form, find a number that satisfies some property, then if with a classical computer you need to try kind of n times before you find a number, then with a quantum computer you only need to do square root of n computations. And Grover's could potentially be used for mining, but there's two possibilities here. One is that Grover's could be used for mining, and whoever creates the first working quantum computer that could do Grover's will just mine way faster than everyone else, and we'll see another round of what we saw when ASICs came out, which is that kind of the new hardware just kind of dominated the old stuff, and then eventually it switched to a new equilibrium.
But by the way, way faster, not exponentially faster.
Quadratically
right?
faster.
Quadratically faster, which is not sort of... it's not game-changing, I would say. It's like ASICs, like you said, it would be...
Exactly. Yeah, so it would not necessarily break proof of work as a thing.
That's right, yeah.
Now, the other kind of possible world, right, is that quantum computers have a lot of overhead. There's a lot of complexity involved in maintaining quantum states, and there's also, as we've been realizing recently, making quantum computers actually work requires kind of quantum error correction, which requires kind of 1,000 real qubits per logical qubit. And so there's the very real possibility that the overhead of running a quantum computer will be higher than the speed up you get with Grover's, which would be kind of sad, but which would also mean that given proof of work will just keep working fine.
So, beautifully put. So proof of work is the core idea of Bitcoin. Is there other core ideas before we kind of take a step towards the origin story and ideas of Ethereum? Is there other stuff that were key to the white paper of Bitcoin?
There's proof of work, and then there's just the cryptography, just kind of public keys and signatures that are used to verify transactions. Those two are the big things.
So then what is the origin story? Maybe the human side, but also the technical side of Ethereum.
Sure. So I joined the Bitcoin community in 2011, and I started by just writing. I first wrote for this sort of online thing called Bitcoin Weekly. Then I started writing for Bitcoin Magazine.
Sorry to interrupt. You have this funny kind of story, true or not, is that you were disillusioned by the downsides of centralized control from your experience with WoW, World of Warcraft. Is this true, or you're just being witty?
I mean, the event is true. The fact that that's the reason I do decentralization is witty.
Maybe just a small tangent. Have you always had a skepticism of centralized control? Is that
to some degree, yeah.
Has that feeling evolved over time, or has that just always been a core feeling that decentralized control is the future of human society?
It's definitely been something that felt very attractive to me ever since I could have learned that such a thing is possible.
It's possible, even technically.
Yeah.
So great. So you joined the Bitcoin community in 2011. You said you began writing. So what's next?
Started writing. Moved from high school to university, halfway in between that, and spent a year in university. Then at the end of that year, I dropped out to do Bitcoin things full time. And this was a combination of continuing to write Bitcoin Magazine, but also increasingly work on software projects. And I traveled around the world for about 6 months and just going to different Bitcoin communities. Like I went to first in New Hampshire, then Spain, other European places, Israel, and then San Francisco. And along the way, I've met a lot of other people that are working on different Bitcoin projects. And when I was in Israel, there were some kind of very smart teams there that were working on ideas that people were starting to kind of call Bitcoin 2.0. So one of these were Skullred Coins, which is basically saying that, hey, let's not just use the blockchain for Bitcoin, but let's also kind of issue other kinds of assets on it. And then there was a protocol called Mastercoin that supported issuing assets, but also supported many other things, like financial contracts, like domain name registration, and a lot of different things together. And I spent some time working with these teams, and I quickly kind of realized that this Mastercoin protocol could be improved by kind of generalizing it more, right? So the analogy I use is that the Mastercoin protocol was like this Swiss Army knife. You have 25 different transaction types for 25 different applications. But what I realized is that you could replace a bunch of them with things that are more general purpose. So one of them was that you could replace like 3 transaction types for 3 types of financial contracts with a generic transaction type for a financial contract that just lets you specify a mathematical formula for kind of how much money each side gets.
By the way, it's a small pause. You say financial contract, just the terminology. What is a contract? What's a financial contract?
So this is just generally an agreement where kind of either one or two parties kind of put collateral kind of in, and then they, depending on kind of certain conditions, like this could involve prices of assets, this could involve the actions of the two parties, it could involve other things. They kind of get kind of different amounts of assets out that just depend on things that happened.
So a contract is really, a financial contract is at the core, it's the core interactive element of a financial system.
Yeah, there's many different kinds of financial contracts. Like there's things like options where you kind of give someone the right to buy a thing that you have for some specific price for some period of time. There's contracts for difference where you basically are kind of making a bet that says like, for every $1 this thing goes up, I'll give you $7, or for every $1 the thing goes down, you give me $7 or something like that.
But the main idea that these contracts have to be enforced and trusted.
Yes, exactly.
You have to trust that they will work out in a system where nobody can be trusted.
Yes.
This is such a beautiful, complicated system. Okay, so you were seeking to kind of generalize this basic framework of contracts. So what does that entail? So what technically are the steps to creating Ethereum?
Sure. So I guess just to kind of continue a bit with this Mastercoin story.
Sure.
So started by kind of giving ideas for how to generalize the thing. And eventually this turned into a much more kind of fully fledged proposal that just says, hey, how about you scrap all your features and instead you just put in this programming language. And I gave this idea to them. And their response was something like, hey, this is great, but this seems complicated and this seems like something that we're not going to be able to put onto our roadmap for a while. And my response to this was like, wait, do you not realize how revolutionary this is? Well, I'll just go do it myself. And then
What was the name of the programming language?
I just called it Ultimate Scripting.
Great.
So then I kind of went through a couple more rounds of iteration, and then the idea for Ethereum itself started to form. And the idea here is that you just have a blockchain where the core unit of the thing is what we call contracts. It's these kind of accounts that can hold assets and that have their own internal memory, but that are controlled by a piece of code. And so if I send some Ether to a contract, the only thing that can determine where that kind of Ether, the currency inside Ethereum kind of goes after that, is the code of that contract itself. And so basically kind of sending assets to computer programs becomes this kind of paradigm for creating these kind of self-executing agreements.
Self-executing. It's so cool that code is sort of part of this contract. So that's what's meant by smart contracts.
Yeah.
So how hard was it to build this kind of thing?
Harder than expected. And originally I actually thought that this would be a thing that I would kind of casually work on for a couple of months, publish, and then go back to university. Then I released it, and a bunch of people, or I released the white paper.
The white paper, the idea is there.
The idea, the white paper. A whole bunch of people came in offering to help. A huge number of people kind of expressed interest. And this was something I was totally not expecting. And then I kind of realized that this would be something that's kind of much bigger than I had ever thought that it would be. And then we started on this kind of much longer development slog of making something that kind of lives up to this kind of much higher level of expectations.
What are some of the... Is it fundamentally like software engineering challenges?
It was.
Is there social? Okay, so there's...
And social.
So what are the biggest interesting challenges that you've learned about human civilization and software engineering through this process?
So I guess one of the challenges for me is that like I'm one of the kind of apparently unusual geeks who was kind of never treated with anything but kindness in school.
Yes.
And so when I got into crypto, I kind of expected everyone would just kind of be the same, kind of altruistic and nice in that same way. But the algorithm that I used for finding co-founders for this thing was not very good. It was kind of literally what computer scientists call the greedy algorithm. It's kind of the first 15 people who replied back offering to help kind of are the co-founders.
Oh, you mean like literally the people that will form to be the founders, co-founders of the community. The algorithm. I like how you call it the algorithm.
Yeah. And so what happened was that these like especially as the project got really big, like there started to be a lot of this kind of infighting, and there were a lot of like I wanted the thing to be a non-profit, and some of them wanted to be a for-profit, and then there started to be people who were just kind of totally unable to work with each other. There were people that were kind of trying to get an advantage for themselves in a lot of different ways, and this just about 6 months later led to this big governance crisis, and then we kind of reshuffled leadership a bit, and then the project kept on going. Then 9 months later, there was another governance crisis, and then there was a third governance crisis. And so,
is there a way to, if you're looking at the human side of things, is there a way to optimize this aspect of the cryptocurrency world? It seems that there is, from my perspective, there's a lot of different characters and personalities and egos, and like you said, I don't know if, I also like to think that most of the people in the world are well-intentioned, but the way those intentions are realized may perhaps come off as negative. Like, what is there a hopeful message here about creating a governance structure for cryptocurrency that where everyone gets along?
And after about 4 rounds of reshuffling, I think we've actually come up with something that seems to be pretty stable and happy. I think, I definitely do think that most people are well-intentioned. I just think that like one of the reasons why I like decentralization is just because there's like this thing about power where power attracts people with egos, and so that just allows a very small percentage of people to just ruin so many things.
You think ego has a use? Like, is ego always bad? It seems like
it sometimes does. But in the Ethereum research team, I feel like we've found also kind of a lot of very good people that are just primarily just interested in things for the technology, and things seem to just generally be going quite well.
Yeah, when the focus and the passion is in the tech. So that's the human side of things. The technology side, like what have you learned? What have been the biggest challenges of bringing Ethereum to life on the technology side?
So I think first of all, just there's like the first law of software development, which is that when someone gives you a timetable, switch the unit of time to the next largest unit of time and add 1.
Yes.
And like we basically fell victim to that. So instead of taking like 3 months, it ended up taking like 20 months to launch the thing. And that was just, I think, underestimating the sheer technical complexity of the thing. There were research challenges, like, so for example, one of the things that we've been saying from the start that we would do, one is a switch from a proof of work to a proof of stake, where proof of stake is this alternative consensus mechanism where instead of having to waste a lot of computing power on solving these mathematical puzzles that don't mean anything, you kind of prove that you have access to coins inside of the system, and this kind of gives you some level of participation in the consensus.
Can you maybe elaborate on that a little bit? I understand the idea of proof of work. I know that a lot of people say that the idea of proof of stake is really appealing. Can you maybe linger on it longer, explain what it is?
Sure. So basically the idea is like, if I kind of lock up 100 coins, then I turn that into a kind of quote virtual miner, and the system itself kind of automatically and randomly assigns that in a virtual miner the right to create blocks at particular intervals. And then if someone else has 200 coins and they unlock those 200 coins, then they get a kind of twice as big virtual miner. They'll be able to create blocks twice as often. Right? So it tries to kind of do similar things to proof of work, except instead of the thing kind of rate limiting your participation being your ability to crank out solutions to kind of hash challenges, the thing that rate limits your participation is kind of how much coins you're kind of locking into this mechanism.
Okay, so interesting. So that limited participation doesn't require you to run a lot of compute. Does that mean that the richer you are, so rich people are more, like their identity is more
right, and this
stable?
Yeah,
verifiable, or whatever the right terminology is.
Right, and this is definitely a common critique. I think my usual answer to this is that like proof of work is even more of that kind of system.
Yes, exactly. I
mean,
didn't mean it in that statement as a criticism. I think you're exactly right. That's equivalent. That proof of work is the same kind of thing, but in the proof of work you have to also use physical resources.
Yes, and burn computers and burn trees and all of that stuff.
Is there a way to mess with the system of the proof of stake?
There is, but you will once again need to have a very large portion of all the coins that are locked in the system to do anything bad.
Got it. So, yeah, and just to that, maybe take a small tangent. One of the criticisms of cryptocurrency is the fact that I guess for the proof of work mechanism, you have to use so much energy in the world.
Yes.
Is one of the motivations of proof of stake is to move away from this?
Definitely.
Like, what's your sense of the? Maybe I'm just underinformed. Is there like legitimately environmental impact from this?
Yeah. So the latest thing was that Bitcoin consumed as much energy as the country of Austria or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Ethereum is like right now maybe only like half an order of magnitude smaller than Bitcoin.
I've heard you talk about Ethereum 2.0. So what's the dream of Ethereum 2.0? What's the status of proof of stake as the mechanism that Ethereum moves towards? And also, how do you move to a different mechanism of consensus within a cryptocurrency?
So Ethereum 2.0 is a collection of major upgrades that we've wanted to do to Ethereum for quite some time. The two big ones, one is proof of stake, and the other is what we call sharding. Sharding solves another problem with blockchains, which is scalability. And what sharding does is it basically says, instead of every participant in the network having to personally download and verify every transaction, every participant in the network only downloads and verifies a small portion of transactions. And then you kind of randomly distribute who gets how much work. And because of how the distribution is random, it still has the property that you need a large portion of the entire network to corrupt what's going on inside of any shard. But the system is still kind of very redundant and very secure.
That's brilliant. How hard is that to implement, and how hard is proof of stake to implement? Like on a technical level, software level?
Proof of stake and sharding are both challenging. I'd say sharding is a bit more challenging. The reason is that proof of stake is kind of just a change to how the consensus layer works. Sharding does both that, but it's also a change to the networking layer. The reason is that sharding is kind of pointless if at the networking layer you still do what you do today, which is you kind of gossip everything, which means that if someone publishes something, every other node in the client hears it from on the networking layer. And so instead we have to have kind of subnetworks and the ability to quickly switch between subnetworks and have the subnetworks talk to each other. And this is all doable, but it's a more complex architecture, and it's definitely the sort of thing that has not yet been done in cryptocurrency.
So most of the networking layer in cryptocurrency is you're shouting, you're like broadcasting messages, and this is more like ad hoc networks. Like
you're shouting within smaller groups.
Smaller group, but you have like a bunch of
exactly.
And you have to switch between. Oh man, I'd love to see the. So it's a beautiful idea. So from a graph theoretic perspective, but just the software that like who's responsible? Is the Ethereum project, like the people involved, would they be implementing, like what's the actual, this is like legit software engineering. Who, like, how does that work? How do people collaborate, build that kind of project? Is this like almost like, is there a software engineering lead? Is there, is it a legit, almost like large scale open source project?
There is, yeah. So we have someone named Danny Ryan on our team who's just been brilliant and great all around. And he is a kind of de facto kind of development coordinator, I guess. It's like, you have to invent job titles for this stuff, right? Yes. The reason is that, like, we also have this unique kind of organizational structure where the Ethereum Foundation itself kind of does research in-house, but then the actual implementation is done by independent teams that are separate companies, and they're located all around the world in like fun places like Australia. And so, you kind of just need a bunch of kind of almost nonstop cat herding to just keep getting these people to kind of talk to each other and kind of implement the spec, make sure that everyone agrees on kind of what's going on and kind of how to interpret different things.
So how far into the future are we from these two mechanisms in Ethereum 2.0? Like, what's your sense of the timeline, keeping in mind the previous comment you made about the sort of general curse of software projects?
So Ethereum 2.0 is split into 3 phases. So phase 0 just creates a proof-of-stake network, and it's actually separate from kind of the proof-of-work network at the beginning, just to kind of give it time to grow and improve itself.
Do people get to choose? Sorry to interrupt. Do people get to choose? I guess.
Yes, they get to choose to move over if they want to. Then phase 1 adds sharding, but it only adds sharding of kind of data storage and not sharding of computation. And then after that, there is kind of the merger phase, which is where the kind of the accounts, kind of smart contracts, like all of the kind of activity on the existing ETH1 system just kind of gets cut and pasted into ETH2, and then the proof of work chain gets forgotten, and then all of the things that were living there before just kind of continue living inside of the proof of stake system. So for timelines, phase 0 has been kind of almost fully implemented, and now it's just a matter of a whole bunch of security auditing and testing. My own experience is that right now it feels like we're at about a phase comparable to when we were doing the original Ethereum launch, when we were maybe about 4 months away from launch.
But that's just a hunch. Then
that's just a hunch, yeah.
So how, it took like over a decade for people to move from Python 2 to Python 3. How do you see the move from like this phase 0 for different consensus mechanism? Do you see there being a drastic phase shift in people just kind of jumping to this better mechanism?
So in phase 0, I don't expect too many people to do much, because in phase 0 and phase 1, the new chain deliberately doesn't have too much functionality turned on. Right. It's there just like if you want to be a proof of stake validator, you can get things started. If you want to store data for other blockchain applications, you can get started. But existing applications will largely keep living on ETH1. And then when the merger happens, then the merger is a operation that happens all at once. So that's kind of one of the benefits of a consensus system, that like on the one hand you have to coordinate the upgrade, but on the other hand the upgrade can be coordinated.
So what's Casper FFG, by the way?
Casper FFG is the consensus algorithm that we are using for the proof of stake.
Is there something interesting specific about Casper FFG, like some beautiful aspect of it that's
there is. So Casper FFG combines together kind of 2 different schools of consensus algorithm design. So the general 2 different schools of this design are, right, one is kind of 50% fault tolerant but dependent on network synchrony. So 50% fault tolerant, but it can tolerate up to 50% of faults, but not more. But it depends on an assumption that all of the nodes can talk to each other within some limited period of time. Like if I send a message, you'll receive it within a few seconds. And the second school is 33% fault tolerant, but safe under asynchrony, which means that like if we agree on something, then that thing is finalized, and even if the network goes horribly wonky the second after that thing is finalized, there's no way to revert that thing. And
that's fascinating how you would make that happen.
It's definitely quite clever. I'd recommend the Casper FFG paper. If you just search like archive, as in like ARXIV and Casper FFG,
that's
right
on archive.
There.
The paper's on archive.
Yeah.
Who are the authors?
Myself and Virgil Griffith.
That's awesome. I'll take a small tangent. This idea of just putting out white papers and putting them on archive and just putting them publicly, is that at the core? Is that a necessary component of cryptocurrency? Is that the tradition started with Satoshi Nakamoto? What do you make of it? Like, what do you make of the future of that kind of sharing of ideas?
I guess so, yeah. And it's definitely something that's like kind of mandatory for crypto, because like crypto is all about making systems where you don't have to trust the operators to trust that the thing works. And so if anything behind how a system works is closed source, then that kind of kills the point. And so there is the kind of a sense in which the fundamental properties of the category of the thing we're trying to build just kind of forces openness. But also openness just has proven to be a really great way to collaborate. And then there's actually been a lot of kind of innovation and academic collaboration that's just kind of happened ad hoc in the crypto space the last few years. So like, for example, we have this forum called ETH Research, that's like ETHRESEAR and then .ch. And there we publish kind of just ideas in a form that's kind of half formal, like it's halfway in between, like it's a kind of a text write-up and you can have math in it, but it's often kind of much shorter than a paper. And it turns out that the great majority of new ideas, like they're just kind of fairly small nuggets that you can explain in like 5 to 10 lines, and they don't
need the whole formality of a paper, right?
Exactly. They don't require the kind of like 10 pages of a filler, and so
introduction and conclusion is not needed.
Yeah, and so instead you just kind of publish the idea, and then people can go comment on it. And
that's brilliant.
Yeah, no, this has been really great for us.
I think I interrupted you. Was there something else on Casper FFG?
No, so just Casper FFG is just kind of combines together these two schools, and so basically it creates this system where if you have more than 50% that are honest, then and you have network synchrony, then the thing kind of goes as a chain. But then if network synchrony fails, then kind of the last few blocks in the chain might kind of get replaced. But anything that was finalized by this kind of more asynchronous process can't be reverted. And so you essentially get a kind of best of both worlds between those two models.
Okay, so I know what I'm doing tonight. I'm going to be reading the Casper FFG paper. Apologize for the romanticized question, but what to you are some or the most beautiful idea in the world of Ethereum? Just something surprising, something beautiful, something powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that money can just emerge out of a database if enough people believe in it, I think is definitely one of those things that's up there. I think one of the things that I really love about Ethereum is also this concept of composability. So this is the idea that like if I build an application on top of Ethereum, then you can build an application that talks to my application, and you don't even need my permission, you don't even need to talk to me, right? So one really fun example of this is there was this kind of game on Ethereum called CryptoKitties that just involved kind of breeding digital cats.
Yes.
And someone else created a game called Crypto Dragons, where the way you play Crypto Dragons is you have a dragon and you have to feed it CryptoKitties. And they just created the whole thing just like as an Ethereum contract that you would send these tokens that are defined by this other Ethereum contract. And for the interoperability to happen, like the projects don't really need to, like the teams don't really need to talk to each other. You just kind of interface with the existing program.
So it's arbitrarily composable in this kind of way. So you have different groups that could be working. So you could see it scaling to just outside of dragons and kitties. You could build like entire ecosystems of software.
Yeah, and especially in the decentralized finance space that's been popping up the last 2 years, there has been a huge amount of really interesting things happen as a result of this.
Is it a particular kind of like financial applications kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, there's like stable coins, so this is kind of tokens that retain value equal to $1, but they're kind of backed by cryptocurrency. Then there's decentralized exchanges. So as far as decentralized exchanges goes, there's this really interesting construction that has existed for about one and a half years now called Uniswap. So what Uniswap is, it's a smart contract that holds balances of two tokens. We'll call them token A and token B. And it maintains an invariant that the balance of token A multiplied by the balance of token B has to equal the same value. Mm-hmm. And so the way that you trade against the thing is basically like you have this kind of curve, like X times Y equals K. And before you trade, it's at some points on the curve. After you trade, you just like pick some any other points on the curve. And then whatever the delta X is, that's the amount of A tokens you provide. Whatever the delta Y is, that's the amount of B tokens you get, or vice versa. And then kind of the slope at the current points on the curve kind of is the price. And so that just is the whole thing. And that just allows you to have this exchange for tokens, and even if there's very few participants, and the whole thing is just like so simple, and it's just very easy to set up, very easy to participate in, and it just provides so much value to people. So
and the fundamental the distributed application infrastructure allows that somehow.
Yes. So this is a smart contract, meaning this is all a computer program that's just running on Ethereum.
Smart contracts too are just fascinating.
They are.
Okay, Do you think cryptocurrency may become the main currency in the world one day? So where do you think we're headed in terms of the role of currency, the structure, type of currency in the world?
I definitely expect fiat currencies to continue to exist and continue to be strong, and I definitely expect kind of fiat currencies to also digitize in their own way over the next couple of decades.
What's fiat currency, by the way?
Oh, just like things like US dollars and like dollars and euros and yen and these other things.
And they're sort of backed by governments.
Yes, but I also expect cryptocurrencies to play this kind of important role in just making sure that people always have an alternative if fiat currencies start breaking. So like if you're in some kind of very high inflation place like Venezuela, for example, or if your country just kind of gets cut off from other financial systems because of something the banks do, if there's even some major trade disruption or something worse happens, then cryptocurrencies are the sort of thing that just because of their kind of global neutrality, they're just kind of always there and you can keep using them.
It's interesting that you're quite humble about the possibilities of the future of cryptocurrency. You don't think there's a possible future where it becomes the main set of currency? Because it feels like fiat, it feels like the centralized control by governments of currency is limiting somehow. Maybe my naive utopian view of the world.
It's definitely very possible. I think for cryptocurrencies being the main form of value to kind of work well, you do need to have some much more price stability than they have today. And there are now stable coins and there are kind of cryptocurrencies that try to be more stable than the existing things like Bitcoin and Ether, but that just is to me the kind of the main challenge.
Do you think that's a characteristic of just being the early days? And it's such a young concept. 10 years is nothing in the history of money.
Yeah, and I think it's a combination of two things, right? One is it's still early days, but the other is a kind of more durable any kind of economic problem, which is that demand for currency is volatile, right? Because of recessions, booms, changes to technology, lots of things, and if people's demand for how much currency they want to hold changes. And if you have a currency that has a fixed supply, then the change in demand has to be entirely expressed as a change in value of the currency. And so what that means is that kind of the volatility of demand becomes entirely translated into volatility in kind of prices of things denominated in that currency. But if you have a currency where instead the supply can change, and so the supply can kind of go up when there's more demand, then you have the supply kind of absorbing more of that volatility, and so the price of the currency would absorb less of the volatility.
On that topic, so Bitcoin does have a limited supply, a specific fixed supply.
Yes.
What's the idea? And Ethereum doesn't, but can you clarify? Just in the comment you just made, is Ethereum qualify to the kind of currency that you're talking about and being flexible in the supply?
It's a bit more flexible, but kind of the thing that you would really want is something that's kind of specifically flexible in response to how valuable the currency is. And I'd recommend to look at stable coins as well. So things like DAI, for example. It's
how do you spell that?
DAI.
And what's stable coins? Is it a type of cryptocurrency?
It is a type of cryptocurrency. It's a type of cryptocurrency that's issued by a smart contract, one of these Ethereum computer programs, that where the smart contract holds a bunch of Ether, and then it basically that people deposit, and then it issues DAI, and the reason why people deposit is because they want to kind of go high leverage on their Ether. And so it kind of pairs these two sets of users, one that wants stability and one that kind of wants extra risk together with each other. And it basically creates or gives one set of participants a guarantee that they'll be that they have this asset that can be later converted back into Ether, but specifically at kind of the $1 rate.
And it has some kind of stabilizing network effects.
It has this. Yeah, it has many kinds of stabilizing mechanisms in it.
That's fascinating. Okay, this world is awesome technically. Just from a scientific perspective, it's an awesome world that I often don't see from an outsider's perspective. What I often see is kind of maybe hype and a little bit, if I may say so, like charlatanism. And you don't often see, at least from my outsider's perspective, the beautiful science of it and the engineering of it. Maybe is there a comment you can make of who to follow, how to learn about this world without being interrupted by the charlatans and the hype people in the space?
I think you do need to just know the specific kind of just people to follow. There's all the kind of the cryptographers and the researchers, and there's just even just the Ethereum research crew, like myself, like Dankrad, Danny, Justin, and the other people, and then the academic cryptographers, and like before this today, I was at Stanford, and Stanford has the Center for Blockchain Research, and Dan Bonnet, this really famous and great cryptographer, was running it, and there's a lot of other people there, and there's people working on like zero knowledge proofs, for example, and Zuko from Zcash is one other person that I respect. So I think if you follow the technical,
just crawl along that.
Yeah, you just
start with the Ethereum group, and then look at the academics, Dave Bonnet, and so on, and then just cautiously expand the network of people you follow.
Yeah, exactly. And like if someone seems too self-promotional, then just remove them.
Is there books that are? So there's these white papers, and we just discussed about ideas being condensed into really small parts. Is there books that are emerging that are kind of good introductory material for crypto?
For historical ones, and there's like Nathaniel Popper's Digital Gold, which is just about the history of Bitcoin. There's like one, and then Matthew Lysing announced that there's one about the history of Ethereum. For technical ones, and there's Andreas Antonopoulos' Mastering Ethereum.
Great. So let me ask you sorry to pull back to the idea of governments and decentralized currency. There's a tension between decentralization of currency and the power of nations, the power of governments. What's your sense about that tension? Is there some rule for regulation of currency? Is the government the enemy of digital currency, of distributed currency, or can they be like cautious friends?
I mean, I think like the one thing that people forget is that it's clearly not entirely an enemy, because I think if there hadn't been so much government regulation on kind of centralized issuing centralized digital currencies, then we'd be seeing things, people like Google and Facebook and Twitter just kind of issuing them left and right. And then like if that was the case, then decentralized currencies would still appeal to some people, but they definitely would appeal to less people than today. So even in that sense, I think it's clearly been kind of more of a just kind of set the stage for the existence as of the sector in some ways, but also, and I think some of both. There's definitely things that governments kind of can do, in some cases have done to hurt the spread of and growth of blockchains. There's things that they've done to help, and they've in some cases definitely done a good job of kind of going after fraudulent projects, and of going after some of the projects that have some of the kind of craziest and most misleading marketing. There's also the possibility that governments will end up using blockchains for a lot of different things. Governments, they do a lot more than just regulating, right? Like there's also, they have the kind of identity records, and they have kind of like property registries, even their own currency is like secure, lots of different kind of things that they're operating, and there's even blockchain applications in a lot of those.
Yeah, and they can leverage technology to do a lot of good for our societies. It is a little unfortunate that governments often lag behind in terms of their acceptance and leverage of technology. If you look at the autonomous vehicle space, AI in general, they're a few years behind. It'd be nice to help them catch up. That's a always ongoing problem. You met Vladimir Putin to discuss decentralized currency. You're born in where were you born?
Kolomna. It's a city about 115 kilometers south of Moscow.
In Russia.
Yes.
Yeah, I grew up in Moscow. I mean, Vladimir Putin is a central figure in this part of the world. So what was that like meeting him? What was that experience like?
He's taller in photos than in person.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. He's 5'7", I think, 5'8", maybe.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately we didn't actually kind of have too much of a chance to talk to him. Like I managed to see him for about 1 minute at the end of this meeting, and I did get a chance to see some of the other end of government ministers, and he recommended some, and some of them are actually kind of interested in trying to use blockchains to for various government use cases to kind of limit corruption and other things. And I have it's hard to tell from one conversation kind of what things are genuine and what things are just like, oh, blockchain is cool, let's do blockchain.
Right. But when I listen to Barack Obama talk about artificial intelligence, there's certain things I hear where, okay, so he might not be an expert in AI, but he actually studied it carefully enough to think about it. Like he internalized, even if it's just reading a Wikipedia page, like he really thought about what this technology means. Did you get a sense that Putin or some of the ministers like thought about blockchain, like thought about the fundamentals of technology, or like understand it intuitively, or are they too old school to try to grasp it?
Some are old school, some are more new school. It depends. It's definitely like depends on who you talk to.
I mean, that's an open question for me with Putin, because Putin has said
I don't know.
some
As
stuff
I said,
about
I've
AI.
only talked to him for about 1 minute, so.
But sometimes you can pick up sort of insights. As a quick comment, they're about, maybe you can correct me on this, but there are about 3,000 cryptocurrencies being actively traded.
Yes.
And Ethereum is one of, a lot of people believe that Ethereum will be the main cryptocurrency. I think Bitcoin is currently still the main cryptocurrency, but Ethereum very likely might become that the main one. Is this kind of diversity good in the crypto world? Do you see it sticking around? Should there be a winner? Like, should there be some consensus globally around Bitcoin or around Ethereum? Like, what's your sense?
I definitely think the diversity is good, and I definitely think also that there's probably too many people trying to make separate blockchains kind of right now. I mean, the number should definitely be greater than 1 and probably greater than 2 or even 5.
But not 3,000.
Not 3,000, yeah, and also not even like 40 high-quality platforms that try to do the same thing. Yeah, there's definitely this range from just like one person who just like wrongly thinks that you can create a cryptocurrency in like 12 hours and like doesn't even think about kind of the community aspects of maintaining it, going to people actually trying but only creating a really tiny one, to like scammers, to people like making something that's actually successful. And then there's a lot of different categories of blockchain and kind of project in terms of what it's trying to do and what applications it's for. And I think the experimentation is definitely healthy.
If you look at the two worlds, they might be a little bit disjoint, but the distributed applications, cryptocurrency, and then the world of artificial intelligence, do you see there's some overlap between these worlds that both worry about centralized control? Is there some overlap that's interesting that you think about? Do you think about AI much?
Yeah, and I think definitely kind of thought about things like the AI kind of control problems and alignment problems and all of those things.
Do you worry about the existential threat of AI?
It's definitely one of the things I worry about. I think there's a lot of kind of common challenges, because in both cases, what you're ultimately trying to do is you're trying to kind of get a simple system to direct a more complex system. Like in the case of these strong AIs, the idea would be that the simple system is people and the complex system is, well, whatever thing the people end up kind of unleashing on the universe. That'll hopefully be a great thing. And in the case of blockchains, kind of the simple thing is the algorithm, which is a piece of static and fully open source code, and the more complex thing is just all of the different possible kind of human actors and the strategies that they might end up used to participate in the network.
Do you think about your own mortality? Like what you hope to accomplish in your life?
I definitely think about ending my own mortality.
So that's, if I gave you the option to live forever, would you?
Depends a lot on what the fine print is. But I mean, if it's one of those things where I'm going to be kind of like floating through empty space for 10 to the 75 years, then no. If it's forever worth of kind of having, a fulfilling life with kind of with friends to spend the time with kind of meaningful challenges to explore and interesting things to be working on, then I think absolutely.
That's beautifully put. Live forever, but you'd have to check the fine print. I think there's no better way to end it. Vitalik, thank you so much for talking to us. So exciting to follow your work from a distance, and thank you for creating a revolutionary idea and sticking with it and building it out and doing some incredible engineering work. And thanks for talking today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Vitalik Buterin, and thank you to our sponsors, ExpressVPN and Masterclass. Please consider supporting the podcast by signing up to Masterclass at masterclass.com/Lex and getting ExpressVPN at expressvpn.com/LexPod. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Vitalik Buterin. The thing that I often ask startups on top of Ethereum is, can you please tell me why using Ethereum blockchain is better than using Excel? And if they can come up with a good answer, that's when you know you got something really interesting. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
We rely on government to keep this country running, especially now. So making sure they have the most reliable network is critical.
This episode was brought to you by Morning Brew. Hi, welcome to another Cold Fusion video. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies burst onto the scene just after the 2008 financial crash. It was a symbolic warning that something might be wrong with our current economic system. 12 years later, the majority of structural problems since 2008 haven't been fixed. In fact, many of those problems are much worse. So what happened to the crypto and blockchain revolution, and why haven't we been hearing about it? Well, the fact is, a lot has happened in that time, but the news cycle is just focusing on other things. In this episode, we'll take a look at some of the major milestones that are taking place in the field of business, finance, and even government. Key aspects of the financial system might be starting to change right in front of our eyes. It's worth noting that although we've covered a few crypto scams on this channel, as entertaining as they were, there are also a mountain of legitimate uses for this technology, as you'll soon see.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
So starting off, if you haven't watched my 2017 blockchain series yet, it's a good watch to get some background. One viewer even used it as the basis for his final year thesis. I'll leave a link for that series below. So what is blockchain? To summarize, blockchain is an unalterable digital list. This digital list has a record of who owns what. The key point is that the list can't be tampered with. This is because an up-to-date copy of this list of who owns what is stored on the computer of every member in the system. If someone tries to mess with an entry on this list, it's not going to match the rest of the entries in the system. This renders the tampering invalid. That's a very oversimplified overview, but that's the core idea, and this very idea is proving to be a powerful tool. From blockchain came cryptocurrencies and a lot of other technologies. The biggest story in blockchain right now has to be DeFi, or decentralized finance. Imagine being able to take out a loan without having to speak to anyone, or even open up a bank account, or gain a 6% interest on your savings deposit without a bank signing anything, or even interacting with anyone either. This and much more already exists today, and it's gotten simple enough that anyone with a phone can pick it up and take part. All you need is a DeFi app and some money that you want to spend. It works something like this. You deposit your dollars or government currency, and the app automatically converts it to a crypto of your choosing. You can use these holdings as collateral to loan against. You can also get interest on your deposit depending on how volatile the crypto is. The less volatile, the higher the interest rate. DeFi applications are built on top of a cryptocurrency called Ethereum. Ethereum, unlike Bitcoin, manages to do this through something called a smart contract. A smart contract is essentially a digital contract made of code. Its job is to replace what a human intermediary would do. The code in the smart contract writes up the terms of the agreement and enforces the rules, all within the same program. No humans required. Some smart contracts are written so they're tied to real-world assets. An example of this is something called a stablecoin. A stablecoin derives its value from an underlying currency, like the US dollar for example. Other smart contracts can be tied to gold or a stock. The possibilities are endless. And in my view, throughout history, making complicated but valuable things easy for the average person to use has been the hallmarks of every game changer. So DeFi could be a game changer, or just another bubble. You'd have to be very careful of putting any of your money in these things, since it's at such an early stage, and there's probably many bad actors out there. But regardless, the concept is very interesting, and I'll be keeping my eye on it. Continuing on in the world of finance with blockchain, the world's largest refiner of newly minted gold, the Perth Mint, which holds over $3.2 billion of gold within its vaults, is launching the first government gold guaranteed digital asset, titled Perth Mint Gold Token. This means that through the use of cryptocurrency, you can own gold within a vault. This is in stark contrast to other tokens on the market, which are often, not including stablecoins, backed by nothing of value in the real world, but rather by a combination of its rarity and the effort it takes to mine. Seeing that you're interested in a video like this, and presumably the latest in finance, tech or business, you might like to try out this episode's sponsor, Morning Brew. Morning Brew gives you a free daily newsletter each weekday. These newsletters go straight to your inbox and makes news less dry and boring. During a quick browse this week, I recently learned about Flippy the robot, a robot that can make burgers using computer vision. It's the first of its kind and is projected to increase profit margins by 300%. I think the Morning Brew format is good because you can be up to date with key news stories without having to manually trundle across multiple sources. So really, there's no reason not to subscribe to Morning Brew if you're interested in business, technology or finance. It's completely free and takes less than 15 seconds to subscribe. Click the link in the description below to subscribe to Morning Brew today. Okay, continuing on with the episode. In Italy, 85% of banks now use a blockchain system called Corda. Previously, banks in Italy sent physical tapes between each other in order to reconsolidate transfers between the banks. This meant that the process could take between 1 to 2 months to complete. Now with the help of Corda, authenticated and reliable reconsolidation is completed within 24 hours. It seems that every bank and financial institution is finding uses for blockchain and cryptocurrencies. A couple of Swiss banks have recently been given approval to offer cryptocurrency trading. MasterCard, Visa, and PayPal are all pivoting their services to incorporate crypto and blockchain.
We're very excited about blockchain technology. We have been working with it for quite a while. We have partners we work with it on. We have a product we're piloting that uses distributed ledger technology. Blockchain, we think, is a potentially very valuable technology.
JP Morgan successfully tested their multiple currency prototype with Singaporean financial authorities. This was 5 years in the making. This payment network aims to make cheaper and faster international money transfers and is already being rolled out. Okay, so next, let's take a look at blockchain in business. In logistics, the use of middlemen, tracking, and storage can create problems that drastically impact a company's efficiency. Chronicled, a California-based company, is integrating blockchain and Internet of Things systems in order to create a more efficient logistics system. They recently partnered with a large pharmaceutical company to help transport their products. With the authentication of each product's origin, this process not only makes transportation more efficient, but it also makes it more difficult for bad actors to try and intercept the supply chain to switch out items with counterfeit products. Blockchain is also being implemented by some tech giants. Earlier this year, Microsoft introduced Lithium, a blockchain that integrates into Microsoft's cloud computing service, Azure. This allows developers to integrate blockchain solutions into their apps. Last year, Samsung integrated a blockchain wallet into their smartphones with the unveiling of the S10. This gives way to the use of decentralized apps, or DApps. DApps give developers the opportunity to integrate blockchain into mobile applications. While it's still in its infancy, DApps ranging from health to social media platforms and charity are already being developed. Far from the offices of big banks or mechanical manufacturing floors, the famed cryptocurrency Bitcoin is helping advance the semiconductor industry. Interestingly, the pursuit of faster and more efficient problem solving has increased demand for semiconductors due to Bitcoin mining. Bitcoin mining is the act that gives the coin its value by making it a rarity. The mining process is credited by some analysts as one of the leading causes of recent advancements in the semiconductor industry. In South Africa, Tumelo Ramaphosa, son of the president, is trying to tackle the issue of illegal poaching, which has ravaged the country's wildlife in the name of greed. His product, StudX, works in partnership with IBM to use the Internet of Things and blockchain to verify the ownership of animals. The idea is to track an individual animal's movements, heart rate, and more, and put all of this data on a blockchain. This creates another layer of difficulty for poachers to illegally sell and illegally attain animals.
So StudX is the first cryptocurrency for rare and endangered wildlife. It's an investment platform for profit. So it's the digital equivalent of a stock exchange for wildlife and livestock. A certain percentage now within the transaction cost as well between the farmers and ourselves will be dedicated towards conservation. So the whole idea is that we protect animals from hunters, predators, poachers, and disease. And that's what the whole idea of owning a token is that you're supporting anti-poaching technology and you're supporting anti-poaching initiatives towards supporting this animal in its natural environment.
So in this last section, we're going to see how blockchain is starting to make its way into government. Recently, the United States Postal Service just issued a blockchain patent. This was to secure mail-in voting. Disclaimer, I'm not an American and I have no stake in this issue. I'm just giving you the information on this one. China, Japan, Canada, Britain, South Korea, and many other countries are talking about making big moves into cryptocurrencies. Meanwhile, the United States and other major global economies are struggling to change and adapt to the rapid pace of blockchain development. Emerging economies across Asia and Africa are embracing advancements in fintech and blockchain. These efforts provide attractive economic opportunities that don't discriminate based on nationality, wealth, or credit. Legacy financial institutions may struggle to compete. Unproductive participants could lose market share. Some analysts are predicting a return to healthy competition in the financial sector. We'll have to wait and see on that one. The central banks of governments around the world are focusing their efforts on blockchain, continuing the trend of developing a digital version of existing currencies. Britain is reviewing the development of a digital pound. Thailand is in the development for its own digital currency, and Japan is planning trials for their digital yen. But China is leading the way. The Central Bank of China is beginning to test the digital yuan. This was done through a selected group of whitelisted employees. This trial, if successful, could usher in a new wave of adoption, with 4 of the largest banks in the world ranked by assets all being in China. And lastly, the Chinese government is planning to implement the digital currency at the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics. Meanwhile, in South Korea, the government plans to invest nearly $50 billion into what they call the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the digital civilization. This includes the implementation of blockchain solutions by 2025. The implementation of cryptocurrencies is not constrained to just governments. In fact, there appear to be many examples where digital coins are being used due to a lack of government leadership. Recently, Hong Kong passed legislation which would allow governments to freeze and confiscate people's assets. This has raised fears that it may be used for a tool to suppress speech, particularly those who aren't fond of the Chinese government. Soon after the laws were enacted, certain stablecoins, coins which are tied to existing real-world currencies, saw an uptick in value. Trading volume rose between Hong Kong dollars and the US stablecoin, which is pegged to the US dollar. This suggests that whoever is trading, be it a handful of wealthy individuals or a mass number of the average citizens, whoever it is, these people in Hong Kong were cautious of the new law, and they were taking things into their own hands by protecting their assets by converting to a more flexible and easier to transfer store of wealth. Brazil, recently hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, saw its economy struggle. During these times, the national currency dipped to a record low. This caused the nation to also see a similar uptick in the trading volumes of stablecoins. This now seems to be a new global trend among poorly performing economies. When currencies are failing and trust in government is diminishing, it seems that individuals within these troubled economies are turning to cryptocurrencies to preserve their wealth. Even in the United States, a study, as reported by Forbes, revealed that 15% of American adults now own a form of cryptocurrency, and about half of those were first-time buyers this year.
Why would the banks disrupt themselves by introducing a digital currency that would make it easier for consumers and businesses to disintermediate the banks? Well, the banks may not be the innovators. It may be that they are the reactors, that they will react when others innovate. Right now, digital currency sounds very edgy and kind of alternative lifestyle, but it's becoming the mainstream. And so the banks, the largest banks in particular, are very aware of this. They're investing in the technology, and they will provide this service as soon as it's profitable enough, after considering the cost to them of losing some of their current business that they're going to disrupt.
So, although it's not being discussed in the media, the implementation of cryptocurrencies to create more secure assets and the blockchain to automate more of our economy seems more relevant now than ever. Central banks are now seriously looking into this technology, while many businesses are finding innovative uses for blockchain. The boom and bust of the crypto bubble in 2018 may have quelled some of these predictions, but taking a deeper look, it actually doesn't seem like cryptocurrencies are going away. Blockchain solutions keep springing up, from fighting poachers to improving banking to helping citizens with unstable governments. It really looks like blockchain will be an important part of our future. So what do you guys think? How do you think the future of blockchain and crypto will look like? Do you think cryptos will continue to free people from economic boundaries like in Hong Kong and Brazil? Or do you think it would eventually lead to more central bank control? Let me know in the comment section below.
We have a major problem, guys. As you can see, the answer to this question, which I just posted, is not obvious to everybody. Bitcoin versus XRP, which coin is more decentralized? You'd think everybody would be fully aware of this answer. You can see this is not the case. This is what I want to talk about in today's video. I want to provide a little bit of clarity, and I'm actually going to share with you a point in Bitcoin's history where China did try to take control of Bitcoin's blockchain, and they failed. This might be something you've never heard before. This is a piece of Bitcoin's history. By the way, guys, everybody make sure you like the video. By this time, the XRP army has they're trying to downvote this video into oblivion. You probably noticed some extra downvotes in this video. Let's try to cancel that out. Everybody like the video. Let's get this information out there to as many people as possible. Welcome back, everybody, to Altcoin Daily, where you subscribe for our daily videos on everything going on with Bitcoin, crypto, the whole market. I'll be honest with you. The reason I'm making this video today is because there's a lot of misinformation out there, and this is my attempt to try to clue you in so you actually know what's going on. So in this video, I'm going to give you my full, unadulterated opinion. Of course, everything that follows is my own opinion based on my own research. I am going to try and back it up, though. But that being said, if you own Bitcoin, if you own XRP, it is crucial that you listen to this video. And full disclosure, I'm making this video based on a few comments which we received from yesterday's video. See, what I like from yesterday's video is that we were actually able to report to you with the CEO of the third largest cryptocurrency by market cap. We were able to report to you what Ripple is doing without shilling the XRP token. See, many people, they took this interview and they used it to evangelize XRP, but that's not what we're about. As you know, I personally, I don't believe in XRP on a fundamental level. However, in that same breath, I would say that XRP isn't going anywhere. I think it is prone to pump since they have such a well-funded marketing team. And overall, I think coins that have big marketing budgets are going to pump the hardest in the next bull run. That's my opinion. And anyways, this is that clip. This is the clip in yesterday's video, which we did not reference. Among many clips, we didn't show you a lot of this interview. But this is the clip that everybody from the XRP army is talking about. Who is leading in decentralization?
Who's leading?
Well, it depends a little bit how we talk about leading. I mean, China, to your point, it's been fascinating to see it. I mean, they really, through mining power, control the Bitcoin blockchain. You have 4 miners in China that represent something like 60+% of mining capacity, and 80% of mining capacity about is based in China for both Bitcoin and Ether.
Is Bitcoin's mining centralized in China?
Holiday story time.
Hey, Les.
Her thick red stew's scrumptious scent wafted out of the window.
Is this a problem? We hear this a lot. In my opinion, people don't really understand what they're talking about and they don't know the history of Bitcoin. The fact is, if China was able to control Bitcoin's mining, they would have done it already. Here's the thing, guys. The scary reality is that in 2017, China already tried to use their influence to control Bitcoin, and they failed. How many of you were around in early to mid 2017? If you were here in early to mid 2017, you might remember, if you were in the know, you might remember China miners tried and failed to control Bitcoin's blockchain. It was through a bad actor known as Jihan Wu and Bitmain, and they teamed up with Roger Ver, who eventually forked into Bcash. History is very complicated. This is for sure hard to understand, especially if you're not technical. This is hard for me to understand. So let me just read you some insightful comments from people who actually know. I'm here to enlighten you with this, because I didn't know this. This blew my mind. We're gonna start here with Turdemeester. This is why studying Bitcoin's history is so important. It's because if you know Bitcoin's history, you know back in 2017, China miners tried and failed to control Bitcoin's blockchain with B2X hard fork. In reality, they tried, but they could not change 1 iota of the code. Well, what's this all about? Let's actually pivot over to this Reddit poster. He sums up the history and puts this in perspective rather nicely. This is what happened in mid-2017. He goes, the simple rebuttal to the idea that China controls Bitcoin through mining power is that it's misleading because they already tried to use their influence and failed. The biggest miner in 2017, Bitmain, back then had the secret hack called ASIC Boost, which they built into their ASIC miners and deployed special FPGA controlling chipsets in order to take advantage of this for themselves. So Bitmain, they were using this unethical hack to try to give themselves in China this unfair advantage. For everybody else who bought the Bitmain hardware, the FPGAs didn't do the priming necessary to use the secret algorithm. Bitmain had gone to huge expense to build this into their chips, and they got the huge benefits. But there was one problem. A software protocol proposal change called SegWit. SegWit stomped on a couple bits in the header field that allowed Bitmain to keep their use of ASIC Boost secret. If SegWit was implemented, they'd have to do this trick in the open, and then they'd face anger from the Chinese and non-Chinese community, which might boycott Bitmain in some crafty way. In order to fight SegWit, Bitmain launched a massive disinformation campaign, which included partnering with Roger Ver, resulting in the Bcash split, which Bcash did not plan to apply SegWit, so they'd be preserving Bitmain's mining advantage. Brian Armstrong at Coinbase joined the defectors at the time from the Bitcoin Core developers and their technical understanding and helped draw industry weight behind another fork called SegWit 2X, so it was very difficult for non-technical people to understand at the time. The subreddit r/Bitcoin turned into a total crapstorm, trolling, rehashed propaganda. Books will be written about this moment in Bitcoin history because everybody wasted huge amounts of time. In the end, most of the Chinese miners and most of the regulator-cozy industrialists were lined up behind proposals very different from what you see operating on the network today. But a variety of defensive techniques were developed, including one called UASF. SegWit launched with the proper technical parameters. Bcash non-violently succeeded and has become mostly irrelevant. SegWit 2X failed. ASIC Boost is free for everybody to use in the open now. And Coinbase, unfortunately, is still a popular exchange. One way to look at mining, once you understand the limitations of their power, is to say that mining merely selects which transactions arrive in the blocks first. They do not enforce other rules of the network. And I'd agree with that. I'd say miners are the slaves to the network, and the people who run the full nodes are the people in control. It's the people who are in control as long as you set up a full node. And finally, to put a cherry on top of this, you can actually see in this GIF right here how mining for Bitcoin is trending towards being more decentralized. But You know, you talk to these XRP army people, and they'll tell you, oh, XRP is more decentralized because Ripple, the company, only controls 20% of the validators, and then 80% of the validators are controlled by third parties. I believe that they're like exchanges and banks and people at the XRP, or that the Ripple company helps set up these nodes, people that are working with them. I mean, the reality is they don't have any validators or nodes in the hands of the people like Bitcoin does. And I showed you the mining distribution. So that's it for today.
Google Fi, a phone plan by Google. Stay connected with full-speed hotspot tethering. So no Wi-Fi, no problem. Join or cancel Google Fi anytime from the comfort of your home. Get the unlimited plan at fi.google.com.
You did it again? This was a really fun one. This is my favorite kind of trades right here.
All right, up.
Hello everyone, welcome to Simulation. I'm your host Alan Sakian. We have the great pleasure of sitting down with George Gilder now. Thank you.
Well, it's great to be here, Alan. Thank you for having me here in this inconvenient time.
It's super convenient.
But we'll have some convenient truths expounded during the course of it.
Yes, we will. And we're here at CoFest Institute, very grateful to be partnered up with them, Congress on the Future of Engineering Software. George gave a talk earlier today. We're very fortunate to have him speaking here. So George, for those that don't know, is a venture capitalist. He is a 20-time author. Crazy. It'll take me months to read all of his books. And they're really incredibly known and sourced books, actually. And we're going to get into some of them as we discuss. And also the co-founder of the Discovery Institute, which is anti-junk science and celebration of enterprise and creativity. Right. So I'm already, just by reading the article of your conversation on Forbes, I mean, we already are vibing on a lot of the same wavelengths.
Oh, good. Well, Rich Colgard is a great interviewer. He was...
Yeah.
He brought me to Forbes. I brought him to Forbes. We both did ASAP, which was the Forbes technology magazine for 6-7 years. I can't remember how long we ran it, but it was a terrific run we had with Forbes ASAP, which became, my articles, which were in each issue, became Telecosm, which was a major book that came out, unfortunately, in the year 2000 when the market crashed. But Telecosm still's alive and brings me a flow of royalties, so somebody's reading it.
And George also ran, did you run a 5K today or did you run 10K today?
I ran 2 5Ks. Today, I ran one in the morning. I got to be on a plane all night tonight, so I thought if I ran a 5K tonight. But I ran the 5K in 28 minutes, which is reasonable for a 78-year-old fart like me.
Wow, that's under 10-minute miles. That's
9-11 miles. Those were.
That's fantastic. Very few people can say that they can do that. Well, excellent. And that's going to keep you in great health, and we need you around longer to be talking about the things that you're talking about. So maybe we start off by talking about information theory. Teach us about this.
Well, information is critical to capitalism. My assertion is that capitalism is not chiefly an incentive system. Everybody wants to talk about carrots and sticks and incentives in capitalism, but that is not the heart of capitalism. Incentives are ubiquitous. Everybody has a pattern of incentives, but capitalism is chiefly an information system. And information, under information theory, is developed by Claude Shannon chiefly, but with lots of precursors and followers like Gregory Chaitin and others, shows that information is surprise. And
can we compare this to the Rube Goldberg machine?
What about the Rube Goldberg machine?
Because I just love that.
Do you know what a Rube Goldberg machine is? A crazy contraption with all kinds of bizarre connections, and government is mainly a Rube Goldberg machine, and it.
Because that surprise or that innovation or that creativity comes from these Rube Goldberg moments.
I don't think Rube Goldberg is a joke machine. You know, a Rube Goldberg machine is bizarre kludge, as they call it, with all kinds of crazy wheels and cogs and connections that are weird.
Correct.
And so it's not quite a Rube Goldberg machine. Capitalism is a machine, though, driven by surprise. So it's not a machine. A machine is defined by not being surprising. And And the thing about surprise is creativity always comes as a surprise to us. Albert Hirschman said this first, but creativity always comes as a surprise to us. And if it didn't, we wouldn't need it, and socialism would work. But one of the big problems in Silicon Valley, the Google philosophy, as I say, believes that the human mind is somehow a machine, a meat machine, as they describe it. But a machine, by definition, can't produce surprise. And the essence of the human mind is creativity and unexpected outcomes, unexpected insights, imagination. Imagination allows you to conceive of contraries, of counterfactuals, of new things. It's a machine can't do that. A machine can they can imitate it by introducing randomness to the machine, but that's not creative surprise. Randomness is subtracting order rather than actually is subtracting information, subtracting knowledge. And the essence of the thesis is that all wealth is essentially knowledge. And if wealth is knowledge, economic growth is learning. And this is really what I show in Knowledge and Power. That
wealth is knowledge and economic growth is learning.
Yeah. If you consultants, business consultants make a rich living on the learning curve. And they find learning curves all across the economy, in every sector, whether it's producing eggs or insurance policies or lines of software code or transistors on microchips. There's about a 20 to 30% increase in efficiency with every doubling of total units produced, or sold. So learning curves are ubiquitous across the economy, and I believe that growth itself is the increase of knowledge, which is defined as learning. But there's a crucial requirement for learning, and that is that the outcome isn't guaranteed. If the outcome is guaranteed, learning is really impossible and growth is impossible. And much of government regulation is designed to guarantee outcomes and thus destroy knowledge and retard economic growth.
And that's because the government is guaranteeing
things. Yeah, it's trying to
because if you can guarantee me welfare, why would I go and learn?
That's it. But if the government sort of is guaranteeing that solar energy or windmills will succeed, it means that the solar industry doesn't learn very much. And so all across Massachusetts, where I come from, people are putting up solar panels. But they don't attach them to their houses. The solar panels are too erratic to actually provide electricity for the homes. This is just purely a response to a government subsidy. The government pays you to create solar power and then requires the utility to buy it. And that's guaranteeing outcomes. And the result is no learning. If an actual solar industry would have to learn how to produce electricity for houses, distributed power, that would be worth having. But instead, the government subsidized solar so they don't have to. The people who actually tried to produce real distributed power, where people could tap into the energy coming from their roofs or their solar panels, that would be a learning process and economic growth would occur. But government tends to stifle learning by guaranteeing outcomes, thus preventing the surprises of human creativity.
Fascinating. Now, do you think that that's important for children being raised into today's world to have an insatiable appetite for knowledge?
That's right. Appetite for knowledge, curiosity, creativity are the sources of all wealth, and children should be taught that. They shouldn't be taught that the source of wealth is a government check.
Yes, and that's also the thesis of Peter Thiel's book 0 to 1, is that your creativity goes from creating something into the world is your 0 to 1, but when you just take a 1 and move it across the world, that's globalization.
That's right. Yeah. Peter, I think that book is a masterpiece.
I think
by
so
the way.
too.
It's the best business book I've ever read.
Likewise, yeah.
It's amazing.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I love wealth is knowledge. It's so important to get young people to care more about learning. Now, do you think that that is a responsibility of the parent to want to, in the community and the teacher, but foremost the parent?
Yeah, parents are really critical. And I homeschooled my kids with my wife and mother, and
Did they homeschool their kids as well?
My kids only. I only have one grandchild, and so far he's completely homeschooled by Melly. But Gus. But I didn't do complete homeschooling. It was 1 or 2 years because I always felt that junior high was a vast wasteland. There was just nothing happened in junior high, so that you might as well teach high school stuff. And so we taught our kids math and physics and everything in what was the junior high years, and then they really could become state cross-country skiing champions and stuff in their high school years.
So there should be a time, though, that society reflects on the way that certain people live, for example, ones with physical or mental disabilities, and that should be the time that we give welfare? Is that correct?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's safety net is not mistaken. I mean, we need, but it's a mistake to make these two complete guarantees. You know, when they're cradle to grave safety nets, at a certain point they become noose, and they really stifle growth and knowledge and stifle risk taking, and which is critical to enterprise. And so it's a balance. But I think it would be great. Medical care should be a great, profitable enterprise, an engine of growth. And if you could convert medical care into an engine of growth rather than a big, gigantic paper mill and bureaucracy, it would be a tremendous step forward. By the way, Scott Gottlieb, who used to write a newsletter for me, is now head of the FDA, and he's making a lot of great changes at the FDA.
And so how would
you... Federal Food and Drug Administration.
Yes. How would you see different industries like healthcare, the food system, the education system, all these different in many cases, systems that have been around for a very long time, not like today's blockchain and cryptocurrency trend, but we'll get there. But as we talk about these food and healthcare and education systems, how would you see those being maximized to their fullest potential?
Well, I mean, you could abolish the Department of Agriculture, and with a tremendous good effect. New Zealand experimented in this way. And then I think it was the 1980s, their economy, which had been the third most prosperous economy in the world, reached the point where they were importing food. They couldn't even feed themselves in New Zealand, and they were dominantly an agricultural society. A labor government took over, of all things.
Oh, I have to say the quote that I learned from you about if you build canoes and then you go fish, and then over maybe a century, there's nobody left that knows how to make the canoes. Nobody taught that down the lineage. So now all of a sudden the canoes are broken, you don't know how to make canoes anymore, and so that happened with agriculture.
Well, agriculture, and that's what happened in New Zealand. They forgot how to feed themselves because the government took over agriculture. 45% of agricultural income in New Zealand was from government programs. Douglas, this great finance minister, and took over. I've forgotten his name at the moment, but and abolished the whole government. They zero-based budgeting of all government institutions, and particularly zeroed out the Department of Agriculture. From being one of the dominant bureaucracies in New Zealand, it was reduced to 7 people or something. And the result was that New Zealand, within 5 years, became the most successful agricultural economy in the world. And within 5 years, which is immediate turnaround, and they ended up competing with the Wisconsin dairymen in dairy products in Wisconsin and getting sued by the Wisconsin agricultural people for unfair trading practices from New Zealand. They had scores of different kinds of cheeses and different textures of butters, and it was just an amazing feat. And all across New Zealand went within amazing short time from being a pathetic laggard in the world economy to being the most vigorous country. And this
comes down to thwarting innovation when people hold back.
If you guarantee everything all the prices in agriculture in New Zealand was guaranteed, so there's no learning, so there is no economic growth in New Zealand for decades.
So that's the big thing then, is to not impede innovation, to not impede creativity, especially with regulations.
Oh yeah. I mean, I had a company that I helped start and was on the board that used carbon nanotubes to filter water. And they made a straw that you could put in a septic tank and drink pure water out of it. And these straws were used by special forces in Afghanistan and Iraq. But the EPA ruled just casually one year that carbon nanotubes resembled asbestos and thus were a probable carcinogen, and they banned the use of carbon nanotubes for water filtration for consumers in the United States. So this company was just casually put out of business overnight. You know, if the government rules you can't sell your product, unless you are a rich company, you can't compete with that. And that's how regulatory overreach stifles economic growth. I didn't, you know, I always said it, but I never really felt it in my gut until the EPA ruled that carbon nanotubes, one of the great American inventions of recent, or discoveries of recent decades, was illegal to sell to customers, to consumers. It was, and I'm still amazed by it. I don't know, there is no argument. Yes, carbon nanotubes in some way, in size and shape, resembled asbestos, but asbestos shouldn't have been banned either. Asbestos could have been handled much better than it was. You know, it became a complete scandal that actually destroyed the American chemical industry. 36 major chemical companies went bankrupt as a result of asbestos litigation. And nobody ever proved, you know, if you were in a mine sucking in these fibers, if they were the wrong kinds of asbestos for years, you could get mesothelioma, whatever the hell it's called. But excuse me. But this legal engine was unleashed by government that destroyed the American chemical industry, and nobody could stop it. It's still going on. There's still lawyers with billboards across this country soliciting cases of people who have some passing relationship with asbestos. Asbestos is great. It stops fires. Fires are bad for the environment, among other things.
So, George,
as Californian should know.
Yes, absolutely. So maybe now teach us about a couple places around the world that you think do a pretty good job at the way that they balance innovation with government regulation.
Yeah, well, Israel is the prime example. I mean,
why Israel?
All of the major American companies now have substantial R&D investments in Israel. Intel is really an Israeli company in disguise. Ever since it was founded, it's been dependent on Israelis to make major contributions there. They have wafer fabs and design centers that produce many of their top microprocessor products.
Why is it so attractive? Why is Israel so attractive?
Israel's real. Israel understands that life is real. You can't, if the government screws up the Israeli economy, Israel dies. And so Israel operates under the gun, and so they understand that if they don't develop technologies, they'll end up extinct. So Israel has a reality principle that escapes all of us who think it's perfectly good to strew windmills across the country like we're Don Quixote or something. It's really weird. I mean, windmills produce no energy to speak of. They cost them. They just clutter the environment and kill birds, and they should be illegal.
So then the fire under Israel's ass to survive is what's really causing them to innovate.
Them. They elect Netanyahu, and he has had. The fat man and the thin man, and he says, the thin man was the private sector, and it was bearing the fat man on his shoulders. And
the government,
and he unleashed the private sector in Israel and the finance sector. The whole thing is Israel went through the Great Recession with no years of down growth. They've been one of the in technology, they've been the leading country in the world, certainly for their size. And they contribute crucially to the American economy.
Absolutely.
Every major American tech company depends heavily on Israeli ingenuity and invention, and medical care as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they bail out some of the paralysis inflicted by Obamacare and what used to be a completely counterproductive FDA. And a lot of the best drug and inventions come from Israel.
So now
medical instruments. We're punishing medical instruments with special taxes, and the Israelis are generating a whole series of amazing medical instruments.
Yes. So now you say that innovation is not a guaranteed increase over time, that it really requires to build systems that don't foster complacency, but that foster innovation and creativity over time. And I think this is really well explained with an example of the Thiel Fellowship and Vitalik Buterin. Because if it wasn't for that identification at that moment in time and then the funding of him, we would have lost out potentially on that massive gain of Ethereum and what that's now become in our society. So the follow-up...
This is Ethereum.
So that relates into our next point of conversation about all of your writing and research and conversation with other people in the industry about what cryptography and cryptocurrency and blockchain really means for the world. So go ahead and walk us down that path.
Well, I think that the internet has reached a kind of impasse, a kind of dead end now. It's congealed into these big pyramids, silos of insulated activity of Google,
Amazon,
Apple,
Yeah.
and this model doesn't work. It's designed to provide for security. If Apple, each of these companies is vain enough to imagine if they control their whole environment, at least they can provide security within their domain. And if people get hacked outside it, that's no liability to them. So, but if two nerds at Google can have their internet, and Mark Zuckerberg can have his internet, and Jeff Bezos can have his internet, then why can't Xi Jinping in China have his internet? And why not the Iranian mullahs? Why can't they have their internet? And this is ultimately reached a dead end for Google. I mean, Google now is finding itself driven out of China, being harassed all over Europe. It just is a bad model.
The thesis of your next book.
Yeah, this is life after Google. And we have an internet stack that's perforated and porous and subject to security flaws at every level. And a porous, perforated internet stack allows all the money and power to be sucked up to the top. And leaving the rest of us to fumble with username, password combinations, and pins and needles and every other kind of counterproductive security practice. Google has SWAT teams to solve the security problem, but security is not a video game. Security is an architecture, and the new architecture that's being developed from the amazing global rebellion against this new sclerosis on the internet is the blockchain revolution, the Bitcoin revolution, and the cryptographic revolution. These are represent an amazing efflorescence of creativity, and they're just starting really to say that Ethereum has such and such flaws, so it's a waste of time, and Bitcoin has got a counterproductive Rube Goldberg machine mining process. There are lots of flaws, but you can't deny this just incredible insurgence of creativity and solving a problem that government caused. The SEC administers IPOs, and they've regulated them to such an extent that there aren't any anymore in the United States. They now have twice as many IPOs in communist China as we have in the United States. And we were really in a predicament, and amazing entrepreneurs around the world solved it, at least for the last couple of years, with ICOs, which are initial coin offerings or crypto offerings. You can call them what you want.
So there are 2 times more IPOs in China now because the SEC put a lot of regulation down.
SEC essentially is obsessed with insider trading. The SEC's essential rule is you can't invest in anything you know about.
Wow.
What the SEC...
When you put it that way, it seems...
That's really what they're saying. They're anti growth. Because they got all these programs that scrutinize every possible inside advantage that anyone might have. All the trading has been driven outside. So we have what I call the outsider trading scandal, with where all the computers do all the trading, or flash boys do the trading. You can't indict a computer. And so SEC has really driven human beings out of the investment business and relinquished it to a bunch of machines. And you read in Barron's this week that the future is AI investing. And we've just been talking about what growth is. It's knowledge, which is based on information, which is surprise. And the one thing a machine can't do is produce surprising information. The machine is a determinist system. And
I would also argue that the way that AlphaGo was playing and that it was making new moves in ways that even the professional players around the world were wondering, whoa, we've never seen people make moves that way before. So there is a little bit of creativity that's now starting to be seen. In the
I don't think that's it. What they did, AlphaGo had this, Go is a determined bounded arena.
It's not like a general intelligence is creativity.
It's a bounded arena.
It's a narrow AI.
And it's determinist. And if you can play billions of Go games a minute or whatever it was, they played more Go games in minutes than all human beings had played in all history. And of course they exhausted the possibility space of Go with these multi-gigahertz parallel computers. And it has nothing to do with intelligence or creativity. It's computer speed. And that's what the algorithms for machine learning have hardly improved since the 1950s. There isn't a major gains or advances. Almost all the advances are just microchip, Moore's law, supercomputing at gigahertz, terahertz frequencies, and it just means you can iterate millions of times faster than humans. So of course you can cover any determined bounded space. But if you turn the world into determined bounded spaces, you won't have creativity and technological advance. And this is the counterproductive flaw at the heart of the Google philosophy. They believe that they can create machines that can essentially obsolete human beings, and human beings should be supported by guaranteed annual income, while Brin and Page and get on a spaceship with Elon Musk and explore other planets.
So maybe since we went there, before we come back to decentralization and ICOs, since we went there, you think that artificial general intelligence does not pose an existential threat to humanity?
It poses no threat to humans. It poses a threat to humans if government guarantees it or makes it the prevailing system.
What about a malevolent player just programming ethics
stifles
into
real
it?
creativity. Stifles real creativity. I mean,
what about malevolent players that program the ethics to be killer?
Sure. Well, they're malevolent. You can program bioorganisms to kill us all. You can program nuclear weapons to kill us all. That's not a new thing. It's always been possible to wreak tremendous devastation across the world with using advanced technologies. But if we stop technological advance, we'll be overrun by barbarians. I mean, it's not a solution.
Yeah.
And the fact is, as long as in general good guys, and most of us are good guys, can advance the technologies, the good guys will always be ahead. But they won't be ahead if the government tries to ban them or suppress them. And then of course only the malware producers will really have a free arena to advance.
So since we're continuing to venture here, let's explore the idea that you created in our heads, which was the Brin and Page and Musk take a rocket out to Mars and other planets. Meanwhile, all the stupid monkeys stay here on Earth.
Yeah, they think there's nothing for human beings to do. It's the same delusion that Marx began with. That's Marxism. Marxism believes that, Karl Marx believed that the first industrial revolution, the steam engine, electrical power, all these breakthroughs, the first industrial age, had solved the problem of productivity for all time, as he put it. And thus, the only challenge in the future would be distribution. It was, we had to redistribute existing wealth because no new productivity was possible. And this is what the Google philosophy is saying these days, that artificial intelligence and robotics and algorithmic biology and all these massive new search and suggest capabilities really exhaust the human potential and actually leave humans nothing to do. And so most of these guys are now advocating guaranteed annual income for everybody that would put most people to sleep and actually create the world that they falsely imagine is enabled. And that's Marxism. It's just a new form of it. Each generation exaggerates the significance of their own breakthroughs.
Yeah. So over time, you're following the Pinker argument that everything's slowly rising up, and that even though information technology is kind of exacerbating the wealth inequality that's currently happening.
Yeah, I don't even really believe that. I think what creates the inequality was this vast scandal of money that I described in my book, The Scandal of Money.
Tell us a little about it.
Well, currency, people don't like the gold standard or a Bitcoin standard or some kind of settled standard for money based on the real scarcities in nature. And they, but they don't face the total failure of the global financial system with its, which gave us a 10-year Great Recession, while currency trading rose to $5.1 trillion a day of currency trading. And a day, this is 70 times as much as all trading in goods and services in the world economy. It's 25 times all global GDP put together. It's all and on these currency desks of 11 big banks mostly, and it's produced this financialization of the economy between the government issuing money at zero interest rates and the fast traders and the banks, which don't anymore cultivate economic growth. They're really trading machines, and and they have captured as much as 40% of the profits in the economy. They've tripled their share of total economic activity, while the whole world economy went into a terrible slump. So it's clear that finance has become counterproductive, and it's clear also that it's been nationalized. Well, it's sort of a crazy game they play. Every few months they find some big bank billions of dollars. It's been, I think, a total of 300 billion. It can't be that. It's some incredible amount of fines that have been allocated to these banks, while at the same time they're awarded ever more privileges, which and they have partly because of the SEC and all these other restrictions on real investment, they don't invest anymore. So,
as we wander down banks and currency, so much currency being traded around the world every day, and the way that banks are now being more and more concentrated, we were talking about decentralization. What do you see within this space?
Well, this is why I think the cryptocurrency movement is such a wonderful providential development for the world economy. It addresses all these problems at once. The blockchain and its derivatives and associated innovations, because they aren't all exactly blockchains, are a new security architecture for the internet, kind of a layer 8, if you want, for the internet. There's a 7-layer stack nominally in internet technology, and this is kind of a layer 8 that provides a grounding of security for the internet, provides currencies that ultimately I think will be made stable currencies.
Would you like some water, George?
Linked to gold. And that's I think that ultimately we're going to find that that companies like eGold and DigixDAO and these companies that are actually innovating in linking the value of cryptocurrencies to gold will actually recreate the gold standard for a digital age. And I think this is a very promising development, because money is all the central banks of the world imagine money is a magic wand, that can summon economic growth from the vasty deep. And money is not a magic wand, it's a measuring stick. And what it ultimately measures is time, because time is what remains scarce when everything else becomes abundant. And I believe that money is most essentially time. People talk about time as money, but money is really fundamentally time. It translates the real scarcity in all our lives into the economy. If you imagine a barter economy with nothing but trading goods and services back and forth through barter, you realize that the time to produce an incremental unit would determine essentially its value. And it seems to me that what money does is translate the fundamental scarcities of time into the economy.
Yes.
And what Google does, and having all its products free, is to try to escape the constraints of time. Money translates time into the economy, makes people have to make real choices with no guarantees, which permit learning and growth. Google gives away almost all its products. It's kind of reaching down past the wallets of its customers and seizing their time directly, with people looking at their cell phones for 80 hours a week or something. I mean, they're amazing figures for what at the time kids spend on their smartphones, and it's using free apps from Google half the time.
Money is time.
Yeah.
And it's liberating. It gives
It's
you
liberating. And time is real. Time is the most real thing in the world.
And we can sense that in subjective experience through death.
Yep, death is a bad. Well, that's one of the problems with Bitcoin. Is time runs out with Bitcoin. Bitcoin has a cap, and so it's like real money operates in real time, which extends on into the future. It's scarce at any particular.
Total.
Well, but Bitcoin is capped, which means as it approaches its cap, it produces all sorts of financial distortions, and they got to change that, or it can't be a measuring stick. Unless it can't be a real form of money, it becomes some speculative instrument, but not a real form of money.
All right, and let's address this. I think this is an important one to talk about with you, is with we mentioned this earlier with Thiel's book, 0 to 1. It seems as though a lot of people are taking whatever is created from that 0 to 1 and just taking that one and distributing it across the world. Probably most commonly seen today with the way that China takes the intellectual property of the United States and brings it into their country, and as well as
China is now producing a lot of intellectual property. This is sort of old news.
Okay.
And I think it's blame people for our mistakes and our problems is not very positive. And I think it's a tragedy that China is now going backwards, it seems to me, even though they have tremendous capitalist forces unleashed in China. And I believe capitalism is ultimately more important than democracy, but democracy plays a crucial role.
Yes.
Because without democracy, the most vicious guys tend to prevail. And and you hope that these vicious guys will also have a good sense of self-interest and understand that unless they emancipate their people, they're going to fail. But we now have two examples of unfortunate leadership in Russia and China, and it's really too bad.
And the one thing that we can do here is to inspire young people to innovate, to create.
Yeah, that's right. And we and encourage the Chinese to be capitalist. Don't sort of crack down on their exports. And I mean, it's a lot of that is not positive. I think Trump in the whole has been a good president, but the international trading posture is kind of self-defeating. If the Chinese want to subsidize their exports, fine, we should buy more of them, and make the things we can make, and unleash our creativity, and we're doing it. I mean, Trump is eliminating lots of regulations, and this is a very positive development. He's, somebody told me that is now canceling 18 regulations for everyone he adds, and that he promised to do 2 for everyone he adds, but he's way out over performing in this area, and it's very positive for our economy and our future.
All right, let's ask you a question from our book of questions. What do you think is the most beautiful thing in the world? A woman's body. Yes, it is. It is.
What do you want? Human creativity, I think, is exquisite and to be cherished, and the aspiration for truth, the reach toward God, are all great human impulses. The understanding that the universe is great and providential, and the scientific understanding of it is a form of worship.
What is one thing that you believe to be true that nobody else believes to be true?
I think, I like to think, I agree with Peter Thiel that every company, pursues a fugitive position of monopoly. If it doesn't have a monopoly, it should go out of business, because monopoly means that it's the only company that does what it does, and human creativity produces new things, reshapes the world, and so I think I certainly think human creativity comes as a surprise. You can't plan it, you can't force it, and it consists of learning. And most people haven't exactly come to terms with these propositions yet. I have...
wealth is knowledge.
Wealth is knowledge. I don't think... some people, a guy named Cesar Hidalgo at MIT did a very good thing on wealth is knowledge. He says when a great luxury car crashes against the wall, all its value disappears, even though every molecule and atom of material remains. The car is knowledge, and its value is knowledge, and I like that. It's
Think about your conversations with people, George. When you jump into a conversation with somebody, when any of us do, the more knowledge we bring to that conversation, the more we get out of that conversation with somebody else. And that seems to be one that I think is very relatable to people just from their interactions. And then we kind of touched on this earlier, but I know that you don't typically hypothesize about such things because they're not right here on our planet, but do you think that advanced civilizations have birthed into the cosmos and that they're roaming it, colonizing star systems, that kind of a thing?
No.
You think we're alone?
I think we're alone, probably. I don't see any, there's no evidence we aren't alone. And the idea that, in order to escape the idea that we're alone and thus unique, and thus, in some sense, a singularity, that we are the singularity, scientists entertain the ridiculous proposition of infinite multiple parallel universes. There's not a scintilla of evidence of multiple universes. It's just a kind of word game played by frustrated physicists who can't explain the uniqueness of the existing universe and its amazing phenomena, including the human mind, which they can't even begin to fathom yet. They just explain it away. They say it's a machine, and that's exactly what it isn't.
And this into the very last thought, because you've addressed this before in your conversations, about being in a computer simulation. You actually said that it takes humans away, all that abstract thought, it takes us away from the principle of truth, of seeking truth and having a higher, maybe God for us to...
I mean, I really believe this idea that humans are all part of some simulation to be a clinical lunacy. I mean, it really is. People who say this and pretend to believe it are lunatics, and they may be geniuses in some fields, and some of them are, but it is really a ludicrous idea. It's to laugh at rather than to think about.
This has been such a pleasure. Wealth is knowledge. And
growth is learning.
Growth is learning. Money is time.
That's right.
This has been an absolute pleasure, George. Thank you so much for coming on to the show.
Thank you so much for having me. This is great.
I'm happy you had a good time. Thank you so much, and hopefully you can stop by our studio in San Francisco.
I hope so.
For a session in the future.
Yep. When my book comes out, I want to.
We can promote together.
Love to do that.
All right. All right. Welcome back, everybody, to Altcoin Daily. My name is Aaron. Of course, the reason you subscribe is because on a daily basis, which coins would I buy? Well, I'm going to share with you the coins that I've been looking at. Keep in mind, I'm not a financial number one. Number one coin on the list is Ethereum. There are so many different metrics that are looking bullish for Ethereum. Let's list them. Metric number one, Ethereum's mining difficulty hits an all-time high. When this happens with Bitcoin, this is touted by the Bitcoin community as being extremely bullish for the strength of the network. So, for Ethereum, this is surely a bullish sign as well, and Ethereum mining difficulty has hit an all-time high on the 27th of November, so very recently. Let's continue with on-chain data. 8 things, pay attention, this is all according to Spencer Noon, so these are his thoughts, I will read them. Number 1, Ethereum has just under 500 daily active addresses, a figure that has nearly doubled year to date. Number 2, Ethereum now dwarfs everything in the crypto space in fees paid, including Bitcoin, a clear sign that it is the most useful network in the world. Number 3, more than 80 billion gas is now being used on a daily basis. This is a sign that Ethereum block space demand has never been higher. Number 4, more than 16 billion in stablecoins have now been issued on Ethereum. This figure has gone parabolic since the start of the year. Number 5, there are now nearly 1 million DeFi users, up 10x from the start of the year. This is a sign that Ethereum's biggest use case has gone parabolic, and it's true. All that stuff is being built on Ethereum. Number 6, there is now more than 14 billion total value locked in DeFi, with 5 different projects having more than 1 billion total value locked, a sign that the ecosystem is maturing rapidly. Number 7, 150 Bitcoin has been ported to Ethereum, a sign that Ethereum is becoming an economic vacuum for all assets, starting with Bitcoin. And then finally, number 8, DEXs on Ethereum has done 20 billion in volume over the last 30 days, bringing their combined total to 86 billion this year, a sign that DEXs can compete with top centralized exchanges. Beyond that, Google Trends, Ethereum at its highest levels
since February of 2018. Again, this is touted as bullish when it happens to Bitcoin, so why wouldn't all this stuff be bullish when it happens to Ethereum? And finally, before we move on to the next coin, as we know, PayPal recently started offering Bitcoin, Ethereum, Bcash, and Litecoin. We have seen the volume increase since PayPal started. We know the percentages of what people are buying, so the takeaway is this. 69% of the crypto bought on PayPal is Bitcoin, 31% is Ethereum, and knowing the volume, that's 26 million of demand chasing 2.8 million of newly mined coin supply, the demand for Ethereum is now 10x outstripping the supply. And actually, finally, this is a bullish scenario, a bullish 2-year scenario for Ethereum. 25% locked up by never sellers, people hodling Ethereum, 20% locked in DeFi, 15% locked in balance sheets, 5% locked at Grayscale, 3% locked in ETH bonds. If 70% of the ETH supply is locked up in 2 years, then in 2022, annual issuance drops from 4.5% to nearly zero. Demand but no supply, supply side crisis. This is a bullish possible scenario for Ethereum. That's the reason it makes our list today at 5 coins. If I had $1,000, what am I looking at? Coin number 2 on today's list is Compound. If you are unfamiliar with Compound, it is a platform that lets users lend cryptocurrency to other individuals. It is the 3rd largest DeFi platform with 1.5 billion in assets locked up in its smart contracts. To borrow cryptocurrencies with Compound, a user has to put up collateral that exceeds the amount they are borrowing. Now, the reason that I've picked Compound is, well, first of all, what's interesting about Compound is that this was one of the projects that really started out, kicked off the big DeFi summer bubble of 2020. But unlike a lot of other projects that topped out in August and September, this project topped out in June.
All right, holiday decorating. Decorating.
Validation mode ever since. Now, what's even more interesting is, although the project topped out in price in June, which is right here, total value locked has only increased. It's exponentially increased since the price topped out. And although it's been making some news recently, this is seemingly a bad thing. Oracle exploit sees 89 million liquidated on Compound. This isn't a problem with Compound itself, more of a problem with the Oracle exploit. Compound is still around, value locked is still increasing. It topped out rather early on in consolidation mode. Compound, in my opinion, is one to watch, makes it to coin number 2 on our list. Coin number 3, making our list today, December 2020, is Yearn Finance. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Yearn Finance, it is a decentralized ecosystem of aggregators that utilize lending services for Aave, for Compound, for DYDX, for the other lending cryptocurrencies, but are periodically rebalanced to choose the most profitable lending service. Now, if you're asking yourself, why would anybody coming into the space today want to buy Yearn, want to buy Compound? You have to think about it like this. In a world where interest rates are 0 or negative in some places, being able to get significant yield is very interesting to all sorts of people. And these are such new projects. Not everybody has to be interested in Yearn Finance for it to be speculated on. In fact, only a few people need to. And since Ethereum's ecosystem is so big and still increasingly interesting to people, only a small percentage of those people have to be interested in earning a yield for these things to keep increasing in value. Now, the news is this. Yearn Finance has been actively integrating with multiple DeFi protocols of late, and Cover Protocol is the latest addition to this chain of partnerships. Yearn founder Andrew Cronje announced the Yearn Cover merger earlier today, stating that Cover will become the backstop cover provider for the Yearn product suite as well as for DeFi as a whole. The synergies from this merger will enable Cover to expand into a new Cover money market, making the claim token collateral and a borrowable asset. Meanwhile, Yearn will get coverage for vaults and will be able to offer users a reduced risk product. TLDR, this week alone, Yearn has announced multiple partnerships. Yearn has partnered with Cream Finance and will launch its zero collateral lending platform, Stable Credit, using Cream. Earlier this week, Yearn Finance announced its partnership with Pickle Finance in an attempt to boost yield farming incentives and resolve some of the issues related to the recent exploit Pickle Finance faced recently. The point is, all this stuff signals to me that Yearn Finance is still building, they're strengthening their protocol, and for that reason, it is one to watch. Now, it topped out in the summer, in September, at $43,000, had a local bottom at about $8,000. Right now, it is about $23,000, and in my opinion, it is one to watch. I think this project has a lot of good things going for it. Next coin on our list is Chainlink. The news is this: Beam announces integration with Chainlink's Oracle network. Privacy-focused blockchain Beam has announced that it will be integrating Chainlink's price feed to help its developers build DeFi apps. The initial integration will focus on using Chainlink oracles to maintain collateralization of Beam's confidential stablecoin protocol, while also supporting the Beam ERC20 bridge for moving assets between the Ethereum and BeamX blockchain. According to Beam, the protocol chose Chainlink for its live, time-tested, decentralized price oracles that are already proven to secure billions of dollars in on-chain volume. And he said this November 27th. So that's the news. The reason that I like Chainlink is for the same reason that I think Ripple or XRP was such a good hold, obviously, for 2017, 2018, early 2018, is because what Chainlink does best, in my opinion, is the same thing that Ripple used to do well, and that's just the marketing machine, providing Oracle services to tons of different projects on a daily, weekly basis, keep this project at the forefront of the news. And for that reason, and also the reason that it has yet to break major market support. So it ran up all the way to $18,000, local bottom at about $8. Right now, price of only $13. As long as this major market support isn't broken, Link has a pretty active community, pretty strong narrative. I think it could continue. It could be one of those projects like Ripple was in 2017. Now, the final coin that I'm picking for today's list is Curve Finance. Yes, we were heavy on DeFi coins in this video, and that's simply because if you look at DeFi, many metrics continue to increase. So, we always asked that question, a year or two ago, what's better, new altcoins or old altcoins? I think the answer is clear. It is new DeFi altcoins. Altcoins of the past were trying to copy Bitcoin, be a better money. Coins of the future are doing lending and borrowing, and at least are differentiating themselves that way and getting a good yield in a world where interest rates are negative is appealing to people. So Curve Finance votes to disperse $3 million in fees to governance token holders. Curve Finance, a decentralized exchange, will distribute nearly $3 million in accrued fees to the platform's governance token holders following a community vote. On Friday, a week-long voting period seeking to determine how admin fees were to be allocated closed in favor of token holders. Now, in 3 days, some $2 million worth of fees accrued before the vote opened and will head to community members' coffers. The protocol will continue to disperse fees on a weekly basis following the initial payout, according to the CEO of this decentralized project. And so that's why Curve is making our list. Curve DAO token right now trading at 62 cents. As you can see, has price information starting in August, and since then has been in consolidation mode. With news like this, this is a coin that I'm watching in December of 2020, going in to December of 2021. 2021. That is all today, my friends. My name is Aaron at Altcoin Daily. If you got value in this video, give it a like and let me know which coins you think are interesting